How did the Arizona Cardinals round out their 2026 NFL draft class? Does Monti Ossenfort continue to lean into offense to load up Mike LaFleur talent, Johnny Venerable?
Plus, could we see a slew of veteran trades, including the likes of Trey Benson, now that Jeremiyah Love is in town? PHNX Cardinals draft coverage concludes on day 3. It starts now. Welcome in live from Studio K here in downtown Phoenix. Draft coverage continues. It's the PHNX Cardinals podcast, your premier, #1 in the world Arizona Cardinal podcast. Like and subscribe. Leave us a 5-star wherever you get your programming. We're in studio today. I'm Johnny Venerable. He is Brack. We got Emma. We got Noah behind the scenes. We're locked and loaded, ready to go. Big thanks to everybody that came out to Gila River Resorts and Casinos the last 2 days at Wild Horse Pass and Sandtown Mountain Bow. We're bringing it home in studio today.
It was fantastic to hang out with everybody the last 2 nights. We saw our guy Jeff last night, came in from South Carolina, Cam from Utah, our guy Brian from the West Valley making the trip all the way to the East Valley to the beautiful Santan location for Gila River. We appreciate all of you. It is nice, though, to be back in our friendly confines of our studio for the final rounds of the NFL draft. Our draft coverage for PHNX is brought to you by our friends over at Circle K. Download the Circle K app today. Become a member of the Inner Circle. Save at the pump. Save in America's Thirst Shop. And it's free. Have I mentioned that? Circle K. And it's also brought to you by our friends over Fanatics. Download the Fanatics app and rep the new players now. The jersey, the swag. Find it. The Fanatics app. It's life-changing, really, that app.
It's unbelievable. Hit that like button. Also want to thank Deuce Latui's nephews coming out yesterday. Trio of gentlemen, fantastic. Also, a very nice Trey McBride cosplay going on yesterday.
That's right.
Well.
Some Cardinals content creators.
That's
Gotta
right.
check out their pod. It's gonna be. We got a lot to do.
We do.
It's been awesome mingling and hanging out with all of you during this process. We got a chance. We slept quick on it, but we got to sleep on it regardless. Carson Beck, member of the Arizona Cardinals. We're getting some more information. Tom Pelissaro took us through the process. It kind of lined up with what we have heard, what we speculated on, but said that the quarterback competition not open as it stands right now, despite Jacoby Brissett holding out of the offseason activities. He remains kind of the incumbent QB1 until told differently. But just overall, your thoughts as far as Beck being in that room now?
Yeah, I think you look at this kind of with 2 schools of thought. There are people online who are, I don't want to say football people, as Jeremiah McCoy goes at the top of the 4th for the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm happy for him. I thought there was a chance he might go undrafted given the situation with his knee. There are the football people in terms of like the Herb Streets, the Nick Sabans, the Mel Kiper Jr.'s who love the pick, who think he's got every opportunity to succeed in the desert. And then you've got the analytic people, the younger, let's call it the Twitter crowd, that think that it's a reach, that it's poised to fail. Here's where I'm at with this. The Cardinals needed to take a swing. I know there are people online that are big mad about, look at all these other players you could have gotten, right? And it's true. Like historically, the Cardinals have done fairly well in the 3rd round. But Monti Ossenfort is in a desperate state, fair or not. And I'm just going to call a spade a spade. Maybe folks were a little naive to the fact that this wasn't going to happen. It was always going to happen. They were always going to take a quarterback high. It just so happens you don't like the quarterback that they chose. That's okay. You can say it. You don't like how he looks. You don't like the arm tattoos. You don't like the swagger, the bravado. You wanted something different. You wanted to be able to say, tank this year and get a quarterback next year. And frankly, guys, like if they're bad, they're going to get a QB next year. But give them an opportunity. Give Mike LaFleur an opportunity to say, hey, I like him. Let's bring him into our building. Let's see what he has. they've earned that right. Monti Ossenfort, fair or not, has had 30-plus draft picks now in 4 years. He's got a couple more today. They were due. They were overdue to take a quarterback.
They were. No, you at some point you needed to kind of begin to rebuild that position, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and as far as where Carson Beck was selected and where he was ranked as far as the rest of his peers in this 2026 NFL draft, it's pretty much right in line with that. And yes, he's a very memeable prospect, maybe the most memeable of this class. Polarizing, unlikable, to fair or not, as far as just how he was consumed throughout his long collegiate career between Georgia and Miami, two high-profile stops. But you can't deny, I mean, I think the resume, the wins, the big game, just experience. He's not a guy with like big-time traits, but he's a guy that's from high school through college has performed. And when you're a team that is, the cupboard is bare as far as the position and the future of it, you got to take some swings. And I don't know if Drew Aller was going to be the option. Like, I think with Carson Beck, at least there's a floor. There's a little bit of a foundation. There's a proof of performance in big games that is there, where Drew Aller is just like, it's a project from the very jump. You want to bring somebody in that at the very least, if you need to, in a pinch, start him year one, I don't think he would be overwhelmed. And I think he's a guy that could, at the worst, become a backup for a couple of years in this league. It sucks because my true viewpoint of him is his upside probably is he becomes what's already in your room. It's Spider-Man meme between Gardner Minshew to Jacoby Brissett to Carson Beck, where it's just like, is he going to be a backup for his entire career? Is he a backup with upside but never kind of breaks through that glass ceiling?
Yeah.
But it's fine to utilize the 65th pick over there on this quarterback, especially when you don't have any other options there. It's not the quarterback of the future, but could he be a part of the quarterback room of the future? Sure.
Well, I think that's where you and I disagree, is I think they're going to give him an opportunity to prove himself this year. And again, a lot of that's going to be predicated on how does Jacoby look in this Mike LaFleur offense, and then how does subsequently Carson Beck look, and how does this team look, and what kind of over/under win-loss total. I know people are running with the narrative they're going to have the worst record in the NFL. I don't buy that. They had a slew of it. They were so bad last year, and they still won 3 games. Like they were amongst the worst teams that I've ever watched in the desert, injuries notwithstanding, and they were still picking 3rd in the draft. So at the end of the day, it's like, would it surprise me if this team won 6, 7, 8 games? It would not. I mean, Jeremiyah Love's a big-time player. Jeremiyah Love's going to help win games on his own. You don't take Jeremiyah Love if you're tanking the season. I don't have a lot of respect for that narrative from people here locally or nationally. Like, fair or not, like Monti Ossenfort's on the clock. They have to show something this year. They would not use the 65th pick, in my opinion, on a quarterback like Carson Beck if they didn't expect him at some point to start games for them. Like, I believe he's going to start games. I think that's open to interpretation as it relates to how many games. But I put the over-under last night at like 8.5. I'm going to stick with that. I know Pelissaro put that report out this morning. The Cardinals very much do not want to put too much on expectations on Carson Beck's plate. I appreciate that. They say, come in, let him find the cafeteria, get him in the building. But I do think it's interesting. It's like Mike LaFleur has gotten one quarterback so far this offseason via the draft. It's Carson Beck. I mean, it's like they're going to be tied together now, fair or not. That is until next offseason if things change, Bo.
Yeah, I just don't. It's a bit much for my taste.
I know. I know
fine.
it is.
It's fine. Bring him into the quarterback room, see what you got. I agree. You take some swings in there. I don't think like, hey, this is the guy you tied to Mike LaFleur. This is just the beginning of the team hopefully investing, more into the quarterback position after being dormant for far too long. It was just they held steady outside of picking Clayton Tune, 135th in the 5th round in 2023. They didn't invest in the quarterback for the remainder of the drafts until yesterday.
Yeah,
and I think that's a bit inexcusable. But now it has to be. That's the mission going forward.
Right.
And I think as far as Beck and how much he plays, that's going to be all kind of dependent on how Beck performs, how he develops, how he acclimates, how his game translates to the NFL. how he picks up on this system. And I'm not like extremely skeptical about it. I think it's very possible as the Cardinals pick is in. We'll get that to you in just a few minutes. But let me finish this thought. I mean, I think that this season is very important to continue to develop this roster.
Yeah.
And when you've got a quarterback and you're going to give him an extended look, that can't be detrimental to the development of this offense in that case, or this defense. And put, if he throws, bad picks and putting the defense back on the field, you are going to suffer another catastrophic season.
Right.
Sure, that might improve your draft stock, but that's going to be more in line with what people are saying as far as, tanking. So let's see that. Let's just pause what our expectations are for Carson Beck. I think let's all agree, and I'm not trying to play kumbaya. Let's connect to get together and hold hands and say that in unison.
I'm into that.
I think just adding to the quarterback room at an appropriate place in the draft with a guy that isn't going to be just boom or bust, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. They needed to add a quarterback. They added one. Had they drafted Drew Aller there, people have been like, great pick. But because there's a stigma on Carson Beck, people have torched it on social media, when in like all NFL circles, most people thought Carson Beck was the third quarterback in this class.
Right.
But because Twitter likes Drew Aller's arm, and he was way less consistent and way less productive, hey, you know what? That's not as good a pick. So
people want Taylon Green. They want Drew Aller, and it's just like
the coaching staff wants the high floor. They want somebody that can come in and run the off. What we've been saying all offseason, the Purdys, the Mac Joneses, the Jimmy Garoppolos. That's what they want in this offense. Keep the train on the tracks. Carson Beck can do that. Watch any Carson Beck highlight. Pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. Roy Lopez, defensive tackle. Fired up they didn't take McDonald yesterday. He's breaking the pick here live on ESPN. He's in Mexico City, Mexico. Fantastic. A lot of Bird Gang repping down in Mexico City. Cardinals are going with bum. There it is. Kaleb Proctor, defensive tackle, Southeast Louisiana. I think did they have a top 30?
They did. They brought him in for a top 30 visit. Really productive defensive lineman at a smaller school. He came in for a visit. He's a little bit undersized, just under 6'2", 291. But, man, was he a guy that put up, some sack numbers as far as, playing that kind of maybe defensive end look in the 3-4 defense. But looks like he's got some athleticism, too. I think he's a guy that probably profiles as a rotational defensive lineman.
Yeah.
But, not a bad pick. So if you start to look at some of their top 30 visits that they've selected, Jeremiyah Love, bingo. We're not sure on Basantis, but definitely Carson Beck and now Kaleb Proctor, 3 of the 4 selections you can confirm have made the visit to the Valley during the pre-draft process.
Yeah.
So Love, Basantis, Beck, Proctor, Kaleb Proctor, the small school defensive lineman, and the first defensive player added through this draft for the Cardinals.
I think they probably looked at Kaleb Proctor as too good of a value to trade down, and clearly they had the expectation to take him with submitting the pick that quickly. A little bit of a breakdown here from NFL.com. Almost 6'2", about 300 pounds. Athleticism score, about 81. But
weird RAS guy.
Yeah. Another
really
RAS
strange
guy. But again, like depending on who you talk to, is he 6'1.5"? Is he 6'2"? ESPN's got him listed at 6'3". Small school guy. But again, like when you're picking on day 3,
we're okay.
Wow. Interesting here. Fire alarms going off. They love the pick here at the building. Unbelievable. We got a fire alarm. And it's gone.
Yeah, if you're looking at Kaleb Proctor, his RAS score, which is something that Monti Ossenfort usually follows pretty closely, you look at his picks. They're very high. The only thing that he kind of profiles is undersized.
Yeah.
But outside of that, very athletic. His height and his weight are down below where you want for the position he plays. His vert is up there where you want it. His broad jump is high. His 4.80 with at his size. It's kind of moving for a big man.
Yeah.
20-yard split, 2.79. And then you've got, a 10-yard split at 1.69. All those, the composite speeds, they qualify as elite
Yeah.
So athletic, big guy
Yeah.
from a small school.
Yep. You put him next to Walter Nolan. I think you bring him in to compete with Darius Robinson. You bring him in to compete with Dante Stills. Dante Stills in a contract year, right? And you've got LJ Collier coming back, and they added a couple of veterans, but they needed to begin to refortify that defensive line group and start to add in some youth and athleticism beyond Walter Nolan. And we thought they had a chance to take McDonald yesterday. They passed on that. Instead, they said, we're going to wait. We're going to get the top-end guard that could have been a first-rounder. We're going to get our developmental quarterback. And now we're going to come in and take a kid from Southeast Louisiana State that I see people put in the chat, and I echo this, Louisiana, excuse me. He dominated LSU. I'm going to read you the game log against LSU. Let me find it here. Actually, ESPN does not have it, so I'm going to pull it up here.
They don't have the game log for Southeast Louisiana?
I guess not. They're not
sicko level.
No. They're not on that Southeast Louisiana beat, unfortunately. But, again, last year, 8 sacks, 43 total tackles, 2 passes defended. Somebody that at the end of the day was their top defensive player. And this is the first time, I think, did we have any 1AA players go yesterday? Is he the first 1AA player to go in the draft? I think he might be. Somebody said something to the effect of they hadn't had a 1AA player go for the first time in like 20-plus years through rounds 1 through 3. So he might be the first 1AA player drafted in this draft so far. So solid pick. Don't hate it. I liked the value at maybe wide receiver. Cardinals, though, and again, we've made this argument. It's like, if you take a receiver, where are they going to play? When are they going to play? I still think they take a receiver at some point today. Saul's saying he's the first FCS player taken in this draft. Brian P. saying he's the new Dante Stills. Again, Stills going to be poised to be a free agent. I just think, they clearly liked him to use a top 30 visit. They saw what he could do for their defense pre-draft. They met with him ad nauseum, and they probably said, hey, if he's there at the top of the 4th round, we're going to take him. Same thing with Carson Beck. Like, it's clear the Cardinals had a value on these players, and that outside of trying to trade the 3rd overall pick, they were going to stick and pick with a lot of these guys. Chase, immediately, pick is in. They took him yesterday. They see him as a starter at guard immediately. Carson Beck, immediately, the pick is in. Didn't really shop that pick. They wanted to have him and add him to the quarterback room. And now with this young man out of Louisiana State or Southeast Louisiana, come in and just be a presence in the defensive line group that needs to be backfilled.
Yeah, you can't have any kind of issues with this pick. I mean, there's probably not enough data out there. I don't think a lot of people were tuning into the FCS school of Southeast Louisiana, but it was a guy that had done a ton of visits during the pre-draft process. A lot of the NFL was really intrigued by Proctor and what he was bringing to the table. And when you look at the athletic traits, I mean, it's something that profiles as getting some significant snaps at this level, and the first defender off the board for the Cardinals of this draft. You have to like it, especially when you think about the defensive trenches and just kind of pump it up. And it's something that we expected them to do. Like, they've tried to make a couple splashes. They swung and they missed. Like, they spun themselves into the ground with the big contracts in 2024 in that offseason for the likes of Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones, and then also went in big game hunting with Dalvin Tomlinson and missed, right? Big time. So now this season, this offseason, they go out, they get Jonah Williams from the Saints. They add him to a modest contract. They bring back Rolo, who was one of the very consistent players on this defensive line. They give him a good 2-year deal for Roy Lopez. And you've got the investments in the first round that you've made between Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan, and now you add Proctor along with Dante Stills. I mean, who's going to take these rotational roles? They're up for grabs. Walter Nolan, Sharpie him in. Everybody else, earn your spot. I'll take that at this point as far as where the Cardinals stand, especially where they were poverty back in 2023, one of the worst position groups in the league.
Yeah, I think it's an indictment, unfortunately, of Darius Robinson and just the unknown with that young man in terms of what you can expect this year. And, I think it's trending toward, barring something unforeseen, kind of him not having his 5th-year option picked up. Listen, I would love to be wrong. We've just watched too much film and not seen enough explosive plays, TFLs, negative plays, sacks. Whereas, like, watch Walter Nolan his first game against Dallas last year against multiple quality linemen like Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker. He had a sack and multiple TFLs and a pass defended. So you can typically see that twitch pretty quickly. And we had heard last summer when he was hitting the bags, Cardinal coaches told us, like, when Walter Nolan hits the bag, it sounds different. So, I'm not putting
said that, but you just apparently don't care about my.
No, I don't care about that.
It does sound different. Care. I mean, he pops the sleds.
Proctor, to me, good job getting a developmental piece to come in, not to put too much expectations immediately. But somebody that, like, listen, I know Bo is hesitant on Carson Beck's trajectory. I think at minimum 3 of these 4 players are playing right away, depending on how they look in camp, and then we'll see on Beck. So this draft needed to be about splash. It needed to be about instant impact. It needed to be about guys that fit what they do so you could implement them quickly. Like, people are killing the 49ers right now. They don't like their picks. They say their reaches. Do you think Kyle Shanahan cares about that? Kyle Shanahan knows who fits his scheme, wide receiver, offensive line, running back. They don't care what the national media says. And so, like, I think for the Arizona Cardinals, like, you have to kind of take that same approach. You have to trust your coaching staff. And I know people are skeptical of Nick Rallis and what he's able to do. But for me, it's like, okay, you give him the entire draft class last year for the most part. Give them a year to develop with Nick, and now you're backfilling probably on day 3. It's a good place to be. I see in the chat, Book says, no way Proctor plays right away. I disagree with that. I think he'll be he's one of the first picks of the 4th round. I think he'll be active on game day, and I think the expectation is for him to contribute. I mean, all of this is predicated on how they look in training camp, though.
It's just a room that they've flooded with numbers.
Yeah,
I mean that's what they're going to do, and they're going to pick out who they believe can be the most productive, and help the woes that they experienced last year, where it was each opposing offense in their run game were getting 3-4 yards before any contact. Like the defensive line outside of Calais Campbell and when healthy Walter Nolan, it was non-existent. So they gotta figure out what that combination is going to look like, and if a 4th rounder, early 4th round pick is able to crack the rotation, it's not unheard of.
No,
I mean somebody before we really kind of get started today said 60+% of the day 3 picks they're on NFL rosters. So that you find contributors at this point. Good GMs are able to find guys that can do it. I mean, does he go in the form of Cody Simon, where he needs to take the first couple weeks of the season to really kind of acclimate? Fine, like, because he is going from Southeastern Louisiana State, but this is a guy that's going to get a ton of snaps in training camp. This guy that's going to get a ton of snaps in the preseason, and he's going to be able to hopefully use that to his advantage before the start of the regular season, but also has the luxury of not having to, play big-time snaps early because of what they did in free agency and what they already have on the roster.
Yeah, Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports saying Proctor is a disruptive interior defender that will fit perfectly in the Cardinals' knuckleball scheme. It's a fun pick, and I think you've hit the nail on the head. The Cardinals, and give Ossenfort credit. We've been critical of him. He's had a rough offseason, obviously, but his day 3 draft picks, they are on the roster. They're on the roster for the majority of their rookie contract. Stills has been a hit in the 6th round. We're high on Taylor Demerson. He's just got to stay on the field.
Yeah.
We're high on Cody Simon. Year 2, he's going to be a starter for this team. I mean, you go back, they found players. Keitrell Clark, special teamer, going to play for the most part, unless he gets cut in training camp, the majority of his deal. Even the safety they took out of Nevada last year was a fixture on special teams. And I know I say this every year. This is a 4th draft with Monty, but these are not throwaway kind picks on day 3. I mean, like Proctor, I think they envision Proctor to be an eventual rotational starter. I don't know why you can't envision that. But again, like, this is a Nick Rallis, projected defensive lineman, because typically, what do they look at? They look at big edge rushers and then not undersized defensive tackles, but they don't have to be huge. They can have, their average be right around 6'1", 6'1.5", whereas like the edge rushers they want, like Jordan Birch and Josh Sweat, those are huge men with length. That's why I thought the kid out of Penn State might have been a fit. But I think you're kind of seeing like teams might be a little worried about how he projects to the NFL level. It's all about projection here. And he's somebody, as Jennings Dunkert's on the podium here for the Steelers.
Yeah, Dunker and Aller.
Yeah.
Most of their draft class coming up here.
That's pretty cool. I don't know. I think it's a good pick. I think we were excited about the potential for a defensive tackle yesterday. Cardinals go at 2 rounds later.
Not bad. Not bad. It's not a pick that I think anybody should crush. I know there's the guy that people wanted out of Penn State, but at this point, you're looking at guys with traits. You're looking at measurables. You're gonna kind of maybe have to make some consolations and concede some of the parts like that you get earlier in the draft, as far as more kind of proven parts of a prospect. This is where you start to take a few flyers on guys, and that's what they've done here with Proctor with a little bit more confidence level. Got the 49ers International Fan of the Year. Of course, looks kind of like a dork, and he's putting in the Niners pick. Let's see if he can continue their ref role here in 2026.
He doesn't hold a he can't compete with our German beer drinking Trey McBride friends.
Not anywhere close. Our guy Alex, of course, have got to crack a cold one with Trey McBride, and I think he was trying to rally Calais Campbell to come back. I don't know how they fared.
Hasn't announced his retirement yet.
No, I saw him at the Suns game the other night, so he's here in the Valley. Grayson Halton, but he's also he lives here and he works out here. But I'm sure he's probably staying in shape. Otherwise, we would have heard. Like, is he going to go Fitz, where he just kind of walks off?
I think that'd be pretty appropriate for him. All right, so I'm going to run through the list of Arizona Cardinal defensive linemen. I want you to tell me if they make the team or not.
Okay.
Walter Nolan.
Yeah, I think he makes it.
Yeah. Darius Robinson.
Yes.
Roy Lopez.
Yeah.
Dante Stills.
Yeah.
Jonah Williams.
Yep. Kaleb
Proctor.
I mean, he's going to be on the roster. If your 4th round pick doesn't make the roster,
that's a disaster.
Yeah.
LJ Collier.
Yeah, Collier's probably in the same spot as he's been every year he's been here, where he's going to have to play his way on, and he has, to testament to Collier, knows the defense. Obviously, Rollis has a ton of confidence in him, but yeah, he's somebody that it's such a violent position. There's always guys that are nicked up there. Do you find your way onto the roster because of an injury? Like, he's a fringe roster guy. Let's say that.
PJ Mustipher.
Same thing.
Andrew Billings.
Yeah, probably not.
So Nolan, Robinson, Roy Lopez, Dante Stills, Jonah Williams, Kaleb Proctor, LJ Collier, PJ Mustipher, Andrew Billings.
Mm-hmm.
So right now you're looking at about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys for probably 6 spots, 5 or 6 spots. So I would say on the outside looking in right now, Mustipher and Billings for sure. And then I think it'll be between Jonah Williams and LJ Collier probably.
Yeah,
for that other
Mustipher
spot.
was an easy bring back, I believe, on a restricted free agent deal.
Mm-hmm.
And Billings was just not there. There was no money really involved in that.
Right.
He came over around the same time as Jack Gibbons. So yeah, just flooding that position with numbers.
Mm-hmm.
To say that they take a practice squad player with in the 4th round, I'll definitively say no. I mean, I think they like Proctor. As I said, the league really liked Proctor as far as just how he went through this whole process.
Give me a kid that had untapped athleticism and potential that blossomed late at a smaller school that can do what? Rush the quarterback. I mean, Teo Mackey's saying he had 9 sacks last year. I have 8, but regardless, I would rather take a chance on somebody like that.
PFF is weird with how they register sacks. Do you have like 8.5?
Yeah, 8. He had 8 to 9 sacks last year. Was a dominant defender at that level. We've seen plenty of defensive linemen make the jump from that level to the NFL, have very successful careers. Give me a guy like that more so than a guy that's just kind of a space eater. Now, McDonald yesterday could do both, and he did it at Ohio State. That's a different level of prospect. But I think, like, you remember like Ed Stinson and some of these players, Rodney Gunter that the Cardinals got on day 3. They were just kind of like space eaters, run defenders. Proctor, I think the expectation is he can get after the quarterback. He's twitchy. He is not somebody that's just going to sit around and take up space. And I think Right now, it's like you got a couple guys that can do that. Roy Lopez. I mean, right now, Darius Robinson cannot penetrate at all. You need some more guys that can get upfield.
No, the competition in a position group that struggled last season, just that's what you have to.
They have to be better.
Yeah, you have to. And get younger. I mean, they tried to go with some vets last year. I mean, Calais was one of the more consistent guys. Dalvin Tomlinson had his worst season, maybe it was arguably of his NFL career. And we've seen that multiple times with these vets. You can look at it and say, is there an issue there scheme-wise? I think you can kind of make the case. You got to figure out why that group is struggling. But now they've invested in it in a couple rounds, early and now late. Can you find a rotational guy? That's what my expectation is for Proctor, maybe by mid-season or the end of the season.
Yeah.
You got him starting day one, playing all 17.
I do not.
Like Beck?
I do not. But this is Dane Brugler, and we're going to get Fran here in a little bit. Proctor lacks ideal girth and will need him to prove himself versus NFL size, which is something we don't doubt. But his athletic traits, passionate motor, and elite intangibles are qualities NFL teams should want in their organization. I mean, it's just, you guys are going to hate this comp, but it's very similar to Carson Beck. Now, I think Carson Beck is not the athlete of Proctor given the position and the positional value. But, like, they're taking chances on guys who played a lot of college football, who they feel like are high-level people that they can bring into their organization, and they have a chip on their shoulder. And the Cardinals last year, it's easy to see how they're course-correcting, as you mentioned. They paid Dalvin Tomlinson. They paid these guys. Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones. They went that route.
Yeah.
Now they're like, let's get some people who are hungry for an opportunity to come in here and prove themselves. And this is, in a weird way, this is where Nick Rallis has been at his best with the Dante Stills of the world. Now, Darius, unfortunately, it's just an unfortunate set of circumstances. He lost his mother his rookie year. He got injured, and I think that really messed with his psyche. I'm hoping that year 3 he can finally turn a corner and at least turn into like an Armstead where you can just become a productive player. I think most of us have said, like, where he was drafted, given where he was drafted, the expectations, that's unlikely to be matched. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. Can you just come in and contribute? Couple sacks, TFLs, and just start stacking quality starts together. And we'll see what happens. But
I'll tell you what, I mean, we talk about Rallis quite a bit. One of the coaches we really liked that LaFleur hired on his first staff was Pete Kwiatkowski, who was a veteran defensive line coach. His latest stop was at the University of Texas. And, he's a little bit older, way older than Coach Debo, who was here and quickly left the organization after one season. But Kwiatkowski, man, I think that he would be, I like that you're gifting him this toolsy, sure, maybe undersized, but athletic, rotational defensive lineman, along with the premium investments you made. Like this, year 2 for Walt and year 3 for Darius. They need to be the key cogs on that front, right? And then you've got the guys who's going to take the other rotational spots and who's going to be able to make an impact. Dante Stills, Jonah Williams, as you mentioned, can Collier, continue to just fight for his roster life and somehow continue to win those battles. And then now Proctor here. We are going to talk to our guy, Fran Duffy. He's going to continue to kind of fill us in on the latest Cardinal.
Yeah.
They have a pick in every round, but as you said, we haven't seen this team move up or now kind of maneuver day 3 of the draft. So are we just going to sit here and just pick off each selection round by round at the top of the next round 5, 6, and 7?
That's my expectation, given the general manager. As much as I would package that 6th and 7th with that, and go up and get 2 5s, or package the 5th and the 7th, go up and get another 4th. That's what I would do.
So Jeremiah McCoy, he kicked off the top of the 4th round.
He did.
His long wait because of a medical red flag. Well, it ended with the Raiders taking him. Jude Bowery from Boston College, the tackle, goes to the Bills. Darrell Jackson, defensive lineman from Florida State, went 1 pick ahead of the Cardinals to the Jets when the Cardinals, they took a defensive lineman in Kaleb Proctor out of Southeast Louisiana, while Brennan Thompson, Mississippi State wide receiver, goes, I think it was the 18th wide receiver selected in this draft. Oklahoma guard goes to the Texans. They're just hell-bent on just flooding the offensive line.
Can you try and pronounce that one for me?
I was trying to avoid that. Thank you very much. Fibechi.
Fibici.
Wawu.
Nawu.
Okay.
That's what I'm.
Let's
that's
take
what I'm
that. Oklahoma takes a defensive lineman. Another one in this round. Grayson Halton from Oklahoma. Jonah Coleman, the running back from Washington, goes to the Broncos. And then the most recent pick, Jayden Kennedy from Oregon.
Yeah.
The safety goes to the Chiefs. Jets back on the clock. You got the Broncos coming up. But quite a few picks here with a lot of comps. 40 picks in this round.
Jets trading up. They take Cade Klubnik.
What a quarterback room. Jets versus Cardinals, quarterback room.
Oh,
Go.
Cardinals is
Geno Smith.
much more
Who's
digestible.
the backup there in New York?
They don't have one. I don't think they got one yet.
Is it this? It's Cade Klubnik?
Look at this guy. Oh, my God. If this would have been my life today, had we not taken back 65th, I'd be having a tough time. 6'2", 200 pounds, Cade Klubnik. Wow. Anybody watched Clemson this past year is like, he does not look like an NFL quarterback. Nussmeier, man. Tough break for Nussmeier.
Yeah.
You could really see him tumbling down draft boards, because what were the teams that they said would really target quarterbacks this year, either early or later, were the Steelers, the Jets, and of course the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those teams have all taken a quarterback now. I think, and if you're Nussmeier and you're undersized, like, you're not going to go to the Browns. Like, it's going to have to be a very specific set of circumstances for Garrett Nussmeier to get drafted within the next 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I think
Klubnik just screams college quarterback.
Yeah. That feels like a wasted pick for them. But whatever. To each their own.
That's what the Jets like to do, though.
I would much rather have Carson Beck than any of the quarterbacks that went today and beyond. I can't say that enough. Would I have rather had Ty Simpson? Absolutely. Ty Simpson is the 13th pick in this draft. But I think given we're like Drew Aller, no thank you, Klubnik, Nussmeier, I don't know. I'm a little bit indifferent as it relates to like this quarterback class. I know people are hating on it. I do think there'll be a couple guys that become NFL starters out of it. Whereas, like, you talk to people in the league before this, was like, oh, this is a terrible draft. You can't take any of these quarterbacks. They're all going to go, late on day 3. Well, that remains to be seen how bad these QBs are. Let's give them some time.
Yeah. Love over everything. Cards fan in the Bay Area. Let's go Cards. Love to see that. You are deep entrenched in enemy territory, but we appreciate you tuning in. Let's get to some of these super chats. You guys are already lighting it up. Let's see what you got today. How about our good friend Kyle Haley kicking us off? CBS Sports last night said Jacoby Brissett has lost some leverage since the Cards draft of Carson Beck. That I'm sure, Kyle, maybe that article for CBS is written by Vonnie Venerable.
No, it was not. I mean, like, listen, I think for CBS, everybody's connecting the dots here. Everybody knows that the Cardinals quarterbacks that before the draft are placeholders.
Yes.
And so, like, it's easy to connect the dots and anoint people. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, Carson Beck's going to be the quarterback of this team for the next half decade, and they're not going to take one in 2027. But if you're not in the camp of these veteran quarterbacks are on 1-year deals, Jacoby Brissett has never played for Mike LaFleur. He wants a new contract. They're going to start the young guy at some point. C.J. Beathard was a third-rounder for Kyle Shanahan once and started games as a rookie. This is how this works. If they feel like a guy can handle the playbook and keep the train on the tracks, they will play him. But Jacoby Brissett's the starter now. I don't know if they'll ever come out and say that.
Yeah.
I still think
especially during a negotiation.
Right.
Not.
Open competition, whatever. Like, Jacoby Brissett's, he hasn't earned it, but, like, in terms of the options in the room, like, they're going to start him.
Yeah.
Carson Beck's going to start games this year, though.
Jack Honcho with his profile pic of Johnny in a tight Power Rangers uniform.
Nice.
A bit disturbing. Would love us to trade up and take linebacker at LSU, Harold Perkins. I like it.
He's great.
He's a freak.
He's great. I would love that. We're going to take a quick break from our Super Chats. We've got our guy Fran Duffy, NFL All-City draft analyst, talk a little Kaleb Proctor. As we grab Fran, do us a favor, hit that like button and subscribe here to PHNX Sports on YouTube. Bo and I, the only local Valley product, live all day, three days of the NFL draft, and we absolutely love it. Sicko mode. Now, with having said that, it'd be great if Monti Ossenfort could just trade up that 6th and 7th here. Let's do a little navigating into the 5th. Could we not? Fran Duffy joins us now. Kaleb Proctor, Southeast Louisiana. The Cardinals, Fran, had him on a top 30 visit, roughly 8 to 9 sacks this past year. Yep. It does feel like an ideal fit for Nick Rawls's defense, does it not?
No question. And look, this was a draft that was really lacking in terms of those upfield penetrating type at defensive tackle. And he was one of the guys that most caught my eye over the course of the process. You mentioned the production this year, Johnny. What stood out from that was that, look, they're playing it's an FCS schedule. He's, by the way, the first FCS player selected in this draft for the first time ever. The one did not go in the first 2 days of the draft. And that kind of speaks to the NIL era that we're in here in college football. But Proctor played against LSU early in the season, 2 sacks in that game. They had him circle. This is the guy you got to stop, and he still was able to get home and got Garrett Nussmeier to the ground twice in that game. Goes to the Shrine Bowl. He weighs 275, and I'm like, all right, like he needs a lot of development here. The hope would be eventually he can get up like north of 290, and then you're playable at that point. It's kind of a rotational rusher. I thought he was one of the better players down there at the Shrine Bowl back in late January. Caught my eye there, and then go to the combine. We fast forward. He gets invited to Indianapolis. He checks in. He weighs in 293. So he put on 18 pounds between Shrine Bowl and combine. And I'm like, all right, let's see what he looks like here. And he looks phenomenal. It was one of the best position workouts. He tested really, really well. So I'm like, all right, like if in 5 weeks this guy put on 18 pounds and looks like this, what is he going to look like once he gets into an NFL weight program? I think the arrow's pointing up. There was some day 2 buzz on Proctor. So the Cardinals, I think, get good value here at the front of round 3. One of the few upfield penetrating types along the defensive line. I think the arrow's pointing up with this kid. I'm excited about this selection.
You know what? I just went from being kind of encouraged by it to juiced about this pick, just based on – I got to hear what he was what he was putting back the calories for. That's always a fun thing. We remember
Yes.
Barch that was putting down that gross shake in order to kind of up his calorie intake during the pre-draft. But look, I mean, what do you think Proctor has to do? Because there are a couple things against him as far as still under 6'2". Maybe, is he hitting a ceiling at playing at potentially over 290 based on what his true size is? So maybe you could say undersized and then a small school guy. So what does he have to do between now and maybe, the end of the preseason to really kind of potentially work himself into the rotation and the Cardinals be able to kind of utilize this 4th round pick in 2026?
Yeah, I mean, to me, one of the things I love about it, the fact that he did love about it for him, is that the fact that he's an early 4th round pick, he's on the team this year, right? So, all right, like he's got that equity where now he is going to be able to go through the weight program, go through development program, and really try and get given the opportunity to hit that ceiling. And when I saw that he weighed in at 293 out in Indianapolis, that was my concern. I was like, all right, typically when you see some guys put on a lot of that weight, what are they going to look like? Are they going to look a little sluggish? They're not used to necessarily playing at this size. So the fact that he put on all that weight and still looked as good as he did, that gave me a lot of encouragement for, that this guy, the arrow is still pointing up in that way. So I do think that this guy can get north of 300. I am interested. I'm sure that that might be part of the questioning here in the when he does meet with the media. It's like, all right, like, how'd you put this weight on? What did you do? I don't know if he's waking up at 3 a.m. and pounding like 3 PB&Js and going back to sleep or what. But I think when you're looking at this player, there's a lot to get excited about. He still is very raw. Watching him on tape, it's not like, he he's got all the traits to develop. The physical tools are there, but from a refinement standpoint, coaching standpoint, like a lot will be put on Nick Rawls and that defensive coaching staff, namely the defensive line coach, to get the most out of him and really kind of coach him up. But the traits are all there to get excited about him.
Yeah, and the trait that I think most of us are impressed with, Fran, is the ability to get upfield and sack the quarterback. Yeah. And you talk about his twitchiness and his get-off. I'm seeing clips on Twitter. He dominated LSU in that game earlier in 2025. I mean, you take him at the top of the 4th round as a potential rotational player early on, but has the potential to grow into a starting role, do you not?
Yeah, I think that he's got starting traits for sure. And look, it's, you don't want to necessarily go there, but in terms of one of the players that I wrote down for him as a potential outcome, like, all right, if he reaches that upside, what could he be? And this player was a third-round pick coming out of UCLA. Was a bigger program. Also, Digizua was a guy that he was kind of reminded me of, and this is a player that is now in the NFC West, getting traded from Dallas to the San Francisco 49ers. That's the kind of upfield penetrator. He's really good on like stunts and twists and, being able to, be put on the move, leverage that athleticism, get home to the quarterback. And so when I look at Proctor, there's a lot to be excited about here with this pick, guys. I like this selection here for Monti Ossenfort.
Yeah, I love the insight on Proctor. I'm going to shoehorn in one more last question about Carson Beck.
Let's do it.
We got to sleep quickly on this one, Fran. It's been a polarizing pick around the Cardinals fan base for obvious reasons. Your thoughts? I mean, you understood the value of taking Beck there. Any more thoughts on Beck being in part of the Cardinals quarterback room and maybe what his role could be this season?
To me, guys, the way I always look at it, if you don't have a quarterback, you keep taking cuts, right? You keep taking swings. You guys saw this up close with Seattle. When they go out and they sign Matt Flynn, and then they're like, oh, we still don't know if we have it. He hasn't played it down yet. Let's take this quarterback in the third round out of Wisconsin in Russell Wilson, right? You always continue to take swings there until you've got your guy. And so obviously they miss out on Ty Simpson in first round, second round, however that would have gone. So you miss out on Ty Simpson on night one. You don't have your answer for quarterback. Hey, maybe we take one next year. Taking a quarterback at the top of the third round does not preclude you from taking one down the road. Now, if Carson Beck comes in and he looks awesome and he looks like the player that many thought would be a first-round pick midway through his career at Georgia, and you say, all right, now you wipe your hands clean, we can keep moving on. We can spend our 2027 assets elsewhere. And next year's draft is not just strong at quarterback, it's strong at every position. Like, there are a lot of guys to get excited about in that class. And so this is a good problem to have where if Beck comes in and looks like a future starter, great. If not, you use the third round pick to try and take an attempt there. And I still think he's got the upside of being a high-end backup. And that, to me, that is worth a third round selection at that position. So I'm perfectly fine with taking a swing where they did at that spot.
And who are you surprised is still available as we, about midway point of the fourth round here? I like, a couple of these wide receivers. Bell out of UConn, Sharar out of Indiana was super productive last year. Is there anybody that jumps out to you that, like, hey, if he makes it to the Cardinals pick of the fifth round, I would highly consider this player?
Yeah, I believe Connor Liu, the center from Auburn, is still there. That would be one I would keep an eye on. Just, again, always kind of addressing the offensive line. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. This is Yelda Froldholt is going into a contract year. So that would be a guy I would definitely keep an eye on. Younger player with traits. He's coming off a torn ACL. I would imagine that has kind of impacted the value a little bit because he tore it in the middle of the season. Malik Muhammad, the corner from Texas. This is a player that I think has traits that you can develop. But again, are you going to take another corner after the success they've had at that spot? In drafting in recent years. So I would look at that one. Denied Dennis Sutton from Penn State, a little bit of a surprise that he's still available. So those would be some of the the big names that have stood out. Jalen Farmer. Would you take another guard after taking Basantis? Probably not. But just looking best players on the board. Those are the standout names right now.
Surratt goes to the Ravens with the most recent pick. 15 touchdown catches for the national champions. As we look at the 4 rounds and selections that the Arizona Cardinals have made, Jeremiyah Love, you got Basantis, Beck, and now Proctor. How do you kind of overall grade this draft more than halfway through now?
To me, it can't be any worse than a B, and you could swing me on it being an A. We talked about the Jeremiyah Love pick, and we could talk about position value and things like that, and where you're at in terms of the team build. I think those are all valid arguments. That said, Jeremiyah Love's an awesome player, right? And so to me, if you want to say we want to collect awesome players, he's the best player on our board, I'm fine there. We talked about Basantis. I think it's a good player. Would you rather have been a tackle? Sure. But I do think that you can't go wrong with adding quality offensive linemen. We already talked about Beck. We talked about Proctor. So I think they've added 4 good players, 4 good bets at some premium position. You get premium position players, and then you get good players at non-premium spots. I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, Fran, I just feel like you can't force it, right? And that's what this draft has been about for Monti. They clearly had high grades on all these players, especially 2, 3, and 4, where they just kind of stick and pick. They got their picks in quickly. We're going to keep you on line one here. We're hoping that they make some trades. They haven't made a trade in the draft yet. Let's start packaging these 6 and 7s. I know we're sickos, but I'd love to see Monty be aggressive here ahead of round 5.
Hey, you know what? Tell Monty, get on the horn. I know you got him on speed dial, Johnny. Tell him to call Howie Roseman, because we're here in Philly. They only have two day 3 picks here. They'd love to be able to add more selection. So, to package some of those 6 and 7s, call Howie Roseman and let's get this thing rolling.
Love the insight. Hopefully get to talk to you a couple more times. Maybe just not at the very end. Maybe we can make that happen.
Come on.
I don't know if Howie and Monty, if they're on speaking terms after the first draft Monty had. But we'll see. We'll see if they maybe buried that little feud. But, Fran, great insight. And I think the Cardinals fan base is now fired up about Kaleb Proctor.
That's right. Appreciate it, guys. We'll talk soon.
Great stuff from our guy, Fran Duffy. We're going to jump back into your Super Chats, but let's take our first break here as it relates to the 2026 NFL Draft Day 3. We're back around the corner. Stick with us. But first, I want to tell you about our friends, Mountain America Credit Union. Everyone needs a checking account, but what about a checking account with built-in benefits, right? Like, it's when I come into the studio and I'm like, what can I have for free? What can I take? What's mine that I didn't earn, right? Well, the difference is with Mountain America's My Style checking account, they have perks for you, and they want you to feel good about it, right? How about restaurant deals, mobile phone protection, identity theft protection, loan rate discounts, telehealth access, offers on travel and events, and so much more. Again, everybody's got a meat and potatoes checking account, and they can provide that with tremendous service. But again, those My Style benefits for your lifestyle is what separates Mountain America Credit Union. Visit macu.com/mystyle to apply. And again, if you're new to the scene, if you're new to Mountain America Credit Union, rest assured, this is not something that just came up overnight. This is not a flash in the pan. This is a staple of the Southwest. They've opened up back in the 1930s. How about that? How about a checking account in the 1930s? What did that look like? Pen and paper? 100-plus branches across Arizona, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, and so much more. How about this? 1.2 million members. Is that good? I would suffice to say people like what they see from Mountain America Credit Union. You can too. macu.com/mystyle to apply. That's macu.com/mystyle to apply. Mountain America Credit Union. Level up your checking account game today, Bo.
If there were a draft for the lawyers in Arizona, number 1 pick, easily, it's the husband and wife law team. Of course, in the pre-draft process, you do your research, and that's so important what you do when you need to hire a lawyer after a serious injury or accident. And when you do that research, it's always going to land back to Mark and Alexis Breyer, the husband and wife law team. Here's what separates them from the rest of the pack. I mean, you'll drive down I-10. I did going out to our draft locations the last 2 days, and you'll see just lawyer team after lawyer team after lawyer team. But what separates the husband and wife law team is their hundreds of years of combined trial experience, and they're certified specialists in key areas. It's personal injury and wrongful death. And that's a title that's held by less than 1% of lawyers in Arizona. And the other thing that's key is that they are ready to go to trial for you. They're not just going to try to settle and just get it, set it and forget it, and you're on with the rest of your life. And you're just like, well, I got all these lawyer fees. I barely got anything.
Yeah.
I've gone through all this pain and anguish. What's the deal? No, they're going to go fight for you. And if their fee is more than you get in their case, well, they're going to combat that. They're going to lower their fee so you make more than you have to pay the husband and wife law team. Call them today. I highly encourage it. If you've suffered an injury or have been in an accident or unfortunately there's a wrongful death, 602-783-8841. That's 602-783-8841. Check out the link in the show notes. Tell them Bo and Johnny PHNX Cardinals sent you.
Hit that like button. I want to remind everybody right now, we dropped a little news last night, the exclusive ALLCITYshop.com, which is available right now for everybody. We had a love collection drop last night. There it is, red and black. Love collection right now. Get them in the chat. We're going to put the link in the show notes. You can find it on social media. The hottest tee in the valley. It's like we've had so much fun during this draft. I'm so fired up about the players. This team got flipping Jeremiyah Love 3rd overall, and you can rep our new Love collection at gophnx.com. And I think it's vaulted up to my favorite shirt we've ever done, and I can't wait to have it in both colors. And yes, I steal things in studio, but I will purchase this shirt with my own hard-earned money. Several. My 11-year-old son's like, I need one. Absolutely. He said he's going to cut off the sleeves on it.
Wow.
And rep it during flag football. I said, I'll allow it.
I like that. That's some swag that you don't have. Must have gotten this from his mom. But, yeah, excited about the Love collection. Yeah, the Love shirt, baby. The Love shirt. Checking it out. Also, it's interesting. He brought up the center position. Our guy Fran Duffy did. And Yelda Froholt, we had heard during our time, I think, around the Super Bowl. Everything kind of jumbles together between, different stops during the offseason. Yelda Froholt is in for a pay raise. I think he's somebody that they work out another extension with this maybe this season or maybe this offseason. I think you look at the extension candidates. I mean, no doubt about it. At the top of the list, you got Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah.
I think Yelda Froholt is in that. He's in that prime center age. I think you lock him in. You think about him being in the last year of this extension that he signed. You get him. Sure, you can bring in a young, developmental center, but Yelda Froholt still is your starting center going forward.
We had heard too at the Super Bowl that he wanted a new deal, as you mentioned. We had heard that. I think the Cardinals will happily pay that. I think that it's not going to cost a ton. Yelda Froholt is too valuable. And here's what I will say. The best thing that Drew Petzing ever did for this franchise was he found Yelda Froholt.
Yeah.
That wasn't a Monty thing. We have that triple sourced. Drew Petzing got Yelda Froholt here. Now, Clayton Adams, I think, developed him and then took him to that next level. And if you're Justin Fry, it's like a cold, dark place in hell is when you don't have a center.
Right.
Especially if this team is going to be drafting a rookie quarterback this year and or next year. The future of this offensive line is going to look like this. Paris Johnson Jr., Yelda Froholt, Isaac, help me pronounce his last name.
Sayamalu.
Yeah.
Chase, what's Chase's last name? Basanto?
Yeah,
Basantis. And then they're going to go out next year and they're going to spend $60, $70 million on a right tackle.
Yeah.
Unless Elijah Wilkinson plays well, and that's great. But I would say they're going to go out, they're going to get a right tackle next year to either help protect Carson Beck or a quarterback in 20. Like here's I'm going to swear on air here. Here's the bullshit with the national media. The Cardinals' offensive line was a plus unit for 2 years. They lost their position coach. They had injuries, and now it's suddenly the worst unit in the NFL. Like people are treating it like a poverty unit. It couldn't run block last year. A big part of that was Clayton leaving, and Drew couldn't course correct. You got to trust Mike LaFleur now. And as much as Tip Ryman was overdrafted, he has value with this team as an ability to set the perimeter, to set the edge. I expect, and I said this on last night's broadcast, I expect the Arizona Cardinals to have a plus running game this year back in the top 12. And Jeremiyah Love should be the front runner for NFL Rookie of the Year. Like people think he's going to run into a brick wall like little Ashton Genty with the Las Vegas Raiders last year. Jeremiyah Love is 6'1". He's 6'1". And the Arizona Cardinals are going to have a plus interior offensive line this year. They have the 34th overall pick. They have one of the best run blocking guards in the NFL that they got from Pittsburgh. And they've got Yelda Froholt. Like, they have one liability, assuming that the kid out of Texas A&M can play. Which, by the way, I watched some of his tape last night. His feet at the combine were excellent.
Yeah.
He is a phenomenal pass protector. Elijah Wilkinson is a liability. Okay. Outside of that, like, if they stay healthy, the offensive line will be fine. Will be 100% fine. Like, I can rip the Cardinals for a lot of things. Horrendous decisions at quarterback this offseason, not aggressive enough in free agency. You can make the argument they should have added pieces defensively, big name guys. Their offensive line is not a problem, right? The national media, just not educated there. They'll be fine.
And Wilkinson, I mean, you can crush him all you want, but as far as you look at his splits and how he graded out, I mean, decent, especially in zone run blocking, which that's what the Arizona Cardinals are expected to do.
Right.
He was very successful in that. He struggles more so as a pass blocker, but as far as a run blocker, he's right there. He's average to above average. You'll take that with Wilkinson, especially with what they're going to try to do with where the quarterback room currently is. This is going to be a run-first team. They're going to try to get back to establishing the run. They're going to try to help out the defense. That's going to bode well for the entirety of the roster. So, yeah, this idea that they are completely undermanned on the offensive line is pretty far from the truth. They're down now, officially just one spot with clarity as far as the future of that position. So I'll take it. Just one of the interesting prospects that a lot of people had on their radar just went off the board. Denise Sutton from Penn State goes to an old friend. Jonathan Gannon's going to get this toolsy outside linebacker, edge rusher, defensive end, whatever you want to call him.
We love you, Sutton. JG. We miss you. We hope you're well, and good luck with the Green Bay Packers.
So the Packers saw him as a fit for JG's defense.
I think like he was a fit for the Cardinals. Like they like guys who are 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" to play edge rusher. Mm-hmm. They don't like little compact guys. And the concern for a lot of those edge rushers that were available on day 2, Bo, early, they were smaller guys with baby arms, with shorter arms, right? The kid from Cassius Howell had shorter arms, right? Zion Young was okay, was fine. The edge rushers that you would have liked went in the first round because obviously. So you can't force it. Here's what I'm going to tell people who are like freaking out about the edge rushers, okay? Sweat had 12 sacks. He was fantastic. Ojulari, I think, has a chance to pop in a contract year. Ojulari was going to have 10 sacks 2 years ago. His knee exploded. Yeah. And then he had a setback. And so last year, it took him a minute to get going. If he does not go down this year, I will make a prediction right now. We can cut this. B.J. Ojulari will have between 6 to 8 sacks this year. Jordan Birch, I have not seen the kind of explosiveness that you want. He's got power, and maybe you can kick him inside on certain passing downs. But, like, we have to see what he has there. Baron Browning and Zaven Collins are depth guys. Put them off to the side. We know what they are and what they aren't. Ojulari has the best chance because he's got Nick Rollis in the same scheme to produce. And then, like, oh, by the way, this is a big but, health permitting, Walter Nolan, if he's healthy, will have a plus year rushing the quarterback. Now, can he duplicate what Calais did last year? That's asking a lot. And I know people are concerned about edge rusher. I think that, like, there was a very specific set of circumstances for the Cardinals to get an edge, and it started with David Bailey, and then he wasn't available. Have you guys seen what the New York Giants are planning to do with Arvell Reese? He's playing off-ball linebacker. There was not another edge rusher that made sense. Reuben Bain went in the middle of the first round. NFL GMs told you, fair or not, what they thought of him in the top 10. Not worth the top 10 pick. Arvell Reese, not a true edge rusher. I think, like, you want to take a fringe guy on early day 2. Mm-hmm. You know, somebody put it in the chat. I agree with that. Like, rarely does that work out. Ojulari, you took a top 50 pick. Let's see it through here. And if you stink, next year go out and buy one. Go out and take one high. But you couldn't force it this year. You needed to force it at quarterback. And then, oh, by the way, you got the best player in the draft.
Yeah. And both of those selections, you know, they're heavily criticized. I mean, obviously polarizing. They've got obviously those who celebrate or understand it, but then there's the critics out there, heavy criticism, which I think is unwarranted. Like, you talked about Reese. Oh, he's playing off-ball linebacker because he played off-ball linebacker in college, and that's what he is with pass rush upside. Everybody's, you know, bitching and moaning about Love going 3 overall. They don't give a shit that off-ball linebacker went 5th in the draft, and it's being celebrated. And then it's like, well, okay, you got to lean into premium position, so make your case for which premium position player was worthy of taking 3rd overall.
Yeah.
Just so you know, just like the first Giants player we mentioned plays a non-premium position. Guess where Francis Mauigoa plans to start his career for the New York Giants?
Tell us, Bo.
He's going to play guard. They drafted him 10th overall. They've got 2 tackles already set up. They brought a Luminor back at right tackle. Yeah. And obviously Andrew Thomas at left tackle. Francis Mauigoa is going to be their starting right guard. 10th overall pick. And everybody's like, woo, what a pick by the Giants. Are you seeing what the masterclass that John Harbaugh and Joe Shane are putting on? They took a linebacker and they took a guard, 5th and 10th in the draft.
Can we play a little? Let's play a little game.
Okay.
Called How Many Premium Positions Went in the Top 10?
All right.
Fernando Mendoza.
Yep, that's one.
David Bailey. 2. Carnell Tate, which I'm not taking. That's Carnell Tate. Come on.
I don't know. I think he's going to be a good player.
At 4th overall,
I think Jordan Tyson probably should have been the pick there, but I still think Carnell.
Think about top 5 receivers, though, Noah.
Right, that have gone.
Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, like Calvin Johnson. Like, he's not in the same conversation as far as those, even as a prospect.
Yeah.
Those
I would
guys
say
were freaks.
like a Jackson Smith and Jigba prospect as he was drafted. Not now, because obviously JSN
which was in the 20s.
Right.
Yeah.
But like this draft is, it's weird.
Okay.
You think about, all right, so Mendoza, Bailey, Tate, Jordan Tyson, and then Spencer Fano if he's a tackle.
He is.
So there 5. So 5 of the 10.
But do you take Fano at 3?
No.
Right.
5 of the 10 picks in the top 10 were not quote unquote premium picks, and then if you include pick 11, was his safety. We had in the top 10 a running back, 2 off-ball linebackers, a guard, and a. Did I miscount that? And a running back.
Yeah.
It's not the year to nitpick. It's not the year to look at draft grades and think premium position. Like, the Cardinals have done that. Think about this. We posted this on Twitter. Monti Ossenfort has only ever gone premium positions at 1-2 in the first 2 picks, first and second round, dating back to what, 2020 with the Tennessee Titans? This year, he went running back and guard. It's just how the draft fell this year.
Yeah.
Like, the Cardinals have had enough premium positions. They need to see it through. With Ojulari, with Will Johnson, with Darius, with Walter Nolan, these guys need to play, and then we'll make a decision about them at the end of the year. I think the majority of them are going to perform. Like, what if B.J. Ojulari has a plus year? Then you flip and franchise him, and you say, do it again.
Right.
And you try to see it through. There are crazier scenarios that have happened in the NFL. I think B.J. Ojulari is going to start an edge rusher for this team, and at least will be the starter on third down. You don't think so? Who's going to start? Zaven Collins and his 1 sack? Baron Browning and his no production?
I'm sorry.
I'm sick of watching those guys not rush the passer.
I know you are, but he's Zaven Collins. And I know you're gonna hate this, but he's the janitor of that defensive front. He does all the dirty work. He's got his mop and bucket.
He doesn't perform.
But look, it's a position that's a rotation, right? And if B.J. Ojulari is playing more snaps, I think that's more what you need to look at.
He played a lot at the end of last year.
He blew, like we said, his knee exploded. He tore 3 ligaments, had a complete reconstruction of his knee. It was going to take some time. The fact that he played last season, I think, was a plus. And now, like, can he stay healthy? Can he continue to trend back?
Wouldn't you just rather have a plus guy with upside play that position, though?
Yeah, but then there's value in what Zaven does for the rotation. Like, I think if they can all play their role at a high level, yeah, that's what you'll take. Like, Josh Sweat's the guy. And then everybody else, if they can all play their role, as you've got your bullpen of pass rushers, you've got the guy that fits in more kind of the run or can drop in coverage or do everything like Zaven. You got your guy that comes in and throws 100 and it's B.J. Ojulari that's going to be able to pin his ears back and get after the quarterback. Mm-hmm. You'll take that. And then whenever kind of Baron Browning, he does everything just kind of well, but doesn't excel at anything. Like, and then Jordan Burch, you're hoping for him to take a step forward. But
can I just say, Walter Nolan playing, it will help everybody.
It did. Yeah, it did when he was truly healthy coming off the injury and what they were able to do in Dallas. But, that was so far, that was kind of the outlier performance from defense in 2025.
They have talent at the position. It's untapped. Like, Jordan Burch was a top 100 pick. You got to see what he is.
Yeah.
And I think if you're Monty, like, you can admit, I missed on Isaiah Adams. I missed on Trey Benson, right? Because we've given those guys opportunities, and they haven't taken advantage of them. Ojulari, they have seen the talent, and when he's healthy, he can produce. Mm-hmm. Jordan Burch, second year pop contribution, right? Like, we're not ready to bury those guys yet.
Yeah.
And you can't afford to. Whereas with a guard and a running back, when you've got a Hall of Fame caliber running back, goodbye, Trey. When you've got one of the best guards in the draft that falls to you at 34 that could have gone in the first, see Isaiah, go to the bench. That's when you have that kind of plus staring you in the face. Like, if there had been a pass rusher at 34 that was supposed to go in the first round, like if Malachi Lawrence was there at 34, I think they probably would have taken him. But he wasn't there. The 20s were a bloodbath for tackles and edge rushers. So, fair or not, when you make all these picks, sometimes
Lawrence
guys
the guy the Cowboys reached on or went up and got him? Yeah.
The Niners were going to take him, it sounds like, right after Dallas, and so then that's why they traded down. It came. Malachi Lawrence was a hot button commodity here in the first round. So I don't know. I think that I would rather do the strategy that they're doing than just say, hey, you know, we had minimal sacks last year. We got to get more edge rushers in here. I disagree with that.
Let's catch you up on the draft. We, of course, had the Cardinals take Kaleb Proctor fourth in the fourth round. We got you all the way up to the Chiefs pick. We'll go from there. Cade Klubnik, another quarterback off the board. QB5 in this draft goes to the Jets. Cage Casey, Boise State tackle, goes to the Broncos. Another tackle, Penn State, Drew Shelton, goes to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Jalen Farmer, Kentucky guard, goes to the Colts. Devin Moore, Florida corner, goes to the Cowboys. Elijah Surratt, the talented wide receiver who led the nation in touchdowns for Indiana, he goes to the Ravens. Keontae Scott, interesting defensive back out of Miami. He stays in the state. He joins a bunch of defensive players for the Bucs as they're trying to rebuild that group for Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
They struggled against every team but the Cardinals down the stretch. Jimmy Rolder, he is a Michigan linebacker. He's staying in the state. Man, Lions win with a lot of in-state guys.
They typically like to do that, and they take these under-the-radar picks like Jimmy. Like, they drafted a guy named Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy Rolder.
I don't know. Sometimes
that's what makes you skeptical of the pick?
Brad Holmes gets a little cute with some of these late-round picks sometimes.
I like it. Like, everybody's nitpicking. He's like, Jimmy?
I mean,
like a guy named Jimmy?
When's the last time a Jimmy's been good in the NFL outside of Garoppolo? I guess
Jimmy Smith?
Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Graham.
Yeah,
no?
Lots of good Jimmys.
Wow, stand corrected here.
Maybe Jimmy low-key is going to be a dog.
Jimmy's going to play well.
All right.
Jimmy likes
Jimmy likes football.
That's right.
Back-to-back edges go after a good old Jimmy Jam. Wesley Williams from Duke goes to the Jags. Danny Denise Sutton goes from Penn State to the Green Bay. Jonathan Gannon's got a freakish athlete, going to be able to come off the edge. Caden Wedgen from Iowa, wide receiver. Going to Pittsburgh. And then a really fast running back, Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas. He's going to go to Vegas. And then Wade Wood is Clemson linebacker is the latest pick off the board as the Bears are getting their selection in right now.
I'm not sure how I feel about this international fan.
Yeah, he's a goofy dude.
He's a little bit of a slob kebab here going on.
Wow.
He's getting after it,
He's got
though.
the Caleb Williams nail polish
He is. They go Malik Muhammad, that was just being talked up by Fran Duffy, so good pick for the Chicago Bears. Sutton to the Ravens is a good pick.
Yeah.
Somebody that I wanted the Cardinals to look at. Do you think they go wide receiver in the 5th round? Do you think they look at that other Texas Tech wideout at some point that they brought in for a top 30?
Yeah, Virgil. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Here are the best available wide receivers: Skylar Bell, Deion Burks, Bryce Lance, Kevin Coleman, Jeff Caldwell. Virgil is about a little bit lower on the board here. Maybe you could get him in the 6th round. He's 6'3", 187, so he's really lean. Let me ask you this. So do we think they did a top 30 visit with the guard, the 2nd-round guard?
I would imagine. I would guarantee they met with him at the Combine.
And then went to the Pro Day.
Yeah. I don't know if there was a guy that, did they need to get that information? That's the one thing about Beck is they clearly did their homework on Beck, the guy.
Yeah.
That's something we emphasized last night after the pick. That was something that was echoed and reiterated today by Tom Pelissaro. And it was something that, Mike LaFleur even mentioned in his post-draft press conference last night.
Yeah.
He mentioned he liked the adversity that Beck has faced and how he's come back.
I do too.
And it's a fascinating kind of just ride to the NFL. But to stay back, with this class, I think there's a good chance that Basantis was somebody they brought in. But that's something we can confirm, I think, down the line.
Well, if it is,
we talk to Chase.
The streak is alive because they brought in Jeremiyah Love, they brought in Carson Beck, they brought in Caden Proctor. Caden Proctor took a top 30, came to the facility. Yeah. So, fair or not, Monty wants to throw water on it. If you're coming to the facility, and that's why we're so diligent trying to get these reports, talking to our guy Mike G, it's like they're gonna really consider drafting.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, they would have taken Ty Simpson had he become available. Skylar Bell goes to the Buffalo Bills. Noah's disappointed here. Bills have back-to-back picks. That's a nice pick for Buffalo. Yeah, some good value here at receiver. Here's another point I want to make on Carson Beck that I touched on yesterday. I like the transfer aspect of it. I too think it builds character, and I think if you look at the NFL and the history of this league, guys who have been overlooked, whether it's Purdy at Iowa State, transfer Jalen Hurts, get out of here Oklahoma, Tua's the guy now. I think that builds character, and it allows you in the NFL to overcome things that maybe guys like, I don't know, Zach Wilson at BYU, everything's perfect for me, failure at the NFL level. I think we see that a lot. Go back to Matt Leinart, perfect scenario at USC, couldn't handle the rigors of the NFL. And this is a point I've made in the past. If you're going to be the franchise quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals, the number one attribute that you have to have is you have had to seen some shit in your life and overcome it and be able to come here and say, I can take this historically dysfunctional franchise and I can elevate them.
Yeah.
Not, hey, I'm undefeated at LSU or Texas, Arch Manning, and I'm going to come to the Cardinals and it's going to be, hey, first-class, five-star, everything. You're an afterthought in the NFL, much less the NFC West. I think it's the perfect kind of set of circumstances for a Carson Beck to come in here and know what he's getting and say, hey, I've done this before. I've seen this before. Doesn't mean it's going to work out, but I think it's worth the risk.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's regardless of what, profession you're in or just anything as you go through kind of your life in your 20s and your 30s and you face adversity and you come through on the other side of it, you're better for it, right? Mm-hmm. If you think about if Carson Beck goes from state champion quarterback in Florida to Georgia and he's on easy street the entirety through his Bulldogs career, and it comes to fruition that he was the top 10 quarterback that at one point he was, and he gets selected, he faces that adversity and doesn't learn those tough lessons at the collegiate level, at the pro level.
Yep, no doubt about it.
That's disastrous for an NFL franchise. So the fact that, now more so than ever, the college game mimics the pro game by making money, and, obviously the locker rooms are very similar and there's so much at stake. And Carson Beck has been in that kind of that ecosystem for the entirety of his collegiate career. I think there's an advantage to it. I mean, you don't want him to revert back. You want those tough lessons that happen to kind of resonate and stick with Carson Beck. And it seems as far as the Cardinals, I know that they were pushed up against the wall here as far as the quarterback position, but they feel comfortable with him. I think, and McShay was saying this, is just as far as where it was a stark difference between how things ended in Georgia and how things went at the U in Miami.
Doesn't that sound like Oklahoma with Jalen Hurts? I know Jalen Hurts, he was benched. He was benched for Tua. And they said, hey, you're not really in our plans. We think Tua's a much better thrower of the football. You're more of a runner. And then he went and won the Heisman Trophy. I mean, it's like, it's tough to take two programs to national championships. And you think about, like, Georgia, sure, Stetson Bennett, that was a freight train from hell with Kirby Smart. I mean, Miami's really good with Mario Cristobal. Miami has not been relevant nationally for a long time. I mean, Cristobal made Oregon relevant. You knew he was going to raise the stakes at Miami. But for Beck to immediately come there, they paid a premium for him. Mm-hmm. And went.
Emma, our social media head over here, was saying that he's taking a huge pay cut from college, $4.5 million to just over $1 million.
I just think they're not going to learn anything about Carson Beck, figuratively speaking, until they put him on the field and he plays in games. Because I think that Beck is not going to wow you in practice. He just needs to minimize mistakes and show an ability to lead the offense. Like, the Kyler Murray experience was a roller coaster, but when he was hot, like, nobody threw a better deep ball in his heyday. The mobility was out of control. Like, you saw that in practice. You saw that every day. You're not going to see that with Carson Beck, but you have to play him. You have to know, can he respond? I mean, I think about Monty's comments last night were pretty telling. It's like, well, he's played and won a lot of big games.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, okay, let's see what he can do. I'm excited for the pick. I'm excited to watch him at training camp, OTAs, and, of course, in the preseason. I'm excited to see inevitably where he falls on this quarterback depth chart.
Not many big names coming off the board here recently. As we told you, Skylar Bell from UConn goes to Buffalo. They had back-to-back selections. They take Kaleb Alarms or a linebacker out of TCU. Niners, hopefully their nightmare draft continues. They've got the pick in here. Let's take a look at the Niners draft. Let's take a look around the division as far as how things have gone for the Cardinals' rivals that obviously all three of them made their way to the postseason. It's tough to poke fun at them, so if we can find any kind of sliver of an opportunity to do so, we do it. Taking a look at the Niners draft, they trade down, they take Stribling, the Ole Miss wide receiver. They take the edge, Romello Height out of Texas Tech. They take Kalen Black, running back out of Indiana, and then Grayson Halton, a defensive lineman out of Oklahoma. We'll get the latest pick from them. Also, let's see, the Rams. Let's take a look at the Rams draft real quick before we get into these super chats. Los Angeles started it, of course, by taking Ty Simpson, 13th overall, and then ended up taking a tight end later in the draft. Why can't I find the Rams draft?
Because it's so bad, you have to put a disclaimer on it.
There it is.
You have to put a MA for mature disclaimer.
Max Clare from Ohio State, and then Keegan Trost, a Missouri tackle. They'll be on the board again with that just unbelievable plethora of picks.
Yeah.
In the 6th round. Those are their 3 picks before they're back. They've got 3 7th-rounders.
Can I say something? Last year, watching the draft, it was obvious when you and I sat here, Cardinals notwithstanding, that the Seahawks dominated the draft with the players that they got, right? The safety, the second-round safety, and he was unbelievable. Like, their draft was really strong. I mean, like, who's having a better draft than the Cardinals in the NFC West? Like, Seattle took the other running back out of Notre Dame.
I like Seattle's draft.
They're fine. It's fine. Rams draft, for you, underwhelming.
Yeah.
Niners draft,
poop sandwich.
On the surface, reaches and underwhelming. You trust Kyle Shanahan, but like Cardinals have a chance. This is the most impactful draft in the NFC West. They're not going to win the West. I'm not saying that, but like you need to start stacking drafts like this with players that are hitting at quality positions that can come in and contribute right away, so that that's how you overtake these teams.
Yeah.
There were too many years, fair or not, where the Seahawks, every time we left the draft, it's like, shit, they got Byron Murphy in the teens, right? Or it's like the Rams had 2 picks and they nailed them on the edge rusher from Florida State, and then they got the defensive tackle. Yeah. And while the Cardinals missed on Darius, like that's not happening this year on the surface level. Cardinals, and you saw John Lynch when he was asked about Ty Simpson, who'd he bring up? We gotta stop Jeremiyah Love. Jeremiyah Love is a problem for the rest of this division. Like, people are going to overreact on Carson Beck night and day. Cardinals got the best player in the draft that has the most upside and immediate impact in 2026. And the NFC West knows that.
Yeah. Kyle Haley getting us back into the Super Chats. I thought I read somewhere this morning that Monty turned down 8 trade offers yesterday to stay 3rd-round pick. So, for the Beck pick?
I thought I read something this morning that Monty turned down 8 trade offers. Wouldn't shock me. They wanted Carson Beck.
Yeah.
And Carson Beck would have become probably a Pittsburgh Steeler. Like this is the quarterback they wanted after Ty Simpson was gone. We heard it yesterday from Schultz and a bunch of people that they wanted him.
Right. Yeah, we kicked off our draft coverage. I mean, it was one of those telegraph moves. And it came to fruition at 65th overall. I mean, you see what is thrown around to trade up in the 3rd round. Like, what do you get from it? You get a couple throwaway selections.
Yeah.
You move down, and there's not a whole lot of value in kind of maneuvering there. If there's a guy you like, you take him. And they took 3rd quarterback in this draft. They took Carson Beck. Our guy Brian G. How do you guys feel about Keith Abney, corner from ASU?
I think that would be a great value homegrown pick in the 5th round. Do we have some highlights, Noah, we want to play? We got it. We got a highlight here that I got to make sure we get to here. It's not of Jayden Proctor. It's not of.
We'll get into that later. Let's get
pick.
Yeah, we'll get to. We've got some prospect videos. Yes. I guess that we're gonna play. This is new to me, but I like Abney. I don't think there's a fit. It's just a crowded cornerback room for the Cardinals. I want more for Abney to go elsewhere and get some.
Garrett Williams gone.
Even with Garrett Williams gone.
Interesting.
You got Starling Thomas coming back. I know he plays outside. You've got Will Johnson, of course, Max Melton.
Yeah.
I liked what I saw from Denzel Burke. I think you've got more than enough guys to fill that room out. I think Abney would just kind of get lost in the shuffle. Elijah Jones, like what are they going to do with the former third-round pick? Finally made his NFL debut after a long delay. We'll see what if they can do anything with the former product from BCU. Desert Vulture, he's jumping in. Let's see. As I in some of the chat stated, coaching upgrade is actually our first pick, and this will change the competitiveness of the Cards. Do not doubt that.
It's the biggest wild card. It's like, can Mike LaFleur do this? Is he built for this? Can he get this done? The hardest part, I think, for you and I to come to grips with is just like, as much as we like Jonathan Gannon, it's just like the product was so bad.
Right.
At the end of last year, you couldn't defend it, especially like defensively.
Mm-hmm.
The offense, you could have easily said, we're firing Drew, we're moving on. Our defense played well at the end of the year. They couldn't stop anybody.
Right.
So I think you're right, Desert Vulture. And again, like for people freaking out about the defense this year, they got an offensive head coach. They have weapons. Like they're going to score points this year. They're not going to be like some poverty offense. They have too many good players on offense now. As long as the quarterback doesn't wet the bed, whomever it is, they're going to be able to scheme offensive touchdowns with Jeremiyah Love, Trey McBride, Marv, and Michael Wilson, and Kendrick Bourne. You got too many good players on offense. I'm with you, Desert Vulture. I'm excited to watch Mike coach.
Jerry with a G and one R.
Love it.
Thank you for your super chat. Who are you guys expecting for the rest of these picks? Also had fun hanging out with you guys during the draft party.
Thank you, Jerry with a G. Appreciate you, my guy. I mean,
what's that profile pic of right there?
Who is it, Noah?
It looks like Jeremiyah Love, Johnny and Bo from the draft party, and Jerry with a taped on mustache. That's very electric, right?
Yeah,
there.
That's great. I appreciate the efforts there for that profile pic.
Yeah,
Jerry with a G and one R. It's tough to kind of figure out which direction they're going to go. Top 30, let's just get out that list and see who's next on there and who's available, because that's how this draft has gone.
I would say the wide receiver from Texas Tech will be drafted by this team.
Reggie Virgil?
Yeah.
Is that the name?
Has Chris Brazel been drafted yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
He has. He went a while ago. Reggie Virgil, let's see who else.
This Wagner from tackle from Notre Dame, is he still available?
I think what's his first name?
Amale Wagner?
Xavier Thomas out of LSU, I don't
think he
believe.
went.
He did go.
He did? Okay.
Amale Wagner has not been drafted yet.
Okay.
So maybe somebody to watch.
I mean, Jeremiyah Love's tackle. It seems like it could
Oh,
be.
my God. They could room together. Perfect.
I think they'll have enough money to
the
get their own
Texas Tech
places.
defensive lineman, has he gone yet? Tyler, how do you pronounce his last name?
Yes, he went way early.
Okay, I must have missed that.
He went actually
Oh,
after,
yeah, he was the day 2 guy.
Yeah, he went after the Cardinals picked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just the wide receiver from Texas Tech and the right tackle from Notre Dame.
Keeping it going with our guy, the little bro, Das Libra, checking in late night where he's at. I see the stashers are still stashing. I trimmed mine down. I don't think it's an official stash any longer.
No.
Neither is yours.
No, and I was hurt by the fact my wife didn't notice. I'm like, I shaved. She's like, well, you didn't really shave. I'm like, did you see how big the stash was? I tried to blend it in now a little bit.
That thing was a force.
It was. It will never return.
Never?
I don't think so. I think
okay.
I did it for 4 to 6 weeks. I got what I needed out of it. Jeremiyah Love is a Cardinal. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to get greedy.
All right. I see this day. Yes, we had a great time at the draft party both nights. Just incredible experience. We're humbled, we're grateful for just this community, and just blown away by it every time we get to experience, especially in live events.
It's the best part of our job.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Certainly not Cardinals wins. Certainly not the Cardinals winning games.
That we just don't have any of those. We have 19 together.
Yes, so we've averaged. So this will be our 5th season together. We've averaged what 4 or 5 wins per season. That's pretty unbelievable.
Maybe it's the show. Mo AZ Cards fan.
Maybe we should hang it up.
If we go wide receiver, Is it a sub 4.4 speed guy or slot? I think you're on the right path there.
They need a wideout though. I mean, who's the fourth wideout right now?
After Bourne,
looking at their depth chart, probably.
I mean, Weaver is there.
Oh,
but
Devin Duvernay, and Semi Fioco is still on the team.
I forgot about Duvernay.
Somehow Tajon Palmer is still on the team too. That's crazy.
Also, Genesis Smith, Arizona safety, goes pick 131 to the Chargers.
Wow, good for him. A lot of people thought he would go later than that. So fourth rounder. So U of A had a second rounder and a fourth rounder. Good for them.
Some talented defensive secondary players. Camden Olsen. How about this? I'm hoping JG was the problem and Mike can get his team going. Maybe injuries explain how bad last year was. The hopium is real. I just want a team worth the trip from Utah to State Farm Stadium.
I mean, it's an offensive league, and you're banking on an offensive coach now. For fair or not, to go with a defensive head coach, you have to see the return on investment quickly. And I think if the Cardinals could go back with Gannon, they would have done things differently. I think they would have been more aggressive in 2023. And obviously the falling out with Petzing and Kyler and that whole thing, like, it just didn't help the situation. And you had Jonathan Gannon kind of trying to play mediator with that. And it just, at the end of the day, it just didn't work out.
You got to do what's going to translate to ultimately winning football games. And there was too much, I think, of an emphasis of taking care of guys in that locker room, whether it's the roster, the staff.
Yeah.
The culture thing, it's important. We know that, right? We've had bad cultures here before. I think things remain in place for the makings of that culture to continue to be good. But now what can you do that's going to translate to, impacting winning football games on Sunday? 8 picks remain in the 4th round. And then the Arizona Cardinals, are they on the top of the 5th round board, or are they second in the 5th round? I think second.
Second, yeah. So they're
third. They're third.
They're coming up here
in the 5th round. So yeah, about 11 picks from the Cardinals. Nate is great. I do not see what you gain by having JB or Gardner Minshew, Brissett or Minshew start. I would say unless he's truly not ready, the performance is equivalent. You need to start Beck. That will help inform you what you do in 2027.
A lot of it's going to be predicated on, I think, Jacoby Brissett and how much he impresses Mike LaFleur during training camp, how quickly he can pick up the offense, and then can he win a game?
Yeah.
I think if Jacoby Brissett comes out and they can win some games early, which is asking a lot, then he's got a chance to hold on to it. Fair or not, regardless of his performance, when you continue to stack up losses on a team that does not have a clear-cut option at quarterback, that's the quickest way for you to get benched. And Bo and I disagree on this. I firmly believe, even though if Minshew is second on the depth chart, the next quarterback they would go to after Jacoby Brissett, injury notwithstanding, would be Carson Beck. There's not a benefit to you to go to Minshew in October, November, unless, and I have this caveat, this asterisk, unless Beck is just terrible, which we'll know. Like, you'll see it at practice. He's with the third team. It looks disorganized. Like, we'll have that information. So it's not like we have to speculate. But if he looks halfway decent and they're like, okay, there's something here, they're going to play him. But I'm with you. Like, I don't know if I would play him. I would have played Ty Simpson from the jump. I'm not sure I would do that with Carson Beck just yet. I need to see his physical traits a little bit in camp first.
As far as the infrastructure that you need in place to start a collection of backup quarterbacks and a prospect that people you want to find out about, it seems like it's there.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
The schedule's never conducive because you play in the gauntlet division that you do.
Sure.
And the strength of schedule is always high, and you're facing defensive front seven after defensive front seven. But it's all gonna depend on how quickly Carson Beck can get up to speed, because, as I've said before, I think Beck profiles to be a lot like Jacoby Brissett, but Jacoby Brissett has the advantage of going into his 11th season. Like, what he's seen pre-snap so many times, thousands of times before, and what he's going to do, like, it's not all about, like, it's paramount, obviously, to find out what you have in a young quarterback, but it also is so important, especially this Cardinals team this season going into to another big offseason next year is the development of this roster as a whole. And you can't have something that's too detrimental to that.
No, and I'm with you that you need to be able to feed your playmakers in the passing game, and you can't let Carson Beck stand in front of that. And one of the things I think that hurts Carson Beck, like that's out of his control, is like he has. They want to see if he has the it factor when he plays. Winner traits, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be difficult for him to prove himself in practice with a wow factor because there's nothing that he has that exemplifies that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's your point is like, hey, he's on the par with Jacoby and Minshew, right? But think about like, why did Minshew and subsequently Jacoby Brissett play when they were younger players? They had injuries to the quarterbacks above them, specifically Andrew Luck. And I think there was an injury with Jacksonville early on with Minshew. So like that maybe plays a part in it. If we saw like special traits, first of all, Beck would have been drafted a hell of a lot higher.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all going to be based on how he does and how quickly he can pick up this offense and what he looks like. But I have no issue with the pick. I'm rooting for him to succeed. I want him to play. Let's see how they perform.
Yeah, look, Beck, he's got the size. 6'5", over 230 pounds.
He's a huge guy.
He is. He's got the pocket presence, and I think you can make the case he's tough, right? As far as where he lacks, he bit by the turnover bug a little bit too much.
Susceptible to pressure.
Right, susceptible to pressure. And Theo Mackey made that point on Twitter and also in the press conference last night. And then also, maybe the arm strength isn't great.
It's fine.
He's got great touch. That's probably one of his best attributes. So a couple things, like there's some things that you've seen in this league that translate to being able to be a starter. Like high ceiling starter? No, but a guy that can go in there and manage the game and be competent and win some games. So we'll see what they can get out of it and how quickly.
Don't you feel like if he can play, they have the infrastructure to support him?
Yeah, I said that. I mean, with Brissett to Minshew
right.
to
well, you
to
said
Beck.
for the backup QBs, but I mean like a rookie mid-rounder. Like I
included that. I think the entirety of that room,
okay,
regardless of who it is, like it's not a 2018 Rosen situation,
or even a 2023 Cardinals.
Right.
Don't you feel like you think about Dallas when they started Dak Prescott? They had a plus offensive line, obviously, but like skilled players. Remember, they had Dez, they had Zeke. Like the Cardinals. I mean, is this the best collection of skilled players they've had in 10 years?
A long time, and especially it can go even higher. The ceiling is higher,
right?
Because of what you got with a sleeping giant Marv potentially,
right.
But, even if he's just who he is, and you've got Wilson and McBride and the other glue guys in this running back room, especially and where the offensive line is, it's got the makings of something that can be strong, really quickly. Let's get back to these super chats,
and they're all on rookie deals.
Yeah, we're gonna get to this tape here of some elite prospects.
Okay,
Chaz, let the Waymo driver make the final pick.
I don't have an issue with that.
Johnny might be in a Waymo by the final pick.
I just come on, Monty. Let's get 2 5ths. Let's package that 6th and 7th. These guys aren't making the team. Let's go.
Jacob, I don't remember this, but did you slander Oregon? He's not going to tolerate any more Oregon slander.
Did I slander Oregon? I apologize. Pregnant's a good player. He's older.
Yeah, you going in on Dante Moore and just waging war on their quarterback. I'll say, like, Dante Moore is a good quarterback. I don't like who they brought in as their backup from Nebraska.
Oh yeah, the Mahomes
Dylan
cosplay. Yeah. I would rather have Sam.
Dylan Raiola.
I think I'd rather have Sam Levitt than Dante Moore. That's my hot take.
Okay.
That might not age well, but I would rather have Sam Levitt. I think Sam Levitt's gonna have a monster year.
I'd love to see it. I want to see good quarterback. I want to see a strong class. I do. Not just for the Cardinals. We haven't had one on,
Well, it's 2024, yeah. But I also think we talked about it. Like, I think the Cardinals are going to be a desirable destination next offseason for a veteran if Carson Beck doesn't work out. I think that we're going to hear that in free agency. And I think for Matt, for Mike and Monty, depending on where they're picking, that might be their preferred destination.
Byzantine Cardnobi, thank you for the super chat. Nate is right. Start Beck. You've got Love. You've got Trey. You've got Marv. Mike. So many 4-letter words. It's bound to work.
The problem is just like, and as much as I don't want to watch Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, specifically Jacoby, can complete passes to open players.
Mm-hmm.
We have Carson has to do that.
Mm-hmm.
He has to check the boxes that are there to be checked.
Yeah.
How did Brock Purdy win that job? Well, Jimmy G got hurt, but when it was between he and Trey Lance was an accuracy disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Purdy's like, I have plus mobility, and I can complete the passes that are there. And Purdy turns the ball over a lot. That's how he won over Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
If Carson Beck can do that, he will play. But if we're in camp and it's like swing pass to Jeremiyah Love or Tyler Algier and it's not on target or underneath to Mike or Trey, then that's the quickest way for him not to pan out. But if you look at his college tape, that was the best part of his game. Distributor.
Speaking of Oregon, off-ball linebacker Bryce Botcher goes to the Colts.
Bad goatee.
He just can't bump himself.
That's a bad goatee. He would beat my ass if he was in this room, but not doing himself any favors. Either go full beard or shave your face.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's no reason looking like a 1990s MLB slugger.
Yeah.
In the year 2026.
See, here I am ripping Oregon again. He was right.
Yeah, like I said, you can't help yourself. Oh, you look at that. He was a baseball player, so maybe that's where the goatee goes.
Ties.
Our guy Copper State Collector had so much great stuff out there at our night one of the draft. Ended up buying a couple of his collectibles, a couple of figurines that he created there. Love and Beck in 2026 sports card breaks. Pray for my wallet.
I would say, Copper, can I get a Carson Beck figurine for my shelf? No. I need that.
I did ask him if he's got some love in the works, and he was like, hell yeah.
Can you get Can I get a 3D printed Carson Beck head?
Our card collector on the show is Noah. Noah, are you feeling this? Love and Beck 2026 sports card breaks?
Love for sure. I don't know. Cards have priced. They're just too expensive now.
Okay.
The hobby's priced out. The fun of it zapped it out of me.
Hit that like button. Okay, I want to get to something. Then I have to use the restroom.
Ryan's Xavier. I don't know if you can put this up, but Xavier and Harris still on the board. Matt Miller's big board ain't worth the bleep it's used to make it. I love it. I got a big time prediction before we get to the restroom here.
Let's hear it.
And in the very near future, in the month of August, there's going to be a couple nights where Carson Beck's going to look really good in the preseason. Like Carson Beck just profiles as
Emma,
a guy.
can you clip this? What Bo's about to say.
Carson Beck profiles as the college caliber quarterback that comes in and finds success early in the preseason. Like it's gonna happen. Otherwise, then it's Think about close to 50 starts, high leverage situations. He's seen it all that the college game has had. If he's in there against third, fourth, fifth stringers, he's gonna find success. It's not gonna be like watching Clayton Tune just labor through, series after series.
Jeremiah, no, I have to go number one, not number two, my guy. I
thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, appreciate that. I don't disagree. I think a lot of it is going to be predicated on who he's with, but yeah, I mean, like he never embarrasses himself. But he also doesn't have like the bloated stats. Like it's usually like 300 yards passing, 275, 2 touchdowns. And if that's what he can do at the NFL level, that's a starting franchise quarterback. But yeah, I agree with you. I think he's going to look better than people think, and I think people are going to do a 180. I think there's going to be a lot. Like you hear how these like analytic people on Twitter, it's like they lit a pick on fire. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a crazy narrative. We've seen Dylan Gabriel is not an NFL player. Think about that. Dylan Gabriel, who's 5'9", 5'10".
But think about how much success like Shador had in the preseason last year.
Yeah, he made some good throws.
And he had a lot of college experience under his belt. I mean, we even saw some J.J. McCarthy success.
I just feel like the Cardinals' infrastructure offensively, if he were to go out there with the starters, he would look just as good.
But even think about like what they have on the offensive line, guys who've had actual NFL game experience that's going to be in there now.
Now, Gaines and Isaiah Adams will be your second teamers.
Gaines, Adams, Fryer, who got some, Christian Jones, guys who have seen the field. So it shouldn't just be like a tough sledding for him, and he's got immense pressure in his face.
Do you feel like they need to sign another tackle? Like somebody said, Fran said yesterday, could they sign a free agent offensive tackle? I don't know if there's anybody worth signing that right now.
I don't think they will. I think they'll see what they've got with these younger guys.
I mean,
Jones and Fryer, we'll just see what they have.
Well, Fryer was solid at the end of last year. He played a little bit, didn't embarrass himself. Fryer, to me, has a better chance to make the team than Christian Jones does.
Yeah, we'll see.
I know that's a short bar to clear.
I mean, we were at that point last preseason.
Yeah. And we were,
and if it
we
weren't
were
for an
basically
injury,
right. Yeah, I think we would have been right. Desert Dud would love Hetch, Lance, or Perkins Jr. at 143. Perkins Jr. would be great.
He would.
That would be electric.
Trey Lance's brother, the wide receiver in North Dakota State, is that he's looking at?
All right.
You go to the restroom. I'm going to catch everybody up on the rest of the draft. Or should you want me to take a break? Should we do a break?
Can you rip both ads?
Yeah, just give me a second. But yeah, it's been a fun fourth round here with all the comp picks. It's never ending, but I'll spend all Saturday with all you great people out here. Look, your super chats, continue to light those up. You guys are crushing it in the chat. Let's get over 200 likes here. We're right there at 192. Our like goal for today, it is a fairly high bar of 1,000. Let's get higher, close to 1,000 likes here. 200 is the next benchmark that we want to hit. 800 people liking. We can do that easily. Let's see. We are going to get into, of course, update. Bryce Lance, by the way, the brother of Trey Lance, just went off the board to the New Orleans Saints. So they are adding they added a wide receiver at the top of the draft and Jordan Tyson, and then they take a toolsy Bryce Lance, just under 6'4", out of North Dakota State. But let's get into catching you up on the rest of the draft on the other side here. But let's first do this break here on PHNX Cardinals. Love what's going on. Hit that like button. Subscribe to PHNX Sports here on YouTube. Look, managing your monthly expenses no longer have to be a guessing game when it comes to, of course, your energy bill. You want to start to save on energy? Let's talk about it. Go to APS.com/let's talk. With APS budget billing, your payment averaged out over the year, so you can pay about the same every month, because when you live in this Jekyll and Hyde area that we do, the Valley, you get the hot summer months. The sweltering heat, of course, increases those energy bills sky high. Well, in the winter months, you don't have to use nearly as much energy, and you got a real low billing pay. So why not find that average monthly cost for your bills? Every month you get a more predictable payment, helping you plan whether you're saving up for something big like a new car or keeping your monthly budget on track. It's a simple way to control your energy bill more consistent through the year. Find all your options. Manage your bill at aps.com/let's talk. That's aps.com/let's talk. If you're looking to buy or sell your home, look no further than our friend, Cardinals fan, tortured Cardinal fan, just like us, Kim Caballero. Her and her husband, of course, do great work. They've lived here in the Valley for over 20 years. And Kim, she's going to help you find the best options, because she consistently rises to the top, because she's been in the real estate game for over 25 years, helping Arizona families navigate both sides of the market with confidence. And what the true separator is her network. She's talking with investors, builders, developers, kind of connections that give you the real insider insight into property's true potential. Tap into that. Here's the thing we love about working with Kim. When you work with her, you actually work with Kim. She doesn't just hand you off to one of her employees. She takes your goals, your interests, and always makes you a priority. So important. Whether you're buying or selling, she's got the proven strategies that are going to help the best possible terms. She's got you and is going to be with you every step of the way. Let Kim put that local expertise to work for you. Call Kim Caballero today, 480-489-5012. That's 480-489-5012. Kim Caballero, real estate. Pick is in for the Cowboys. Cardinals made one pick, Felt forever ago in this endless fourth round with all the comp picks. Cardinals made it at 104. They took Kaleb Proctor, the athletic, small school defensive lineman. He goes 104. The most recent picks, I think we ended with where the Bills were. Niners were on the clock last time we updated you. They took tackle out of Washington, Carver Willis. Then Connor Lew, center that Fran Duffy talked about as a potential fit for the Cardinals. He goes to the Bengals out of Auburn. Will Lee III, Texas A&M corner. He goes to the Panthers. While Trey Moore, Texas edge, goes to the Miami Dolphins. They continue to take premium position players. And then the U of A standout in the defensive secondary, Genesis Smith, he goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. While Jeremiyah Wright, guard out of Auburn, he goes to the New Orleans Saints. You got Matthew Hibner, SMU tight end. He goes 133. While Kendall Daniels, Oklahoma linebacker, goes to the Falcons, 134. Bryce Betcher, you heard that one, Oregon linebacker. He goes to the Colts. And then most recently, Bryce Lance, North Dakota State wide receiver, goes to the Saints. Multiple wideouts for the Saints this draft. Cowboys on the clock. Dolphins, Niners, Bengals, and then that's going to be the end of this fourth round. Cardinals will be close to being on the clock again to start the fifth round.
Any notables? Any notables you just read off?
No, I mean Lance's brother, who was mentioned in the chat, but not really. Let's take a look as the Cardinals are, I'm sure, perking up, getting ready to make another selection.
Perking up? Are you saying that tongue-in-cheek?
Harold Perkins? I'd love it. Xavier Harris is somebody pinching out. If they go maybe, I mean, defensive line now, it's a crowded room. I don't know if they would go defensive line. Edge, it's a possibility. Off ball, as you mentioned,
tackle.
Wide receiver. Tackle, yeah, could they take somebody that is at the tackle position? Here's what, according to ESPN, are the top 5 remaining prospects. Xavier Harris, Jalen Kilgore, safety out of South Carolina. Keith Abney, the second out of ASU. Sam Hecht, the center out of Kansas State. Be an interesting ad there. And then Deion Burks, wide receiver at Oklahoma.
Good player. I think if that Memphis tackle's here, I think that's an option for them because they have not gone offensive tackle obviously yet, and that was a top 30 pick. I don't know. I mean, this Harris out of Ole Miss, I wonder if he was just kind of overrated by ESPN. He's the number 1 player. Abney, it would be clearly just a local product kind of move where you thought maybe he could replace Keitrell Clark. It's crazy. We projected like a lot of these backs like Emmett Johnson and Nicholas Singleton to go maybe in the middle rounds. They have fallen. I think it should be emphasized. Like this running back class outside of the top couple guys has been really poor.
Yeah.
And people around the league knew that. And there was only one Jeremiyah Love. It's so funny to hear people like cope on the internet, like national people, because of what Seattle is, thinking that Jadarian Price is going to have a better career or season than Jeremiyah Love. It's like, you can say two things are true. Like the Seattle Seahawks are the gold standard of an NFL franchise, and Price can have a nice career. Like Jeremiyah Love has a Hall of Fame trajectory, Pro Bowlers, All Pros. Like, look at the list. I saw somebody put a list out of like backs taken in the top like 5 to 10, and like the hit rate's like 90% with most of the guys. I mean, like, I don't know. I can't say who's going to get voted in the Hall of Fame, but like Bijan's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. McCaffrey's going to the Hall of Fame, right? Saquon Barkley's going to the Hall of Fame. Like, your hit rate's 90%, and like a third of those guys are going to be wearing gold jackets. Sounds pretty good to me as a Cardinal fan that's been watching, trash, slop for half decade on Sundays.
Yeah.
Give me a Hall of Fame running back. I think that's where people just don't get it. Like, Giants fans who have had 2 Super Bowls in their lifetime are like, I want the Giants of old. What is this? You can't take Saquon. This is a bad play. And they took Saquon over multiple quarterbacks, too, which the Cardinals would not have done. Cardinal fans, it's like, I need something to cheer for. I need someplace to go on Sundays with my family and wear a jersey and get excited about watching a freak show tote the rock about 20-plus times. It's just... It's okay to admit, like, different franchises right now have different standards. The Cardinals don't have the standards of the LA Rams, who can back pocket a quarterback because they're so flippin' loaded. don't try to hold the Cardinals to the standards of these other teams that are championship contenders today. It's not worth it. Jeremiyah Love is going to provide an instant impact for Carson Beck or whatever quarterback they get down the line.
LT Overton, he goes to the Dallas Cowboys, the edge out of Bama. Last year, not too productive.
Yeah.
Looking at edge class, going to have to find some diamonds in the rough. The most productive edge right now on the board is Caden Curry at 11 sacks for Ohio State. Can Monty get back? Does he get back to the old pipeline?
What's wrong with him? We've talked about it in mocks that we've done.
Is he Jack Sawyer?
I mean, I don't know if I can try. Let me look at NFL.com. Has his numbers as 6'2" and 3/4, 260. His arms, 30 inches, 30 and 1/8 inches.
Oh, that's the issue, huh?
He's an average backup or special teamer. Is he like a Dennis? He's probably like a Dennis Gardeck type.
You'd love that.
No, I would not. I want freak athletes. Please.
Yeah, speaking of freak athletes, Harold Perkins Jr., off-ball linebacker, Deontay Lawson. Those are your inside linebackers. Tackle class right now, Demetrius Crownover from Texas A&M, Isaiah World from Oregon, Diego Pounds, Ole Miss, and then Emil Wagner, who they brought in.
Did the Memphis kid go already? He must have already gone.
Chris Adams?
Yeah, no. The Burke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said he was available. He is not. He got drafted. Is Emil Wagner, though, probably more suited to be like an undrafted player?
Yeah, he seems like he's even later in the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
Dolphins just got Kyle Lewis out of Pitt, linebacker. That kid's a freak.
They took another off-ball linebacker?
Yeah.
They've taken 2 off-ball linebackers. Interesting, though. Interesting, Damon.
Wide receivers, who? Oh, Damon.
Him and dog.
Dion Burks. I thought you were disrespectfully calling Noah Damon, our old producer. Ephesians Prisock, Washington corner for the Niners.
That's quite the name. Wow.
Wide receivers, Dion Burks from Oklahoma, Kevin Coleman Jr., Missouri, Jeff Caldwell.
Are we 2 picks away? Let me say we're 2 picks away. I think we're a little further than that, aren't we?
Yeah, we're just wrapping up the 4th round.
Cardinals picks. It's 140. No, it says 143. No, we are. I mean, like 2 or 3 picks away.
Bengals to wrap up the 4th here. And then you've got at the top the Texans, the Titans, and the Cardinals.
Shaft, my guy, we're not ignoring you. What are you trying to put out? Do you have a super chat? No, how dare you ignore Shaft. Johnny, you guys, let me see if I can find the Shaft message here. Hit that like button. Subscribe to PHNX Sports here on YouTube. Can I get to my highlight real quick?
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I don't care what the Bengals do here.
Now, I secretly, somebody's like, Johnny really wants them to trade their 4th because he's got couples counseling with his wife. Not entirely. Somebody put that in the chat yesterday. I do coach my son's flag football team on Saturday mornings.
Yeah.
And we were playing a 4-0 team today, and my wife coached, and we had a couple kids down via injury, sickness. And they were really nervous. Noah, let's play the highlight here. Suck it, losers. 34-14. My young son, 2 pick sixes and 2 bombs. They won 34-13 today. So fired up. So congratulations, Mrs. Venerable and the Venerable household. Big day for us. Big day for the Cardinals. Big day for us.
It was. I think they were galvanized by their head coach being gone.
Yes.
Let's win this one.
Yeah.
For Johnny.
They rallied.
Yeah, they did. And but truly an upgrade at the coach position.
I think so.
Stepping in. It was like Bruce Arians when he stepped in for the Colts.
That's
before
right.
Becoming the Cardinals coach.
I'm Chuck Pagano in this instance. We talked about it this morning, and I said, you can do this. Just give the ball to your son. I'm not there, so it won't look bad if you give the ball to your son a bunch. So
it's true. He does have a little Jeremiyah love to him.
I said you need to have a Jeremiyah Love kind of game if we're going to win this game. It was they had scored first. It was 13 all at half, and then they pulled away 34-13.
Yeah. Wow.
We moved to 4-1 on the season.
Wow. Maybe,
Yes.
maybe frowned upon as far as running it up, but look, I'll take it. Heidi the GOAT having an unbelievable performance. Yes, blank 38. It's undeniable that there's a coaching controversy.
My son is so
What's the name of the team?
The Cardinals.
The Cardinals,
Yes,
yeah.
that's why we picked red jerseys and we're the Cardinals. My son is so much more athletic than I was at any point in my life. So it comes from his mom.
Yeah, not hard to believe.
They're absolutely crushing it. So I had to point that out today.
Bengals wrap up the fourth round. Colby Young, wide receiver out of Georgia. We're officially in the fifth round, everybody. Texans are on the clock. Titans next, and then the Cardinals. They're in the hole. JB didn't run halfback draw on 3rd and long. I can tell you that.
We do like to run the ball, counter, misdirection. But today, Mama Venerable, they aired it out. I think they.
Can you be Coach Venerable?
Coach Venerable, excuse me. I got to be respectful. Mm-hmm. Yeah, fired up about that.
And that 4-0 team now 4-1.
Yes, and they drop presumably below us in the postseason standings, which you absolutely love to see. Only loss of the season in week 2. We were up 15-8 at halftime. That was when I was deathly ill.
Yeah.
And, we had an 8 o'clock start time. Kids were not awake. Probably too much Fortnite the night before, and unfortunately, we took an L that day. But I'd like to have that one back, as they would say. Hit that like button. Do us a favor. Check out again allcityshop.com. We've got our love collection. I'm gonna keep pushing this because I think it's one of the best shirts we've ever done. There it is, and I want to emphasize, as successful as this is going to be, it means we're going to be able, hopefully, to add to the love collection over the course of the summer. And I said, maybe even get a certain third-round quarterback T-shirt. And then they said, no, Johnny, that would sell negative items. So we're not going to do that.
Yeah. Future beckoning? Is that what we have?
It's got to earn it.
Yeah.
Or something like MILF beckons love, something like that. I think there's something there.
You got to put something in between MILF and love. We've got some super chats going on. Producer Emma is grossed out by comments made on this show.
Emma's
Will,
like, this is how you guys operate daily?
Every day.
She's like, never put me near the Cardinal beat again.
Yeah. A week at the Super Bowl was more
was
than
enough. Never again, she said.
My pre-show routine is pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
Emma should stick around for one of those.
No, it's highly offensive. All right, let's keep going here.
Iron Will, $2. What about Caden Curry at edge? Is he gone yet? Caden Curry continues. Cardinals are on the clock.
Woo! Get McVay's face off the screen. I'm not into this. Go, please retire.
This is where the picks start flying.
You would hope.
Yeah. Kyle Haley was waiting for the Cardinals pick to come in. Titans, we'll have it to you as soon as they pop it up on the screen. Inject Trey Benson trade right now.
Does he have any value? I hope so.
Fernando Carmona, guard from Arkansas, goes to the Titans.
Do you think that Trey Benson, if he gets to training camp, beats out like Bam Knight for RB4? Is that the saddest question I've ever asked you?
Let's have a more respectful conversation.
So Bam Knight probably doesn't make the team if Trey Benson makes it to training camp. Because like Trey Benson,
do you think they all make it to training camp? They don't do some roster maneuvering?
Yeah, you need a ton of backs for training camp. Love, Algier, Connor, Benson, and Bam Knight. That's 5 backs. I think they had 5 last year.
Yeah.
Michael Carter, DeMercado, Benson, James Conner, Bam Knight was on the team at the time.
Yeah.
They had 5.
You think this team adds another quarterback?
The Cardinals?
Either not in the draft.
Yes, free agent. Yes, undrafted, 100%. Yeah. I think they look at the Illinois quarterback.
Oh, Altmaier?
Yeah, I think Altmaier is a Cardinal. Pick is in for the Cardinals. Monty just death by 1,000 cuts here. Refuses to trade any picks. Refuses to move up.
Mm-hmm.
Never has conviction on a player. He's just like, I'm going to take. Here's what I will say, though. If they don't trade back and they take a player and they make the pick right away, that you know 100% that was the guy. Like that's the Cardinals won't trade up, but the next best thing for certainty is like, hey, we're taking this player. We want this player. So the only time I can remember them getting jumped was when you tipped off that pick. What was that, 2 years ago? Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that pass rusher? That
Princely?
Yeah, and you said they had interest, and then they got jumped by Carolina. I'll never forget that. And then what? I think then that pick then led to the horror show of the third round that we had to experience by Carolina. Let's see if that guy did anything.
I'm feeling Navy fullback here.
Might be a little early, considering the draft is still going.
Was it Scourton or was it Princely?
Rude.
I don't even see him on the
Princely for the Panthers, right?
I don't even see him on their team. Oh yeah, here he is. He has not done anything. He has just been. It was last year with Jordan Birch. It was last year.
Cardinals pick is in, just waiting to hear who it is.
McVay on the TV looks like he's looking at the yellow brick road.
Yeah, he's got a little jaundice going on. He's maybe concerned about his health. I don't know how you get that hue of yellow.
I hate how elite he is.
He came on here to talk to Schrager, his buddy,
to overshadow Mike in their pick.
Try to make things all sound hunky-dory in Ramsland because they were showing Ty Simpson highlights. I'm sure he was talking Ty, how much he loves him now. Awaiting the Cardinals pick here at 143. It would leave him with 2 more picks left in this draft.
Don't you dare make that 7th-round pick.
Do they go back-to-back defensive players, or do they get back and trying to infuse this offense with talent for Mike LaFleur?
People are saying this is the drunkest draft ever, which I'm kind of in on how chaotic it's been. This is not a blue chip draft. This is a kind of a crazy draft.
Yeah.
McVay looks like if he gelled his hair all the way up and then told his barber to take garden shears and just
he looks like a minion with how yellow he is.
Hey, I will say, people rip on LaFleur's hair. That's worse than LaFleur's hair.
Yeah.
That's way worse.
This is, you go out to Old Town in 2003, and that was the style. And McVay was just like, I'm locked in for this for good. I got my franchise haircut.
No, that looks like those things you send us on Instagram where that guy does crazy stuff with his hair and then walks around. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The Mohawk guy?
Yeah, that's what it looks like, where it's like as hard as a rock. Like you can't even, it's not even moving. That hair's not even moving.
He uses LA gel or whatever.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
called.
yeah. I don't know if LA gel is still going, but McVay got like probably a lifetime supply.
Oh, for sure.
When things were getting a little.
Oh no, it's still around.
All right.
LA looks, yeah.
Just a big glob.
Lifetime supply.
Yeah, can I get the clear gel with the bubbles in it, please?
LA looks at Walmart $2.58.
Bang.
To gel your hair up with just cement concrete.
What an elite fill right now as we await the Cardinals pick. Because we have to wait because the broadcast won't stop talking to Sean McVay.
They're saying he's currently doing damage control, Ty Simpson.
Oh, guaranteed.
That's what they're saying right now is like he's just...
That's what this entire thing was about.
Glazing Ty Simpson. Like, got to get him on, do damage control. Here, read off these cue
All right,
cards.
we got... No, we don't.
I was like, you don't got that pick ahead.
The Browns took a offensive lineman, Parker Brailsford. The Browns.
I hate Twitter when it changes. Cardinals, they're saying potentially traded down with the Browns.
That makes sense.
Oh, God.
But we don't know about it because ESPN's broadcast.
Cleveland traded up. So the Cardinals have traded the pick. Cue the trade. We get a trade graphic. Trade alert on day 3. Did we get Cleveland's 1 next year? That's what people are asking.
How lazy. The Cardinals, it says the pick is in still on the broadcast. Is Kyle Brandt and Schrags just like two giddy young boys talking to the pretty girl.
Oh, let's vacation together.
Yeah. Nobody on TV land knows what's going on. Jordan Schultz keeping us in the know.
All right, what'd we get?
Bama offensive lineman Parker Brailsford going to the Browns and a trade down. Does anybody have the specifics on the... Okay, here we go.
Myles Garrett? What do we got from Cleveland? What do we have? Cardinals trade package. Has anybody seen it? We need it. People are saying
I'm
Cardinals,
so disgruntled of it, how Daddy McVay is making us just sit here.
Look at that. Get the graphic off the screen.
It's all on purpose.
They're like, can we do 30 minutes with McVay at the height of day 3?
McVay right now has an original Instagram filter on his camera.
One of the worst video. That's something like that you would see about 20 years ago.
No, they made the pick.
Reggie Virgil, there it is. Wide receiver.
The top 30 run continues. Look at Monty's cheat sheet.
Reggie Virgil. Is he going to be A.J. Brown? Is that why they're showing these highlights?
I think that's why they're showing the highlights. But look, Reggie Virgil, when we were talking about it, as far as like a quick, footed wide receiver with return potential, he's the second best wide receiver in Texas Tech's offense this season, but he was somebody that showed up early in the pre-draft process. And giving more to Mike LaFleur on the offensive side of the football, they go with Virgil as we were able to wait out Sean McVay, who's still droning on the broadcast. But the Cardinals, they forged through 57 catches, 705 yards, 6 receiving touchdowns. But we've got Reggie Virgil. He's going to be joining that wide receiver room that, as it stands right now, Marv, Mike, Kendrick Bourne. You've got, of course, so who's wide receiver 4? Could Virgil step into that? Semi Fioco into that conversation? Devin Duvernay, Xavier Weaver. But Reggie Virgil probably is going to have a lot of support being the first wide receiver taken under the LaFleur era.
I guess he dominated the Senior Bowl, had a tremendous Senior Bowl, caught a touchdown, and really put himself on notice here. He's got really nice straight line speed. And projects as an outside receiver. And you knew they liked him. Texas Tech players in the top 100 draft prospects earlier this offseason, some people pegged him as a late day 2 pick. And again, he needs to bulk up a little bit. He's only about 185, 190. But I think this is a nice developmental wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals to then now flush in with Mike LaFleur. Again, it's like you want things to work out with Marv. Michael Wilson's going to get a contract extension. And you also think about like Kendrick Bourne's on a 2-year deal. With this line then to potentially have him as an option, in a year or 2, 3 years from now, never forget, like the Niners, I use this as a comparison. Nakua went in the 5th round. I'm not saying that. The Niners got Juwan Jennings in the 7th round. These Shanahan guys, these McVay disciples, they can find contributors at wide receiver beyond the first 2 days. So this is the first, I believe, since Tajon Palmer, wide receiver the Cardinals have taken under Monty on day 3. And obviously Virgil, much higher ceiling than somebody like Tajon Palmer, all due respect.
Yeah, 6'3", 190. All these guys are a lot younger than the Cardinals have taken in previous drafts, all 20, 21. Looking at it, less slot than I expected, more out wide, but productive the last 2 seasons, pretty consistent. In 2024, nearly 20 yards per reception for the Red Raiders with 9 touchdowns. That was his best collegiate year.
Very strong.
Yeah.
I think the biggest question mark you have to just ask is is he strong enough to separate from like press man in the NFL to be an outside receiver? Because it just he's going to probably come in and be one of the lankier guys on the team. He's from Florida, played a lot of college football. As you mentioned, his best year was his junior year. That yards per catch, almost 20 yards. I mean, that's fantastic. That's the kind of stuff that gets you drafted. And then this year, by the way, he had 6 touchdowns receiving, had 2 rushing touchdowns as well. So a little bit of a nose for the end zone on a Texas Tech team that won the Big 12 and played in a lot of big games. Going to a little bit of his breakdown here.
Action before Texas Tech.
There was also, the question marks with Texas Tech's quarterback play this year that was grossly exposed in the college football playoff. His best game this year came in the second to last game against BYU in the Big 12 championship. 8 catches, 86 yards was his best game this year. Consistently right around about 4 to 5 grabs per game with a different variety of touchdowns kind of mixed in there. Against ASU, he did have a touchdown, 7 for 50. And then against, let's take a look here. BYU, 86 yards. So developmental wide receiver.
Yeah. He's a guy that, as you said, Senior Bowl guy. He checks a lot of the boxes for the Cardinals. You're not going to be blown away by the 4.57, but you look at him at quick feet. I think you would probably describe him as a good route runner. And his catch radius is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's 6'3". You'll take it. As you look at the this wide receiver room, and you're going to start to see a different look at the type of athlete that they bring in there. Puts a guy like Xavier Weaver on high alert. And, it probably right now as it stands as a 5th round pick can start to make some moves, probably put him at wide receiver 5 with a threat to become wide receiver 4 potentially on this team early.
Yeah, it's going to be about how refined does he look running routes, how strong can he come down with his hands catching the football in traffic. Special teams is going to play a factor as well. He's going in there with some pros. Andre Pacelli has been in this league for a long time. Tajon Palmer's been in the league for 3 years. Semi Fioco was productive in the preseason last year, didn't carry over to the regular season. So, again, here's what we know about Monti. Doesn't like cutting draft picks.
Right.
At all. Like, most of these guys are still sticking around. Very few of them have been cut. So, I expect Reggie Virgil will make this team, and we'll go from there.
People asking, about his size, 6'3", 190. Going to have to put on some pounds, as you mentioned. Is he a blocker? I would guess no. I don't think it's the strength of his game. But that's fine. Yeah, run blocking is more effort than execution.
We got a blockbuster trade coming down here. Well, the name is more of a blockbuster than I would imagine the package. Bo, the Saints are trading for former first-rounder for the Las Vegas Raiders, Tyree Wilson.
Wow.
Bust edge goes to the Saints. Saints tried to get a deal done with Thibodeau, couldn't get one done. Garofalo and Rap Sheet reporting Tyree Wilson, who a lot of people thought the Cardinals should have taken over Will Anderson, Eric Burkhart. Cardinals traded down. Tyree Wilson starts anew in Las Vegas. Just a horrendous pick all around.
Yeah, that was a different Texas Tech. That was Texas Tech before they started spending a ton of money.
Yeah,
and they hadn't kind of reestablished themselves. And now I think you can take them seriously. Back then, it was like, could you trust the production? Did they have the Big 12? Obviously it was back when you had Oklahoma and Texas, but not much. It wasn't as deep as I think it is now. When you look at David Bailey, you can trust the tape a little bit more. So when you did with Tyree Wilson. So Tyree Wilson, it was speculated going into the regular season last year, was he going to have a place on that roster? He kind of just wades through the 2025 season, just a brutal season all around for the Raiders. But now they move off of him. What'd they get in return? Probably nothing, right?
Yeah. No,
Big
it hasn't been
burger?
reported yet. Yeah. It did look like the Browns traded the pick, or somebody traded the pick to the Browns, I think, right after the Cardinals. So maybe the Cardinals were going to do a deal with the Browns and then reluctantly said, no, actually, we're going to keep this pick. So Reggie Virgil, most of our mock drafts, we had projected him to go to the Cardinals right around the 5th or 6th round.
Proctor and Virgil, just because of the top 30, it was one that made its way in a lot of our mock drafts.
Yeah. QB play really hampered Texas Tech's passing game this year.
So Braysford now goes off the board, as you mentioned, to the Browns. Just taking a look at this 5th. So Kamari Ramsey, USC safety, goes to the Texans. Fernando Carmona goes from Arkansas to the Titans, the guard. Reggie Virgil, the Cardinals make the pick. Wide receiver out of Texas Tech, Sam Hecht. Center from Kansas State. Nick Barrett, South Carolina defensive lineman, goes to the Chargers. And then Braylsford goes from Bama to the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
Just a lot of offensive picks.
Yep.
Offensive line picks. Cardinals, you got a long way to go. More comp picks. My God, 41 picks in this round.
I think they almost traded down, too, and added some more.
You would have loved that. Commander's selection coming in. We've got, let's take a look at that again. Let's see the picks for the Cardinals as we've seen them now. 5 selections here in the 2026 draft. Started out with the, everybody loved it, Jeremiyah Love selection, running back out of Notre Dame, and then they take Chase Besantis, the guard from Texas A&M. Got Carson Beck going to top of the 3rd round, 65th overall. And then Kaleb Proctor, Toolsy athletic, small school defensive lineman, comes to the Cardinals in the 4th round. And then 5th round pick, Reggie Virgil, wide receiver out of Texas Tech. Pretty productive the last 2 seasons under the Red Raiders.
Absolutely. You look at the landscape of this draft, too, and it's like, it's just evident. Like, anybody who thought that Mike LaFleur is going to come in here and it's just like, hey, just make good with what you have.
Right.
Like, if you don't believe Mike LaFleur has influence, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Monty's making these picks, but, like, it's in Monty's best interest to go to his head coach and say, like, if we're all in on the Shanahan-McVay tree, and Bidwell even brought that up at LaFleur's presser, we got to really lean into it. And they're leaning into it. And, like, the unfortunate part about the Jonathan Gannon experience is that there was just never return on investment with like that scheme and those players. Now, you hope Nick Wallace can make good on it this year. But, like, we never really saw, like, peak JG defense.
Right.
Like, there was a stretch where they were really good at home in 2024. And I think a lot of that can be attributed. And people are going to say I'm homering and shilling for JG. They were so, like, anti-acquisition talent-wise in 2023. It bit them in the ass, and then it had a carryover effect. They did not do enough to make that first year better, and then they had a bad offseason in 2024, free agency in the draft, and it just it put on such unrealistic expectations. Whereas, like, I do think Mike is the benefactor of, like, Michael Wilson's established, Trey McBride's established, Paris Johnson Jr. is established.
Yeah.
You hopefully Marv can take the next step. Like, Mike's benefiting from that, no doubt, and he's got a much more robust cupboard than whatever JG had. But I also think it's like, you can't fall in love with some of these guys that are kind of like, you know, middling around that were acquired the last couple of years. You can't be afraid to add more. And they're doing that this draft. And I applaud it because this is the quickest way back to relevancy for this team.
Yeah. No, like Monti Ossenfort, that was what many people believed was going to be his strength as far as a general manager and marrying the prospects and players and their skill sets to the scheme of his coaches, of his coaching staff. And he continues to do that. He did it with JG. I think it was a more bigger renovation, obviously, in 2023 where he had to address most of the roster. But now that you've got over 30 draft picks in-house, you can really kind of gear it towards the strength of your head coach. We got our guy Fran Duffy. He's going to fill us in on Reggie Virgil, Texas Tech wide receiver. I mean, just follow the top 30 visits, Fran, and you'll find the next Cardinals draft pick. That's another one off the board. Your thoughts on Virgil coming to the desert?
Yeah, I think that when you look at Reggie Virgil, this is a skill set that plays in the NFL and sticks year after year after year after year. There are a lot of guys that have this skill set that make it in the NFL. You know, I think of a former Eagle in Mac Hollins who has bounced around as kind of like a high-end backup, low-end starter. I wrote down Tyquan Thornton as a comp for Reggie Virgil. You think of like a Cedric Wilson, a Mike Thomas, who you guys are familiar with in the NFC West. Like these guys are, you know, third, fourth receivers on the depth chart, right? Depending on the year and the situation and where they're at in terms of their career arc. But he's a big body who could do some of the dirty work. He's a technique, but I would say I would put him in like the technician category. He's got a pretty good release package. He's a solid route runner. I expected him to run better at the combine, to be honest. Like based off film, I thought that he would be like more like the mid 4.4s. He ended up being in like the high 4.5s. But to me, this is a guy that I think has staying power in the NFL. I don't know that he's like high end starter. But when I look at what the overall like floor is and most likely outcome, like wide receiver 4, going to chip in all special. He's got an extensive history on special teams, not just as like a return man, but on cover units as well. So I think this is a guy that can do a lot of different things for you. And if you're trying to fill out the depth in your wide receiver room, a player like Virgil makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you think about like the Cardinals and their expectations are probably wide receiver 4, like best case scenario, because they have Marv, Mike, they've got Kendrick Bourne, who they signed as a free agent. You talk about his 40 time. It certainly looks like he plays faster than his 40 time. How much was he hampered by the quarterback play at Texas Tech this year? Because 2 years ago, 900 yards, 20 yards per catch in 2024.
Yeah, that's the thing. You watch it at Miami, Ohio. He was a guy that was really productive. Now, he didn't play his first 2 years there, like was not a factor whatsoever for 2 years up here at Miami, Ohio, but then ends up having that first year as a starter and then parlays that into the transfer portal and becomes a part of that big Texas Tech recruiting class last year. And I think when you're looking at him, not just the fact that like Baron Morton was like injured and a little bit up and down, so they were dealing with the backup at times, but then also they had a lot of mouths to feed in that offense as well. They had his teammate Kaleb Douglas was drafted last night. You got another receiver that went back that's going to be drafted next year. So I think the fact that they had to spread the wealth a little bit, that's going to impact his production on the whole. But I'm going to be honest, like Kaleb Douglas was the other receiver there with Texas. I just referenced. He went last night to Miami. To me, Reggie Virgil's a better player. I was surprised that Douglas went as early as he did. He's a bigger body, but Virgil's got plenty of size. And, to me, the fact that he didn't run well, I'm okay with that because on film, I think he's got a little bit more verticality to his game.
I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Just because of his catch radius at 6'3", another Texas Tech guy, Antoine Wesley, who played for the Cardinals for a couple of seasons.
I can see that. Yeah,
nice
sure. Yep, I remember Wesley at Texas Tech. I think that that's not a bad comment because I remember Wesley, like he had some good flashes with his release package and his ability to kind of create some separation as well. I do think that Virgil maybe even a little bit further along, like coming out than what I saw from him. So I liked Virgil. He was probably this receiver class. Like there are guys that can play, but I wasn't like in love with it, especially when you get into like day 2, early day 3. Like I didn't love this group overall. He was one name that I'm like, any year I feel good about him, like round 4, round 5. And I think Virgil, this is right the value where I expected with him coming in.
Like you look at this draft for Monti Ossenfort, and it's evident, Fran, like last year, consensus was we're going to give Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rawls everything they need defensively to succeed, right? And then this year, given the landscape of this draft, I mean, we broke it down. Like 5 of the top 10 players, actually 6 of the top 11, were non-premium picks. If you include the Giants plan to play Francis Malinois at guard and Arvell Reese at off-ball linebacker. Doesn't it just feel like this draft is going to be a Mike LaFleur staple of a draft? You think about Love, and they took a guard in the second round. They get a quarterback developmental. They get a wide receiver developmental. I mean, outside of the pass rusher, defensive tackle Proctor they took in the 4th, feels like Mike LaFleur's fingerprints are all over this draft.
I mean, and we talked about it even when you guys were asking me, like, what do you expect from this draft? And to me, like, just continuing to fill out the reinforcements on the offensive side after essentially ignoring it last offseason and still going pretty defense heavy the year before in 2024. They were overdue for this. And so continuing to add some young talent to that side of the ball, I think it was much needed. And I like a lot of these picks here on that side for Monti Ossenfort and Mike LaFleur.
Raiders infatuated by U of A players. They take another defensive secondary player, Dalton Johnson, the safety, goes to Vegas. That was after Genesis Smith. Didn't he land with the Raiders too?
He went to the Chargers.
Chargers. Apologies.
Yes.
They take
Stooks.
So.
It was the Stooks
went
team.
there. I liked Dalton Johnson and Stooks more than Genesis. I like Dalton Johnson. I think that he's got the ability to stick in the NFL, and it wouldn't shock me if he became a starter down the line.
Why do you think Keith Abney, cornerback for Arizona State's still available? Are there questions about how his game is going to translate to the NFL level? He's slightly undersized at 5'9.5", 5'10".
Yeah, undersized and like light too at that size too. So I think the body type will scare some people off. People worry about like the ability to play through contact and like the physicality end of things out there on that side of it. And then at that size, solid athlete, like fine athlete, but not like overwhelming. And we've talked about like there's like that sliding scale with guys that if you're undersized, then that means the athleticism's got to be up here. If it's still in the middle and you're really, really small, it's just that's a tough sell. So not all that surprising that he's still on the board in my eyes, but it wouldn't have shocked me if he had gone off like late last night.
Virgil's the latest wide receiver taken. Are we in the 20s now as far as wide receivers taken? Any idea why we've seen so many? It was the most wide receivers we'd seen taken for the first 3 rounds of the draft. I'm sure we're still continuing to push that record. I mean, was it just because of this draft that teams just feel like they can evaluate that position and bring in impact makers there? Yeah,
I mean, the fact that when it ended last night, we had 4 quarterbacks, we had 3 running backs. Like those positions just weren't addressed. Defensive tackle, extremely low. So when you have those 3 positions that are like really, really low, someone's got to go. So that's going to bring up wide receiver. That's going to bring up tight end. It was a record number of tight ends through the first 2 days, and I would expect it's going to be a record number through 3 days. Some of these other positions are going to get floated up just because we're really, really shallow in a couple of these spots. And so I would imagine it's going to be lower than average for corner. I think it's going to be lower than average for D tackle. it's going to be well below. It'll be record low, I think, for Beck. So it is definitely a weird draft from that end of things.
I mean, you look at this Cardinal team, Fran, and we fast forward to this fall, and I know a lot of people are projecting them to be like the worst team in the NFL. But you do this for a living. They've had 28 picks drafted before this year. They're going to add, 7 more. So you have 35 players drafted over the last couple of years, and universally praised for the most part. Like, what's the upside for this team as you see it in 2026, given the question marks and deficiencies at quarterback?
To me, the best case, I would look at New Orleans last year, where everyone thought they're going to be taking Arch Manning number 1 in 2026. Arch Manning's going to go out, he's going to win the Heisman, he's going to come out and he's going to go to his hometown team. The Saints played their way out of that, and they were a little bit frisky down the stretch. Obviously, they lost a couple games late, and they ended up with the 8th overall pick. To me, like, the best case, if I'm a Cardinals fan, what I want to see from Mike LaFleur, knowing this division and knowing, like, all right, you're a little bit outgunned at a couple spots going into it, you want to be by the end of November, middle of November, and we start getting a playoff conversation. It's like, here are the first, here's what the playoff picture is, and at the bottom of the graphic, it's in the hunt. You want Arizona to be in the hunt. Like, to me, like, that's a success. If you're one of those frisky teams that can beat anybody any given Sunday, I think that's a really good sign for not just like Monti Ossenfort and what he's built, but then certainly the start of the Mike LaFleur regime here. I think that would be a really good sign for this team moving forward. At the end of the day, we've seen all these picks in recent years. A lot of those guys just have not been able to stay consistently healthy. And so if there's like regression to the mean there in a positive way, and that some of that injury luck works back the other direction, what does it look like if you get a full season of Walter Nolan? What does it look like if you get a full season of like BJ Ojolari? Right now, that defensive front looks a little bit better. If you get an uptick on offense, a reason to be excited.
Love the insight. Got 2 more picks. We're just churning through these things.
Yeah.
All these comp picks, man. These 40+ pick rounds, they are a sludge, man. But it's fun every time the Cardinals seem to get on the clock and seem to just get a little bit better, feels like, with some of these prospects coming in. We'll talk to you in the 6th round. Fran Duffy, make sure you're following along. F Duffy, NBA, NFL. Thank you, man. We'll talk to you down the road.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
We got any bites from our guy Alex?
No, Alex is we gave him the day off.
Wow.
The guy worked his
he deserves
tail off.
it.
Yeah, it's a grind out there at the facility.
I'm gonna pull some bites here from our guy Donnie Druin SI. Takeaways.
Hanging out with Donnie for back-to-back nights like Alex did.
He had to tap out.
Yeah.
Takeaways when speaking with Cardinals 5th round pick Reggie Virgil. AZ was his first top 30 visit, and they instantly clicked with Monty, who told him, "I'm glad you ran that slow 40."
Ooh.
How about it?
Brandon Bean about Keon Coleman. Hopefully it works out a little bit better.
I think the investment's not nearly as much. Talked about helping team anyway, but excited to take his game to the next level with the elite weapons here already. First couple of years were rough, but God is good. I'm a dog. I play special teams more than I played receiver. Thinks transfer to Texas Tech can help him transition to the NFL. Highlighted speed and underrated route tree as the best aspects of his game. So, I mean, give Monty credit. He found Michael Wilson in the 3rd round, who dominated the Senior Bowl. Virgil, very impressive Senior Bowl performance. People are starting to isolate and put out some of his clips one-on-one. And he looks a little bit like a poor man's Michael Wilson. Now, Michael Wilson was developed physically, and you saw that immediately in the NFL. When we went to
he was
first
held back
game,
by injuries. It wasn't
Mike was built, and Mike's a big guy. Hey, Mike LaFleur's on ESPN right now.
There he is.
There's Mike LaFleur.
Just like the NFL coaches, for some reason, they can't get their shot correctly. It's just somebody who works in the media side of things. It bothers me.
If Shane Diefenbach saw that shot right now, he would have an aneurysm.
This shot looks like early chat roulette type shot right now. I don't know what's going on, but
like I have a webcam. It's 2003, and I'm chatting with somebody.
Yeah, it's talking about, of course,
Jeremiyah
Cardinals' newest prize, Jeremiyah Love. We'll get some takeaways from of course. I think Mike. They'll probably address. It's probably Sears and Monty today, I would assume.
Yeah,
that break down the entirety of this draft.
Jeremiyah Love's aura is elevated by The Notre Dame uniforms are elite.
Yeah.
They are. And I love the Cardinals uniforms. I'm a shill for the white helmet, but the Notre Dame's uniforms are
Getting
great.
the player, though, with the last name Love and all red home.
Yeah.
Just kind of in the clean whites, too. I mean,
yeah.
And of course, the alternate. Jeremiyah Love's going to look good in everything.
Yeah.
Even the tortilla rivalry jerseys. I like the rivalry jerseys. Just
like you made a comment to me that I want to bring up on air when we were talking about
you
Jeremiyah
get the captions on there?
And you said to me, like, Paris came in, Marv came in. Who else came in? Paris, Marv.
I believe Noah pointed out. Well, Hackett was sitting there with the two offensive
I'm talking
players.
about the players, yeah.
Yeah. And then just Cody Simon.
Yeah.
It's just a matter which sicko players were probably there working out.
Yeah. But you said, like, when Love was by Paris and by Marv, it's just like the caliber of player just looks different.
Yes.
And, like, I'll never forget. And that's why last year was so depressing, because they had talent. When you and I first started doing this, and our second year was 2023, and we went in the locker room, and it was toward the end of the year, and like just the caliber of player that the Cardinals had in their locker room, it was not NFL standard. With all due respect, and they had some overachievers, and the Dumacagis and the Lucettas and the Gardecs and whatever they were trying. All their wide receivers was small, and I'm not throwing shade at the late Rondell Moore and Hollywood Brown, but it's just it was obvious they didn't have any kind of franchise cornerstones outside of Trey McBride. And Trey McBride was just in his second year. They have done a good job of adding freaks in the top 10.
Yeah.
It's up now to Mike LaFleur. Like, Marv is the biggest wild card on this team. If Marv goes into this year and blossoms and has 1,300 yards, like, changes the landscape of how people are going to be able to cover Trey, Mike, and Jeremiyah Love. But if Marv is, passive, and he doesn't attack the football, and it's a different coach, and it's the same result, then we're going to have hard conversations about Marv.
Yeah.
But when you said that to me, it's like, yeah, I have hope that he can put it all together. But he also has to stay healthy, which has been an aspect that's kind of underrated. When you talk about him, it's just like, yeah, he hasn't produced, but he also hasn't played enough. He's missed too many games the last year or so.
Right. Yeah, it's just it's now it's time to put up or shut up. I think this is something very key as far as Cardinals finding success in the near future or just beyond 2026, where they should be on the precipice of something that they've been really working for, building towards, right?
Yeah.
Where we thought it was there from year 2 of JG and Monty and going into year 3, and it just turned into a catastrophic season as Keith Abney finally goes off the board too.
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions there, Noah.
Good.
I like it.
Mike LaFleur, as we're seeing right now, Kendrick Bourne probably would lay down in traffic, take a bullet for Mike LaFleur. He loves him.
That's aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, they brought in Kendrick Bourne, and he has a tremendous relationship with them. He's described LaFleur, his talking, his conversations with Gardner Minshew. Mike LaFleur connects with quarterback Gardner Minshew. These draft picks from Jeremiyah Love, we're sitting there, and he's got a full-fledged smile on his face when Love's talking. You could tell they're already tight, right? They've already kind of laid the groundwork for a strong working relationship, maybe beyond that. And then you look at Besances. You've got, of course, Carson Beck.
Yep.
They said they clicked in the top 30. Reggie, Virgil, like all these offensive players, Mike LaFleur has immediate synergy with. Offense. That's great. This is great for the Arizona Cardinals. The thing that's going to be imperative for their success, can Nick Rawlis regain traction on the defensive side? I know they brought in Terrell Austin from Pittsburgh, a veteran voice, 20 years experience in this league, most recently DC for the Steelers. Can the defense find it, like put itself together? Because you got the head guy. You got Mike LaFleur finding these fun connections with guys that are on his side of the football. Can't overlook, can't discount like how important it is to have to play defense. Can they figure it out on that side of the football? We talked about the top 100 selections. They've invested in that side of the ball. Can they find that cohesiveness that's going to be necessary for them to compete in this division?
I think it's going to be very difficult to be worse than whatever that was last year.
Yeah.
I mean, like people who are like, Cardinals aren't adding to their defense. I'm like, they have young players. It's not like it's a defense that was old and sloppy and expensive. Like, outside of like Budda Baker, like who are they really paying on their defense? Sweat, he's great. Mack Wilson Sr. doesn't make a lot of money. Like they have, think about their defense. And we talked about it like before the combines. Like the Cardinals could field a starting defense today that would look good on paper, but it's about putting it together. Like if you just go level by level, Josh Sweat, Walter Nolan, D-Rob / LJ Collier / whomever, Roy Lopez at nose, who's a starting nose in this league, and then like Ojulari, Zaven Collins, Jordan Birch, Baron Browning. Like, should be good enough. Second level, Mack Wilson Sr., who's a plus player who had a collapsed lung last year, coming back, and Cody Simon, who was projected to be a starting linebacker coming out of Ohio State in year 2. And then they got the starting linebacker, undrafted kid from the Patriots to backfill. Then their secondary, which probably has the most untapped potential on the team. Budda, you know what you're getting, and he had a down year last year. I would imagine he's going to be better. Taylor Demerson, who is a good player when he plays, has to stay healthy. And then it's like, I don't know, Will Johnson, Max Melton, who they need to make up. He and Nick Rollis do. He's a second rounder. Play Max Melton. Denzel Burke, who played a ton last year. Keitrell Clark, Starling Thomas, Sean Murphy Bunting. I don't know if he'll make the team or not. Would you like to have Garrett Wilson? For sure. But like that's enough. That's not the worst unit in the NFL. That's a unit that screams untapped potential. They desperately need 1 to 2 guys in that front 7 to break out. Walter Nolan needs to break out. Jordan Birch, B.J. Ojulari, Cody Simon need to break out. If you can add 2 to 3 players on that defense as a whole that break out on top of what you got from Sweat last year, that'll be enough. But last year it was like Sweat, and then everybody else was like, nobody. And a lot of it was just guys checking out at the end of the year.
Yeah. And as you said, it was kind of paralysis by overanalysis.
Yep.
There was a struggle between what was being, coached and how teams or players were going out there and trying to execute. Now there's Sundell off the board.
I think this is Abney.
Well, no, Abney went, and then quickly after Abney, it was is it Michael Taffe? Oh no, that's Texas. That was the targeting guy. So that's fun.
Here's some more from Donnie Drew on Kaleb Proctor from earlier. There was a comment that stood out to me.
Okay.
He had heavy interest to transfer from FBS teams in the portal, but he said he wanted to finish his career with his original teammates. Like, if he was productive, I'm sure there was money to transfer.
I love that. It's similar to Jeremiyah Love. Jeremiyah Love had a quote yesterday about connecting with Marv early on and Paris being there and understanding that there's a brotherhood aspect to the culture of each respective NFL franchise, any team, any big program, anywhere. And obviously you could see it at the FCS level here with Proctor, that the prospects that come in and understand that and aren't just in here and it's like, I've made my way through here. I got to the next level. I'm getting my paycheck. I'm going to be an NFL player. And it's all about me. It's understanding that these guys can find success, personal success through team success, and Love understanding that. And Proctor, I'm sure he's going to understand the process. And I think with an athlete the caliber of Proctor, like he should have an easy time transitioning from a smaller school level to the NFL. And he's going to be in there. He's going to be in a rotation. It's not like, hey, go out there and play 70% of the snaps, 80% of the snaps.
More comments here. Wasn't surprised landing with the Cardinals. Cited top 30 visit and had a family type of vibe. Makes up for his size with his arm length, which we know. He's got 34-inch arms, 33 and a half. Quickness and speed. I feel like I bring twitchiness. Which is evident on screen when you watch him. And then says Walter Nolan is a freak, and loved Roy Lopez announcing his pick. So
there you go.
Feel pretty good about it.
Endearing himself to a couple of his position roommates there. We've got a nice graphic up on the PHNX _Cardinals. Quote from Kaleb Proctor on playing in the NFL versus the FCS. Playing ball is playing ball.
Yep.
Simplify it there. Keep it simple sometimes, and that's your best route. And ignorance is bliss, not knowing, how tough it is sometimes to transition. You know, it's a league that'll humble you, but to get a Proctor guy in there, I like the pick. I really do. I think it's solid, especially just how they run their defensive front seven as a rotation.
He looks like a guy who will succeed for Nick.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, you think about who has struggled for Nick. Darius.
Mm-hmm.
Darius is not twitchy. His game is more based on power, and Walter is much twitchier than Darius.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it. Like, Walter Nolan was one of the best players in the draft last year when he was drafted. And that is a hit of a pick, by the way. He just has to stay healthy. But, yeah, I think he profiles as somebody who, I mean, like, I'm not comping him to this player, but, like, go look up, like, Fletcher Cox coming out of college and what he was able to do with Philadelphia eventually with Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rollis. Fletcher Cox, I think, at the end of the day was a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
He was a little over 310, but I think was like, yeah, he was probably like closer to 6'3".
Well, here's what really got me juiced about Proctor is when we heard from our guy Fran Duffy, and he started kind of the all-star circuit post college season at 275.
Yeah,
and then he comes in
beefing.
He comes into scouting into the Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
well over 290. But then he still put up these. He didn't lose a step as far as his athleticism, as far as his speed. The biggest knock right now on Proctor, outside of being a small school guy, is his size.
Yeah.
But you look at the athleticism, like as far as RAS, he grades out elite.
Yeah.
So can he put that on full display? Can you harness that? Can you tap into that?
They love their RAS scores, those sickos. Hit that like button. Do us a favor. We only got 300 likes right now. The goal, of course, is 1,000 likes. Get us there. You guys helped make the first 2 days of the NFL draft with us so special in person at both Gila and Santan. So do us a favor. Hit that like button. And let's get this puppy up over 500. The Cardinals still have 2 picks. We're going to be with you through the Cardinals' final 2 picks. I told Bo, I said, I'm not waiting through the slog of the 7th round.
Yeah.
I don't want that slop, but I want to see who the Cardinals take at 6 and 7. I mean, you think about this team and where they were last year, and it was just like finishing touches, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it funny? It's just like Will Johnson, luxury pick, finishing touches. And now it's funny how people are like, Cardinals have no talent. They're not a good team. They're not gonna, like I saw Kyle Odegaard, who I like. We've had him on the show.
Yeah.
And he's very much in the camps like Cardinals are the worst team in the NFL, and they're going to tank and get a quarterback. If you subscribe to that narrative, I think you're going to be very disappointed if that's what you're hoping for this year.
I don't know how you see it that way. Like that they're talentless. Like they've got a lot of
they have a loaded offense.
Yeah, with prospects that the majority of NFL draft analysts they deemed as good drafts by Monti Ossenfort. Now it's like with the coaching change, you got to see development from those guys. And if these guys do develop, you're going to see that this is not a team completely devoid of talent.
Right.
That it's going to be more towards the middle than it was the back half. And that's what the team showed in 2024. Like where they were in 2024 was right, like dead set in the middle. And like at 6-4 atop the NFC West before going into that bye and then kind of falling off. Like they still stayed like middle of the road, but that they kind of came back to earth more so than when they were on that 4-game heater, the most successful stint of the JG tenure. It's they absolutely are not devoid of talent.
Yeah, let's get to some of these super chats.
No, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say for the Sun Devil fans out there, Keith Abney going to the Lions. I think you're in good hands there. They had Amik Robertson on the roster for a couple of years, another very undersized corner at 5'8", small guy, had that dog mentality in him. You can see Detroit likes that kind of guy. He went to Washington this past offseason, so you can look for Keith Abney to kind of fill that maybe 5th cornerback role and be just a dog out there. Go get some big hits, be some like an energizer bunny out there.
I love this comment from ESPN 23.
Let me see
Virgil was not a good pick. We're talking about a 5th round selection.
Come on, guys. I think they're going to be people who are upset about like, hey, you had like a top pick in every round and we should have more impact. I think you need to look at it a couple different ways. This is not a good draft. We've known that. And this team hired an offensive coach, and he's putting his staple on his offense right now. I would be very cautious. And like we all do this, Bo and I are guilty of this. When you get to day 3, it's like, oh, best available. And like, this is what ESPN is telling us or NFL.com. I mean, kind of. Like Matt Miller, there's a bunch of Matt Miller's best available still available after 2 rounds. I mean, the league knows. And a lot of it, too, guys, is like fit. It's fitness system. Like Drew Petzing was a hard ass and was stubborn, and he was only going to play people that fit his system. He was allergic to any receiver under 6 foot. Wouldn't have it, right? And he wanted a quarterback, as we saw toward the end, over 6 foot. They like what they like. And certain guys are only going to succeed in certain spots where they're put in position to succeed based on the offensive structure. So I wouldn't worry about it. I also think, like, the reason we chart top 30s for 2 months is because that's the players that they draft.
Yeah.
I mean, like, not to be a dick, but like, I just feel like we prepare everybody for this. And Noah puts it on a graphic. We chart it every day. These are the players. These are the players that they're going to target. And we've hit on, yeah, there they are. We didn't have the second round guard, but potentially, I mean, like, certainly they met with him in depth, and there's a possibility he could have been one of those 7 other picks that are undocumented, or maybe the value was just too great. But like, does anybody think that, like, they would have taken Ty Simpson, they would have moved back up? That would have been like 4 for 4. Last year, look at their top 30s. First round pick, second round pick, third round pick, fourth round pick, fifth round pick. I mean, this is what they want to do.
Question. Do you guys think if Nussmeier continues to fall, possibly into the 6th or 7th round, do they take a shot at him?
No, I don't know if they use a pick on Nussmeier. If he goes to the undrafted free agent pool, as we talked about earlier, I think that they could kick the tires on him as a camp arm. But I think they're going to want to get most of the reps to Carson Beck. Rookie mini camp and OTAs.
They also didn't have him to their facility that we know of. They had, I think there's a better chance, Noah, that they would bring in Cole Payton before Nussmeier. Don't you think?
Yeah, Cole Payton. They had the kid from Tennessee.
Yeah.
Is it Aguilar that came in?
But I'm with you. I don't think, outside of an undrafted guy as a camp arm, I don't think you make a point to muck up this situation with Carson.
Yeah.
I think you give Carson every opportunity.
As far as the top 30 still on the board for the Cardinals outside of those quarterbacks, it's Emil Wagner. And it's a position they haven't addressed in this draft yet, and it's tackle. Could they take a tackle with their 6th round pick? Would Wagner be there? Seems like it's a decent spot for him to go. And then for those asking in the chat, forgive me, it was up a little bit about just edge. Now edge becomes the debate of if there is somebody that's got tools and is a definite project that you could come in that it's a lottery ticket situation, that's fine. But that room it's got so many different kind of unknowns in it and investments that I think there isn't a whole lot of more reps to go out. Like, you already had a 5th round pick exit this organization in Xavier Thomas, and like, you would just come in and fill that role. It would be XT again. Like, what do you get a true shot to crack the rotation of Sweat and, Birch and Browning and Zaven and BJ Ojolari? It's pretty tight room. Mike Meyer, super chat, jumping in. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, Mike.
Yes.
Thanks for sticking with us. People are saying, stay live all day. We're staying live till the Cardinals are done picking, and we love that you guys would hang out with us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our wives would probably be furious. They're already over the stashes. They're ready for that to be done.
I don't have the fa sounder on this computer, so I'll just say it verbally going forward. But fa!
Nice job.
Thank
wow,
you.
That was very aggressive. Steve Kimes, Burner 199. Trey should beat Connor plus Tyler. He's way younger. Yeah, but I don't want to speak for the team. I just don't think they think highly of him.
You know what I saw today? It was somebody who had some decent draft just tweets out there. It was one of the aggregate accounts, and they're like, how long before the Lions get traded for James Conner?
That'd be a great move. I also think
Ryman, James Conner for
no, get tip.
I also think, Bo, like, This you heard it from Fran. This is like one of the worst running back classes ever. You would think like if the Cardinals were like, we have a surplus, look over here, that maybe they could get something. Mm-hmm. What if they? You think they're making people available?
They'll probably maybe post draft, because are you talking about picks in this draft that you're going to want?
I think that's what they'd want. I don't. Yeah, maybe next year. Didn't the Lions sign a back to complement Gibbs? They signed Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah.
Although James Conner, when he's healthy, Isaiah Pacheco stinks. I had him in fantasy last year. He stinks.
He'll be a good backup though.
Yeah. I guess he was productive those first couple of years with Kansas City on those loaded teams, but not a huge fan.
Red Feather Workshop, Dana is back and is saying, why does Monty hate fast wide receivers? Weavers in the 4.4s. Is it since no hard numbers for MHJ? Because he said it's nuts to the combine, and no true burner in 4 years now.
I just don't think you want to outrun Carson Beck's arm. I think that's why they're doing it, Dana. I think you want everything in front of Carson. You didn't really pick up on that. Michael Wilson plays pretty fast.
Yeah.
And Jeremiyah Love is your breakaway player now. I mean, that's your deep threat now. They were so allergic to what the Cardinals had previously. I think it's scared them. I think they would rather go big body. I mean, look at Dana. Look at San Francisco's receiving core, and then LA's to some extent. They profile as the same kind of guys. I mean, like they're intermediate route runners. Juwan Jennings, Kendrick Bourne. Ayuk was fast, but he was a first rounder. I mean, and then like Puka Nacua. I mean, like these guys, they all look kind of profile the same, where they play faster than they run. I think Michael Wilson, I mean, he caught some deep passes last year.
Yeah.
I think they'll be okay. I'm done with undersized, small guys that, they're just, when you get too small, not saying that all fast receivers are small, but they usually coincide pretty consistently. And just the hit rate on those guys is so low.
Such an overcorrection, though, from what it used to be.
For sure.
They used to run like the 4 guard sets with the small, speedy wide receivers. Hollywood Brown, the late Rondell Moore, Greg Dortch, and now it's like you got all guys 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", with 4.5 speed than 4.3, 4.4 speed.
Yeah.
Jack jumping in. Trade Trey Benson for a pick now and get Harold Perkins.
That would slap so hard, Jack. Oh my God.
No, don't trade Trey. Trade that 7th.
How about
things burning a hole?
Why
in your
not
pocket.
both? It's like the why not both meme. Why not do both?
Let's catch you up on the picks post most recent Cardinals selection. Reggie Virgil just cruising through the 5th round. Sam Hecht, Kansas State center, goes to the Panthers. Nick Barrett goes from South Carolina to the Chargers. Defensive lineman. Braesford goes center from Bama to the Cleveland Browns. The Commanders take Joshua Josephs, Tennessee edge. Seahawks take Bo Stevens, an Iowa guard. Justin Jefferson, Bama linebacker, goes to the Browns. Dalton Johnson, the Arizona safety, goes to the Raiders. Zakee Wheatley, Penn State safety, goes to the Panthers. Justin Jolly, NC State tight end, he's a Bronco. Well, the Packers take Jaeger Burton, Kentucky center. Jayden Duggar, Louisiana linebacker, he's a Niner. DeMonte Capehart, from Clemson defensive lineman, he's a Buck. They continue to just add defensive players. George Gums Jr., Florida edge, is now a Colt. Keith Abney II, Arizona State corner, he's a Lion. Well, Michael Taffe, Texas safety, he's with the Dolphins. Max Bredesen, Michigan tight end, he's a Viking. Billy Strouth, Notre Dame guard, going to the Tampa Bay Bucks. Running back off the board, Nebraska's Emmett Johnson, he's going to the Chiefs. Chandler Rivers, Duke corner, he's now with the Ravens. Well, the Charles Demings, the Vikings select him, corner out of Stephen F. Austin. And the latest pick, it's the Jaguars taking Tanner Kozol out of Houston, a tight end. Titans making a pick right now, and we've got
so many picks.
Like 15
in the 5th.
picks left in the
bloodbath
5th round.
So I got a trade proposal here
Okay.
for you guys. So the Arizona Cardinals acquire Giovanni Manu and Sion Vaki in a 2027 third rounder from Detroit. Vaki is like a special teams running back, one of those gunner guys.
We're adding more backs here?
Manu is a giant tackle prospect. And the Lions, we trade away James Conner and Tip Ryman. And then we draft the fullback.
I don't think you're getting a third for James Conner and Tip Ryman. I think you're getting a fifth.
Respectfully.
Make it a fourth.
I think they want Tip Ryman, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, LaFleur has spoken on Tip Ryman. He's been very complimentary. I mean, you would expect him to be so, but coming from the Rams.
They use a lot of 12, 13 personnel.
Yep. And and LaFleur was the reason for that. He brought in a lot of those 12, 13 personnel concepts that McVay started to kind of really utilize.
Tip Ryman is going to make Jeremiyah.
McVay used to be like 11.
He did when he had Gurley.
Yeah.
And before they had wide receivers, when they were running out like Robert Woods. Tip Ryman is going to make Jeremiyah Love's life easier, and I'm good with that.
Now you're seeing the vision. I'm seeing the 2024 vision that he had.
No. I'm good with
82nd overall.
I'm good with Tip Ryman on the team now that Drew's gone. I think that was my big, because that was clearly an agenda play by Drew, saying we need this blocking tight end. Look at his RAS score. He's gonna unlock our offense. It was such a reach, but now it's like Zaven when the prior regime left. It's like I'm cool with Zaven now, right? Like that. Now that you've had a circle through new people, it's okay. I'll never be okay with where they took him, and nobody should be. It was.
I love that.
We were sitting
later. You will not.
We were sitting not in this studio, our old studio.
Yeah.
A couple blocks down the street. It was day 2. That day 2 of the draft was pegged to be like the changing of the guard, where the Cardinals were going to get. And you could believe that was going to happen because Ossenfort had just killed it. He had gotten Garrett Williams and Michael Wilson, right? The year before in the third round. So we're like, they have 4 third-rounders? Because they had 3, and then they traded back again and got another one because they watered down the Max Melton pick because they didn't want Cooper DeJean. They had 4 third-rounders. Now, here's what I'll say for Monty's defense, and this is for everybody that's slobbering all over 2027. Go look at the 2024 third round. It is a bloodbath. It is a horror show of picks. Nobody's good. Nobody can play. It was a very rare fluke of the year the Cardinals finally have multiple 3s. It's a terrible third rounder. But then as the picks came in, we liked the Trey Benson pick a lot.
Yeah.
You and I were fired up about that. But then it was like, okay, a guard that's maybe a tackle. Okay, I see the vision a little bit. And then they took Tip. And then I had a meltdown on air. And then they took Elijah Jones. That was a reach and basically has not been an NFL player. So now you're fast forwarding. All those guys have been replaced but Tip Ryman.
Yeah. Keyshawn Elliott, Arizona State linebacker, going to the Bears.
Good for him.
Nice little career there with the Sun Devils.
Bears going all defense in this draft. They're going corner. They're going linebacker. They're going safety. Because Ben Johnson, they went offense last year, right? They went a couple wideouts, some offensive linemen. Man, Bears are going to be good. Ben Johnson's good, isn't he, Noah?
Yeah, but he's dead to me.
That's fair.
Man, oh man, you guys are crushing it in the chat.
And get back to these super chats,
Last
Noah.
3 days, we've got any left? No, we're good.
Wow, rude.
Oh, actually, we did have a $5 donation from Shaft to Big Brothers.
Thank you,
We
Shaft.
love that. Yeah, continue to, as much as we appreciate the super chats, light it up. Donations for the Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Central Arizona, inspiring youth through sports. You can scan the QR code as you're hanging out watching us live. Or, of course, if you're just listening to us, check out their website. Check out the big bros, big sisses out there, and the littles out there, always looking for somebody to connect with. It's such a great foundation, and if you can't give your time, you can still donate, and we appreciate that.
Big Brothers, Big Sisters, a big part of what we're all about here at PHNX Sports. We're also fired up to partner with our friends at Fanatics, our sponsoring partner. Again, check out the gear, fanatics.com. I know my son is a big-time sicko. He's already been wear the love jerseys. I need them like I need air. So it's going to be funny. Who gets them out first? Will it be Fanatics? Will it be a local vendor? I know my son will have my credit card ready to go when those number 4 jerseys drop. It's very poetic because, like, the Marv hype was insane. And I would say, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, the Marv hype exceeded the love hype.
It looks like they're available on Fanatics.
Yeah, the pre-order.
Oh, got it.
When they're in stock, though, the love don't you feel like the Marv hype exceeded the love hype?
Yeah,
it was universal that Marv they should take him. The fan base wanted him. They were weighing trade downs. There was a little bit of Malik stuff, but it does feel like, and I'm not throwing shade at Marv on this, but I think it's a conversation I want to have with you. It does feel like that the fact that Marv has underperformed so far through 2 years, regardless of whatever position Jeremiyah Love plays, he's a skill player. The people who want to be excited can't let themselves be excited because, hey, well, you guys said that Marv was can't miss. Well, everybody said that. And it just, that kind of thing happens, and you hope that Marv can get it going this year with LaFleur. But don't let that damper your expectations and your excitement for a player like Jeremiyah Love.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Marv was one of those guys where the kind of detractors and where there was debate it was such a talented wide receiver class, and he was right there with Neighbors and Adunze, and people would say, uncomplimentary things, criticize Marv compared to Neighbors, right?
Right.
But nobody anticipated it being, what it's been in the last 2 years. Sure, Marv had success finding the end zone, but, you'd be hard-pressed to find, back-to-back performances. You want to see him consistently string it together, stack games, and I think that's got to come here in year 3 for him to kind of silence a lot of people who have made their mind up about him, this early into it.
I think just like Rome Odunze last year, Malik Neighbors last year, he got hurt. Rome Odunze, who went a couple picks later, 661 yards. He had DJ Moore to contend with, but he missed some time. Like Ladd McConkey, who was fantastic the first year, was MIA last year, got hurt. Brian Thomas Jr. was fantastic.
Yeah.
Non-factor last year. I think anytime you talk about like that draft and surefire locks to be great, I think there are so few sure things. If anything, like the most sure thing have been the quarterbacks. It's like Drake May and Caleb Williams and Jayden Daniels have all had success. Bo Nix. But like Joe Alt missed time. Yeah. He's good, but he's missed time. He hasn't been healthy. All those wide receivers have missed their own fair share of time. Even going back to like, who was our favorite? Do you remember our favorite defensive prospect that draft? Was Dallas Turner. Mm-hmm. And people are like, Dallas Turner is going to go in the top 10.
Right.
And he had a non-factor rookie season. And then last year kind of came on. But like Michael Penix, Olu Fashion, who's been okay, J.C. Latham. Brock Bowers was great, got hurt last year. Latu for the Colts has been okay. Mims for the Bengals has been up and down. Jared Verse was good 2 years ago. Quinyon Mitchell's been good. Chop Robinson, hit or miss. People thought it would be like a Hall of Fame level draft. I think it's going to be dictated by the quarterbacks and then who can have a second act in the back half of their rookie contract for the receivers. Neighbors coming off an injury. Marv gets a new play caller. Odunze is going to be wide receiver 1 in Chicago, right? Ladd McConkey, coming back from injury. That'll all play a factor into it. So if you're frustrated with Marv, I would tell you, like, still got a lot of runway left to try to make this what it was supposed to be.
Jason Kilgore goes off the board to the Bucks from South Carolina. Or Bills, I'm sorry. Let's get into some of these super chats. You guys added a couple more. So we last got into them. Let's see. We also got a donation from Anonymous for the Big Brothers Big Sisters. Thank you for that. Bees. Noah forgot to say sorry about Petzing last night.
It's okay. I'm just forever in his grasp.
Never leaving.
It's sad. Ben Johnson leaves, and then Drew Petzing
goes
to Detroit.
Drew Petzing falls up. Detroit Lions. Chaz, It's Saturday. Is Johnny storming in at a Target today?
No, I have no birthday party gifts to get, which is great. I like going to Target with my kids. Going solo stinks. I don't like doing that.
Yeah.
But I let my kids, like, when we were at the height of, like, the pandemic, when I didn't live in Arizona and there was nothing to do, we would put our masks on and I would just let my kids, like, destroy Targets and just run around and, like, ride all the things to ride there because I'm like, there's nowhere else to go.
Right.
Like the little bikes and ride-on cars and stuff, and we were bad people. I just leave them all over the aisle.
Problem with I like going with my kid, but it's only if he can get something.
Oh yeah.
Because other than that, I'm dragging him out and he's throwing an absolute.
Well, I mean, I think that's a little bit on you. Like you got to know when you go into a Target, like you have to buy your kids something. Just like
so you do. You just.
Oh yeah, we don't.
You bend the knee and you buy.
Yeah. My wife despises it. They have that dollar spot at the front where that crap's like $1 to $3.
This guy, no, can you believe this guy was just about to go in on me and he said, "That's on me."
It is.
And he's like, "No, what you're doing wrong is you have to buy them something when they go."
Yeah, see that I thought it was going to be the opposite because that's the way I would think. If I like one day when I have a little Noah running around, go to the store, be like, "Daddy, can I get something?" Be like, do you work yet?
Yeah. Yeah,
wow,
get a job. Get in the workforce first.
Jesus, guys.
Go to your neighbor's house.
Glad I'm not in your household.
For your elderly neighbor.
Yeah.
We like to have fun in my house.
Look at this. We got the Batman up there.
Michael Keaton and the GOAT. What's he got?
Big Steelers fan.
He's the man.
Will you play Batman for me, Michael Keaton?
He's the man. Michael Keaton, famously of Beetlejuice, Batman. What else? Multiplicity's an underrated movie.
Yeah.
Birdman.
Yeah.
He's out of control. He's wilding out. This is great.
A Pittsburgh native, not just like a bandwagon Steelers
He loves
fan.
the Pirates.
Yeah.
He loves the Steelers.
Had a tough one, too. Riley Nowakowski. They are having such a Steelers draft.
He's so great.
We bring home the native son, Mike McCarthy. We're going to go like old school Steelers draft.
Yeah.
Tackle up top. They just took a big old tight end out of Indiana.
I ripped their draft earlier. I don't like Drew Aller. I like Carson Beck way more. I do like their other picks. I like the wide receiver from Alabama. I watched a lot of Ty Simpson films, so I saw a lot of him. And I like the kid out of ASU, where they got him in the 20s. I think that, and then they got Jennings Dunkert for sure.
Owen says that I'm gonna fold and buy my kids whatever they want.
Yeah, he doesn't know the pressures that you're under. I mean, the stadium meter is through the roof as far as when you got a kid yelling and screaming, and you got to pull him by both his arms with his.
God, that's what goes down.
No, I'm being
no,
dramatic.
I'm just kidding.
But
how much? It's like how much are you willing to pay to avoid a meltdown?
That's my philosophy. But look, it's as I try to work with my wife, I try to avoid the criticism. Oh, you folded and got him another toy.
It's easier for me to take a verbal beating at home than it is to be embarrassed in front of hundreds of people in a store. I'll tell you what, my kids, at the end of the day, when we go into a Target, there's an expectation that they're walking out with something. So it just is what it is at this point.
I might be a little jovial guy, but I feel like if I have a kid, I'm gonna turn into a complete hard ass. I'm just gonna be like, why is Dad so mean all the time?
See, we got Dark Temple saying, I'm with JV. I don't have kids, but whenever I took my little brother to the store, he would get a Hot Wheel. See, Hot Wheel action figure.
Like $1.
Right.
No, they're
You'll
not.
Make it rain Hot Wheels in there.
They're not $1 anymore. It's sad.
My son's at the point, though, he's 11. Like, there's nothing. Like, it's sad because, like, I would play with toys, like, when I was younger. I do. Collectibles. My son, though, at 11 years old, like, he's like, oh, you got something from my little sister? I'm like, yeah, what do you want?
Yeah.
You know, he gets today, like, V-Bucks, virtual bucks, to spend on his PlayStation. Oh. That's what he wants. So, like, when we go into the store, I think he's sad because he wants something, but he doesn't know what he wants. Whereas my daughter will take anything, which is great.
Noah's going to be a hard ass.
That'll be me.
Fun fact, people are complimenting my hat. This is my son's hat. I was
going to say, I think when I watched your dogs, that hat was in his room.
You want to know why I wore this hat? I told Bo before the show. Let's get a one shot on this hat. People are digging it. I wore this hat because it's loud and eccentric, and it reminds me of Carson Beck.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a Carson Beck jersey to wear today, so I'm like, what's kind of an obnoxious thing that I can wear on camera?
Yeah.
With all due respect, Carson, if you're watching, this hat right here.
23-year-old Carson Beck. You're trying to connect with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Carson,
fellow
let's hang out.
Hello,
Let's be
fellow
friends.
young people.
What do you think of Carson Beck's sleeve tattoos? No opinion on them?
Goofy.
I mean, I understand that people would see that and they would make a judgment
Yeah.
because of it.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it.
I don't either. And I also think that I might, if he pans out, might consider me get my first name.
I think that a lot of the polarization of Carson Beck is based on how he looks.
1,000%.
Yeah.
1,000%.
Also, I'm turning the page. I think I was a little harsh on Beck yesterday.
Okay, no, let's hear your new opinion.
I saw some of the Snapchats back in on him. Guy's just shooting his shot, letting it fly.
Okay, well.
Oh, you saw
Well,
you
no,
saw his Snapchat game.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like,
that's what
just-
a couple of the chat were insinuating, that the Beck files. And
Yeah,
I think
he's just throwing it out
hey,
there.
Kids are kids, man. He's grown up a lot.
he's a gunslinger.
He
on the
is.
field and off the field.
My dad texted me last night. He goes, he's not a choir boy. And I'm like, that's all right.
Yeah.
Could he be Jim McMahon? Could he be Kenny Stabler for this team? Could he be a
Is he Joe Namath?
I like that. I like that everybody hates him. I like that, like the national pundits and people, because it's either.
I don't like that for him.
No, I think he feeds off of that.
Yeah.
I think if it works out, to be able to shove it in all those people's faces, like, because I see people a lot come out like with other prospects, like, I don't know if this guy's gonna work out, but great kid, I really like him. The things that they're saying about him, they're like, this is a wasted pick. You're lighting it on fire. I would never do this. I mean, even our guy Trevor Sikkema, like, made this whole show about, like, you can't take Carson Beck. He's hit his ceiling. It's like, let's give the kid an opportunity to see what he can do, okay? And if he can't play, then he can't play. But I don't know.
I also think I don't know if the Cardinals take Carson Beck as eagerly as they do if they didn't get Jeremiyah Love. Because they're going to be spending, I would assume, a lot of time together, both being rookies, probably both starting and, rookie
Well, they played against
minicamp.
each other week 1 last year in college football.
And so I can see, like, Love is a very straight shooter, like, leader.
Be great if they
kinda-
room together.
I think that he complements that kind of fire that Carson Beck he can bring it out of him.
It would be so poetic for a franchise that everybody. I'm being serious.
No,
here.
I know. Like, the chat's
Out of
crushing me
control.
right now.
It would be so poetic for a franchise that people walk over if they were dead in the street, spit on, they don't think highly of nationally. If Carson Beck came here and epitomized that and won with this franchise and made everybody eat it. Like, if you're a Cardinal fan, like, think about the optics of that. Like, I'm not telling people what they should and shouldn't do. Feel how you want.
Yeah.
If I want to root for somebody like that.
Yeah.
Your franchise is not well thought of, and now people are shitting on this quarterback that you drafted. Let's stand behind him. Let's root for him to succeed.
Yeah.
Let's not pile on and be a part of the loser scene that's out there.
Both Diego and Ryan saying that the Beck files are tame compared to the Aller files.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
So he goes ahead. Maybe they took the more mature version.
I don't want to go down a dark hole here. I'm not going to get into this. But, like, Josh Allen's tweets when he got drafted by Buffalo, no one knows. They were horrific, and he had to come out and apologize. Carson Beck's thirsty tweets on Snapchat are fine. They're fine.
Also, I love this one from Austin. If Beck is good, JV is on tattoo watch.
I mean, he'd have to win something, but
That's more of a commitment than going into his son's room and stealing his hat.
How about this?
this is a gateway drug right here. Carson Beck gateway drug. How eccentric my outfits are going to be.
Beck's first start this season, we got to get the tattoo sleeves.
Yes, we will get fake tattoo sleeves.
Yeah.
I will be so like I'm trying to think of the right word here.
Insufferable.
Yes. If Carson Beck pans out and that's the quarterback of this franchise and he wins here, I will be insufferable. It will be over. Not for the people that consume this pod, because everybody will be drinking the Kool-Aid, but like internet troll on Twitter, on social media, digging up old tweets. I will have it all. We will do it all. So just we got 4 or 5 month timeline here to see if this puppy can bake a little bit. So yes, insufferable is the word I was looking for. Thank you.
I love it. Hit that like button here as we continue with our coverage here, the 2026 NFL Draft. The Ravens on the clock. Joe Royer, tight end. More tight ends. Ton of tight ends going off the board here in the draft between day 2 and day 3. But he is the most recent selection, or actually he went to the Browns from the University of Cincinnati. You got Karan Prunty, Wake Forest, going to the Pats. Their war room is down one Mike Vrabel. And then Lorenzo Styles Jr., the brother of Sonny Styles, safety out of Ohio State, goes to the Saints. Ravens got back-to-back picks. Raiders, Chiefs, Dolphins, Eagles, Niners, Dolphins, and then Bills round out round 5. And then we'll be into round 6 before you know it.
Hit that like button. We've got some time for a break here as we jump in to some reads. We're coming right back.
I think we're good on reads.
I think we've got one more. We got to do Fanatics and Circle K, right? All right, so we're back in a flash. It's PHNX. Hit that like button for our friends at Circle K. I can't wait to tap out after this draft and go pick up a sweet, sweet Polar Pop with our friends at Circle K. Join the Inner Circle for free by downloading the Circle K app today. It's never going to taste so good to head inside, get a 79-cent Polar Pop as a member of the Inner Circle, and then say, I didn't really eat breakfast today, but I also haven't had lunch, so I'm going to combine the $3 meal deal, hot dog, Tornado, Frito-Lay's chips, and Polar Pop with the $4 meal deal. I'm going to go heavy today. I'm going to be like the fourth-round defensive tackle trying to put on weight. I'm going to get the Circle K breakfast Sammy, the hash brown, and the medium ice coffee for $7. Think about how much food I'm getting. I'm getting a hash brown and breakfast Sammy, a Tornado, a hot dog, Frito-Lay's chips, a Polar Pop, and a coffee. 6 items for just $7. And then tonight, maybe I'll come back and say I'm going to finish the job with the $6 meal deal. 2 slices is any 20-ounce Coca-Cola, Pepsi product up to 44 ounces. I mean, like everywhere, it's like $12, $13 for a meal. Think beyond the pump and go inside and get some Inner Circle deals by downloading the Circle K app today. Terms and conditions apply at participating locations. Visit CircleK.com for more details.
You got 2 jersey-worthy players in this draft, I think, for the Cardinals. Yeah, Jeremiyah Love at the very tippy top, and then Carson Beck, a quarterback. We'll see what digits he gets. I know his 15 is already, he wore 11 at Miami.
Don't give him 11.
I don't know 11, everybody stays away from that sacred number.
Clayton Tune's old number's available.
But regardless, you want to get the new fits, new gear from the new prospects coming into the Valley, well, check the Fanatics app. It's your all-in-one spot for everything fandom. Talking about gears, jersey, exclusive drops. You can grab the latest Cardinals draft picks gear, fresh Devin Booker playoff merch. Well, you can. 2 more games of that. Even rep the D-backs while they're in season. Snakes are off to a hot start, all in one place. Here's the twist. No shopping. No like Johnny going into Target and having to give up all the money to his kids. You can play free daily games inside the app. Rack up fan cash, which you actually use on jerseys, tickets, collectibles, and so much real stuff. Check them out right now. Plus, during the NBA playoffs, they've got free games running. If you're a baseball fan, Home Run Pick'em gives you a shot at $250 in fan cash. I was just scrolling the other day, saw tons of signed memorabilia, helmets, card stuff. You just don't stumble on. It's all in one place, built for fans like us here in the PHNX community. It's the Fanatics app. Download the Fanatics app. Start cashing in on your fandom. Go today. Get it. Go PHNX.com/Fanatics. App access open to all 21 or older to play. No purchase necessary. U.S. only. Void where prohibited.
Let's jump into these super chats. Noah's the Cardinals, they're going to be on the clock pretty soon, I think. Maybe not.
No, it's a while.
No. This draft's never ending.
We're stuck in this purgatory here between round 5 and 6 forever.
Pick 183. It's like in 10 picks. 183.
Okay.
And then it's 217. So technically, we really only have like 1 full round left. Because when the Cardinals pick, then we're not going to do the whole 7th. If Monti Ossenfort trades down for additional 7s, I will fall on the floor. Go ahead. Let's rip some of these. Steven Jackson, $4.99. Great to see you guys the last 2 days. Crushed it. hand the ball off to Love is much easier versus throwing to MHJ. Love is more of a surefire than MHJ. Agreed.
Yeah, we're big fans of Steven Jackson. Of course, you can find him in our exclusive member Discord all the time, but he was hanging out. Made the trip in from the West Coast, from San Diego.
Love it.
It's great to hang with Steven post round 1, and then, of course, last night hanging out at Santan. Thank you for making the effort coming in here and hanging out with us here in the Valley of the Sun. Look forward to seeing you during the regular season. As you had said, might come in for some watch parties,
Let's
some
do
watch-alongs.
Ranger, back-to-back Super Chats. Ranger, we appreciate you, my guy. Great to see you. Great job this week, guys. Hope for a better season coming this season. Can't wait to watch on these long seasons with you guys. I appreciate that. This season's been made easier by the arrival of Jeremiyah Love. No doubt about it. I was just talking to our GM Espo. It's like, I could not have gotten through. We would have, because we're professionals. I'm very professional. But like,
check out my hat, Carson.
Had it been, yeah, right. Had it been like, hey, Cardinals, here's Alvaro Reese, slop. Here's a second-round tackle, slop. Here's a developmental edge rusher, slop. Here you go. And then Jacoby Brissett gets paid. It would have been hard for me to stomach that. But now it's just like, I got Jeremiyah Love. I got some juice. Got Carson Beck. I'm excited. Rangers back $10. JV looking for a new buddy now that Gannon is gone. Laugh out loud. There's no laugh out loud. I'm 100% looking for a new friend. I'm running out of friends here. I got my friends in the room here, my colleagues at PHNX Sports.
So who are the prospects?
Who are the prospects of the team? I mean, like, you want to tell the story of when you were in the press box in the press room the other day? Are you allowed to tell that story?
I don't know if this player, if I need to out him. It didn't seem like he cared at the moment, but a very prominent Cardinals fan listens to the show.
Cardinal player.
Yeah. Cardinals player. Yeah.
Said they loved the show.
Yeah.
So I would like to be friends with them. I would say, like, my number one goal now, because, I mean, like, I hope Mike LaFleur opts to come on to the show one day and we can talk to him.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to duplicate the on-field chemistry we have with Jonathan Gannon, or on camera, excuse me.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Gannon was just a huge supporter of PHNX and PHNX Cardinals. Like, he wanted PHNX Cardinals to do well. Not that the Cardinals don't, but, like, he had not a actual investment, but, like, he wanted us to be able to have success. So we're always indebted in JG. I think the next target for us is going to be whomever ascends as a young quarterback for this franchise. That is our target, to befriend the next quarterback of this team. Now, I don't know if, like, Carson Beck would look at me as, like, somebody he'd want to be social with, but that's why I'm trying to go through a little bit of this makeover. Like, I think Ty Simpson and I would have gotten along immediately. Carson Beck, I might have to learn the streets to get on the
Can
same
I be
page
honest with you?
Beck.
Like, and I don't mean this like, in a really mean way. And I know it's something you
I don't like how this
you're way
is
more
starting.
comfortable. He is 6'5". Like,
Yeah.
That is like there's a stark difference in height there.
We'll see.
What is there, about a foot?
There's nearly a foot. Like, he's a big kid. Like, as Mike LaFleur said, he's a big quarterback.
Yeah, he is. He's with a big heart. We'll figure it out this year. I just like the, overcoming adversity. He and I know a lot about that, and I think we have a lot to talk about. Bees in the chat.
You were both disliked in college.
No, I'm very well liked. JB, some are saying Beck is our dark Luke Skywalker. Well, there's no dark Luke Skywalker. I would say more so like maybe
Anakin.
Or at the end of Return of the Jedi, where temporarily Luke, was a little bit courted to the dark side. And he threw his lightsaber down. So, but that I don't hate that comp. I don't hate that comp. Yeah, John Williams score going over, unbelievable.
UZL Felix Beck said on Gruden quarterback camp that he's 24.
Okay, well, big yikes there, because then he'll be 20. Does anybody know?
Can we get his birth certificate?
Yeah, I think
he's 20. 23 according to everything else.
Let's go with that then. Maybe you misspoke.
He's going to be 24 this season.
24 as of November 19th, November 19th, 2002 is his birthday.
Yeah, so that's going to be, he'll be 24 this year.
No, I think he is 24 right now.
It's 2026.
I don't know. I'm not good at math. I don't care how old he is.
It's going to be November 19th, 2026 will be his 24th. It will be his 24th birthday.
Oh my God! The corpse of Bret Michaels is on the stage in Pittsburgh, and he's
with Wiz Khalifa.
Yeah.
What a
Yeah, that is not a combo I expected to see here.
Can we turn the
They're
channel?
definitely doing like black and yellow or something
Poppy
like that.
cream, $1.99. Glizzy King.
I love Poppy cream.
Last night, can I just say, we had a tremendous outpouring of support in attendance, almost 50 people after night one sellout at Santan Mountain. And I fumbled the opportunity. Like, people were getting food. And
me too.
There was, in the corner of my eye, a stand where you could get food, and they had some hot dogs, and I really wanted a hot dog. And I didn't know who to ask. And I also didn't want to eat a hot dog on air.
Yeah, and that was the memes.
They would have written themselves.
Yeah, they would have been. You would have never lived that one down.
No, but I wanted a hot dog, and I should have sent somebody over.
Wow, is that Glizzy Gate?
Yeah, I think we have. The Glizzy Gate is now a part of the show.
Yes,
and its lore, it will never go away. Kyle Haley, Mike LaFleur made Mike White look pretty decent. And I think we can all agree Carson Beck is a little bit better than him. Mike LaFleur, during his Jets tenure, and we kind of went over this when he was hired as the Cardinals head coach, because of his what's deemed as a failed tenure with the Jets, any quarterback not named Zach Wilson he found success with.
Yeah, Zach Wilson's a huge mega bust. He's one of the worst players drafted in the top 10 in the last 20 years. He should have never been drafted that high. They didn't play anybody at BYU. It was the COVID year. He's a freak arm, but like was not relatable. People didn't like him. It was an impossible ask. So yes, 100%. And like Mike LaFleur didn't get to sign off on Zach Wilson. They wanted to keep Darnold, and ownership said no. We're getting rid of Darnold, and we're drafting this kid. So that's what happened.
And we got some quotes. I got some official quotes from Reggie, Virgil, and some of the news Cardinals.
Okay.
We can get some key stuff from there. We like, obviously, using our guy Donnie out there, but got to look at him myself. Roscoe, cheers, guys, for the effort the last few days. You are 100% the best Cardinals-related outlet. I'm with JV on Beck. Love that he's hated. Roscoe from the UK.
Let's go. Where are the other outlets here locally covering day 3? I haven't seen anybody. I mean, people are on Twitter, but a group hang like this?
They're doing more homework, I think.
That's fine.
Obviously, taking the guesswork out of it. They're doing homework. Colossus.
Go write the same article 20 other people are going to write.
Yeah, love you guys. Said hi to Johnny at Fan Fusion before he headed down the elevator.
Fan Fusion.
Beck fills the 7 Parcells drafting quarterback in the first rules.
There you go. Colossus, what were you doing at Fan Fusion last year? We were looking for some deals. My son was looking. He purchased a John Cena art print that hangs in his room. So Fan Fusion overwhelmed my wife. She said she'll never return. So it will just be me and my son this year. I brought Kelsey and my daughter last year. My
it's
daughter
like a
had
Comic
a good
Con.
And it was at the convention center just down the street, and it's fantastic. There was just too much going on.
You get like the $6 billion man actor or something there.
No, I mean they had. I mean, speaking of Anakin Skywalker, they had Hayden Christensen. They had a bunch of people.
Wow, big. Yeah. Where'd they find Hayden Christensen? He's such a busy guy these days.
Shut up. Give him a break. He was bullied as a child actor. T. Votto, $2. JV, a client and president of the, what is that, Becker Heads, my guy? I'm trying not to go too hard in the paint with Beck because I was such a Ty Simpson guy, and people are just going to be like, you're just jumping to the next quarterback. My argument is just simply, you don't take him at 65. Whether you love him, you hate him, you're indifferent. You don't take him at 65 if he's not viewed as a potential starter. That's my whole argument. And I am so anti the establishment of just consistent, and it's not Minshew or Jacoby's fault. I hate their quarterback plan. I think it stinks, and I want something different.
Yeah, you're taking anything you can get.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
I'm desperate like Monty's desperate, apparently.
Also, I didn't really think about it, but Carson Beck and Jacoby Brissett, very similar stature and kind of game.
Mm-hmm. Both stand tall in the pocket, deliver the football.
Yeah, so I mean, he's got someone to learn under that has, like, he's been in the league for a while. Obviously, last year was last year, but you never know.
And Minshew's a madman.
Yeah.
What if you could get like Minshew's swag with like Jacoby's steadiness? I think that'd be a good combination. Jack,
if you're looking for positives, I mean, I think that there's something there.
Yeah.
I still feel uneasy about the position. But
like nobody can sit here and say like we're set.
Yeah.
About to go Glizzy overdrive when we pick Perkins Jr. Oh my goodness. I was about to say something that was going to come off.
I appreciate you probably.
Somebody at mentioned that when we do a Circle K visit, that they're going to do a Glizzy Snickers combo.
I like it. So take the bun, remove or maybe double down and do the bun with the Glizzy and the Snickers.
Yeah. Yep. Maybe upside down.
Well, is it finally happened? Is the long wait ended for Garrett Nussmeier, or are they just showing him as best available? Has he come off the board?
No, he is not.
Nussy. This would be a good pick for the Dolphins. He looks like kind of like a high school gym teacher. Sophomore quarterback coach.
Mr. Nuss?
Yeah.
That would
Coach Nuss.
Yeah, Coach that wouldn't be roasted at all.
I mean, Carson Beck looks like an NFL quarterback. Beck is a man. He's 40. Get it right in the chat. He is a man. He's a big man, big strong man. Yuzi, Felix. Beck said Google was wrong about his age. Uh-oh. So maybe he is 24. I don't know. I hear his skill set. Like if you're banking on him to be good, his skill set's not going to depreciate. Like he is what he is. And so like whether he's 24, 23, 25, like he's in his mid 20s, he needs to play. Why is Matt Miller on TV? Great question.
Incredible question. All right.
And he's in the center with Reese Davis and Field Yates and Mel Kiper.
This is according to the real age of quarterbacks, Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck revealed. Tyler Erzberger. It says if you look up the age of Cardinals quarterback Carson Beck on the internet, it says he's 23. The more you look into his history, the more outlets tell you he's 23 and he turns 24 in November. That is wrong. Cardinals possibly look at Beck as their future under center. The truth is the former Miami Hurricanes quarterback is already 24. The source, Beck himself, as the chat pointed out, John Gruden on Barstool, the quarterback class show, said the former Raiders, Buccaneers head coach sat down with Beck, discussed, blah, blah, blah. And then Gruden flat out asked, Beck was 23 or 24. Beck responded, he's 24, and you shouldn't believe everything you see on the internet.
Does that change your opinion on the future of the franchise?
Yeah, man, I'm all the way out on him.
No, I would say you should be more in on him.
I'm kidding.
Because he's older, and so, time's running out.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I feel like I'm pretty sure I was, because he played 4 years of football.
Have you seen the gif of Captain America aging? Or no, it's Matt Damon at the end of Private Ryan.
Yeah.
And he goes from a young man to a real man. That's Carson Beck in my eyes right now.
Here's Carson Beck's collegiate history. For those asking, he has been in college football. Oh God, now it's
6 years, right?
Yeah. Hang on. I'm sorry. This is not good podcasting.
A real friend would have known his true age.
No, I'm not a stalker. All right, so he is. My God, these websites. Get it together.
Yeah, Sports Reference and their new verification is.
Oh my God, I'm a human being. Come on. Oh my God,
Johnny,
this is terrible.
Find the motorcycles.
Here we go. Miami quarterback.
Beck will be 25 in November.
They won't even ESPN. For those asking, I can't tell you what his college history was because the internet doesn't want me to. He was in college for 6 years. Hit that like button. Let's go back. We got some more super chats. Do us a favor. Get us to 500 likes. We're almost there. All it takes is a little click. Bees, $2. The Beck Gruden QB camp feeding families right now. I can't wait to watch it on a loop. I didn't watch it last night. I got home too late. But today it'll just be on replay at the Venerable household.
If I ain't got that glizzy and you're just watching.
Yeah, I'm sitting with a smorgasbord of Circle K food, and I'm just stiff-arming my kids and my wife, even after a big win this morning. And I'm saying, it's time. Somebody just disliked it. How dare you?
Hey, let's combat that dislike.
with about 20 more likes.
Yeah, flood it with likes.
I'm begging for likes, and somebody said, I'll give you a dislike. How about that? But yeah, I'm gonna go in on the QB camp.
It might have been your wife just listening to your plan that you're gonna load up on food.
Kelsey,
and
is that
just
you? I'm sorry.
Zone out to Carson Beck content. Coach Mike LaFleur. Oh, damn it again.
No more, guys. Come on.
Speaking of which, Johnny Cena's going to the Fan Fusion this year. See y'all there. Also, you guys are already my friends.
There's no way that's true. If that's true.
He's my friend. I've talked to him like 3 times.
Yeah, Bees, we hung out last night.
There's no way that's true. Hang on.
I was talking with Coach at the press conference yesterday.
He is coming to Fan Fusion. I need some super chat. I need what I hear. I'm going to start not
you buying your tickets right now?
Yeah. Can somebody?
No.
I'm just kidding.
I'm going to read some quotes from new Cardinals receiver Reggie Virgil as he met with the Cardinals media, 143rd overall. He said how he's feeling after he got drafted. He said, "This one gave me my first top 30 visit. You talked about this. I clicked instantly with the staff. They just love my energy. Me and Monti Ossenfort made a couple jokes too.
Yeah.
Just joking with Monty. He just loved me. He was telling me he was glad I ran a slow 40. Those guys know my ability, and when I bring so much, I'm ready to work. Just there to work hard." Also, he said what it will be like to play with Marv, Michael Wilson, and Trey McBride. Just those guys and their elite traits. I'm just coming in, and I just want to work hard to keep my head down as much as possible, contribute in any way. I just want to help the team in any kind of way. Those guys are really elite too. So just want to take my game to another level. I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, they're all likable. All these prospects they brought in, it's a likable team.
How about this? His experience playing special teams. I'm a dog on special teams. I played special teams more than I played receiver, and all that trying to be cute and only playing receiver. No, I'm going to go out there on special teams too and work my way up. And I sure like what I've done in my career.
I love that.
Yeah.
Love it.
Well, who played special teams last year that was a fixture and then got to work into the lineup defensively? No.
Oh, yeah, Keaton Crawford.
Keaton Crawford was an ace special teamer at the collegiate level and then earned some snaps defensively. So maybe it's the same thing. No, I mean, it's a good draft. I like these players. They make sense for what they want to do. I'm anxious to see who they're going to take here coming up because I don't know. Harold Perkins still available. Cole Payton goes to the Eagles here. They had done extensive work. They were one of the teams listed with the Cardinals.
Tanner McKee become extremely available.
Not for us. See ya. Would you rather have Carson Beck or Tyson Bagent?
Probably Bagent.
Wow, rude. Even though Bagent's a couple years into his deal.
Also a tattooed quarterback.
Bagent has a better arm. Bagent's got a big arm. But he's a little erratic with the football.
How old is Bagent? 25, 26?
I'd as Johnny would say, I'd peg him at 27.
25.
Yikes.
He turns 26 in June.
So he's about 2 years younger, a year younger.
So Cole Payton goes to the Eagles. We've got the Niners on the clock. Cardinals quickly coming up the draft board. Niners, Dolphins, Bills, and then we're into round 6.
Pick is in for San Francisco here. Yeah, Cole Payton. I mean, toolsy guy.
Look at him pick apart North Dakota there.
They love North Dakota State, don't they? Isn't that where Carson Wentz went?
Yeah. Easton Stick, Trey Lance.
He's a big kid. He's such a project, though. There's my Redbirds. They beat his ass. Make a tackle. Jesus.
What an electric run.
If that had been our reality, where it was like Chalk, Arvell Reese, mid players, and then it's like Cole Payton in the 5th round. Come on. That's what people wanted to do. Cole Payton, who played a low-level college football, had minimal statistics versus Carson Beck, who played national stage, 37-6, 12,000 yards passing. Cole Payton is not better than Carson Beck. Come on, guys. You think Cole Payton's going to succeed with Big Dom? And the guy for I Think You Should Leave as head coach? No chance.
Tim Robinson clone.
Tim Robinson.
So Howie Roseman takes another North Dakota State quarterback. Took Carson Wentz back in the day.
Remember how electric Carson Wentz was before pre-injury?
He was. He was an
very
MVP
good.
candidate.
And then never the same.
Really wasn't.
Nussmeier.
Redbird Rage saying, yeah, Cole Payton's not going to be better than Carson Beck. I don't think that's not a hot take. I mean, talk about inexperience. I mean, we're talking about inexperience at the FCS level. He's got a lot of things going against him. He's going in a good situation. Going into a quarterback room of Jalen Hurts, and you're going to have Andy Dalton in there. There's no pressure. Like, he can just develop, and we'll see what they want to do with him. I mean, Philly does a good job in consistently drafting quarterbacks and developing them, and then flipping them around the league. And I mean, they took a second-round pick in Jalen Hurts, and he turned into their franchise quarterback.
Like, look at Nussmeier not being drafted is pretty wild. I mean, Baldy was a Nussmeier guy. Our guy Fran Duffy was a Nussmeier guy. Our guy in the chat, Drew Aller or no one. They have gone that route. They're not going to do it again. Toolsy guy on day 3, or in this case, it would have been day 2. I think he's better suited for Pittsburgh too. It's like we have entered, fair or not, the Shanahan McVay infrastructure of how quarterback play is done, and it's a very specific set of skills, and they don't want to go nuts with it. Like, the unicorn is you do everything right, and you have Stafford's arm and processing and all that. Like, and then the 49ers tried to combat that because they whiffed on Stafford. Mm-hmm. They tried to trade for Stafford. The Rams got him, so they said, we're going to get Trey Lance. We're going to get our own Stafford. And it was a disaster. And these other teams, like, look around of the tree. Like, Kevin O'Connell has succeeded with whom? Kirk Cousins, right? Like, those are the kind of guys they look for. Now, you've got Liam Cohen, who's got a unicorn first overall pick with Trevor Lawrence. But, like, for the most part, Mike LaFleur is going – I know he said he's not going to do – this isn't going to be the Niner offense or the 49 or the Ram offense, but they're leaning into this, a very specific type. Now, if you fast forward to next year and they have a top pick and there is a unicorn on the board, it better be somebody that can do the intermediate stuff correct first. But if they've got a big arm, if they're mobile, that's a plus, right? Like Sam Levitt, to me, if they can come in and they can clean up the mistakes, you're not overthrowing passes, you're not taking bad sacks, like, they'll be into that for sure. But, like, if all things are equal, there's a reason Jimmy Garoppolo started for like a decade on and off for Kyle Shanahan.
Well, you just look at Beck's performance. You guys passed over 70%, 72% the last 2 seasons in college football.
Who's that?
Carson Beck.
Right.
And you got Drew Aller, at the collegiate level. Like, most games, like you would see him right around a 50% clip. He's around 60% clip. Like, and you see him against like elevated opposition.
Yeah.
And you see him struggle mightily. Like, he goes, like, Penn State draws Boise State in that fraudulent FCS or CFP playoff game last year. Mm-hmm. And you look at his numbers, and he's 13 for 25, throws 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, like against Boise State, of course. But then he plays a real big boy school like Notre Dame. He's 12 of 23 with a pick.
He looked terrible in that game.
He did. His footwork is such a mess, and it's like his mechanics are so flawed. And then, like, everybody's joking about like his off the field antics. It's just like it's not like for a guy because Josh Allen is obviously the exception to the rule. To think he could suddenly like figure it out, and these big red flags are just going to be a thing of the past, and he taps into his arm potential, because that's really it. You're just blown away by his arm potential, and he played at a big school. Drew Aller just seems like a massive project where at the very least you've seen Carson Beck go up against some really good colleges and compete and win football games. Yeah,
I wanted to like Aller too, and then this year you couldn't wrap your arms around it at all. The most impressive quarterbacks in college football that came out of the draft went where they were supposed to go. Like Ty Simpson was a first rounder. Fernando Mendoza was the best prospect. He went first overall. And then and you heard, I think it was Pelissaro who said this morning, is that the more teams watch Carson Beck's film, especially from this past year, the more that they liked it, the more that it would translate to the NFL. And I think that's the best compliment you can give him is like, With Carson Beck, we're not projecting that he could become this or this skill set could be leveraged to do X, Y, and Z. It's like these are NFL throws in a very NFL-style offense, and he has done it consistently. And, oh, by the way, he's won a bunch of games, and that's what they're looking for. I made this case for Ty Simpson throughout the course of the draft process, and I think it also lends itself to Carson Beck. I think teams are leaning away from the toolsy guy, not the unicorn, but the guys with the low completion percentage. But we can fix them, right?
Yeah.
I think that got a lot of people fired after Josh Allen, and I think the league is coming back to, hey, Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl, and Brock Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. Let's get a plus game manager with some mobility, and let's beef up the rest of the team. Carson Beck, if he hits, the biggest attribute is he's going to be making no money for 4+ years. That will be the Cardinals' window if he hits. If he doesn't, then it's no harm, no foul. It's pick 65.
Outside of like the elite talents at the quarterback position, is it kind of transitioning to almost how running backs are kind of viewed nowadays?
Yeah, just that's a good point. No, just kind of circling through. When do we have to pay him? When do we don't have to pay him? Can we get this guy on a discount? Kyler Murray's on a discount in Minnesota. Baker Mayfield discount initially in Tampa Bay. Sam Darnold making minimal money, 3 years, $100 million in Seattle. Mac Jones, right, on a discount, won a bunch of games this year.
The Niners go with the tackle from Kansas, Enrique Cruz Jr., after Cole Payton went to the Eagles, the North Dakota State quarterback. We got the Dolphins. The pick is in. They're about to make the selection, and then the Bills will round out the 5th round, and then the Cardinals will be the clock. I think, was it 4th in that round?
Can they ship out their 7th, please? Please. Get that 7th out of here.
Are there another like 30 comp picks in the 6th round?
A little bit less in the 6th round. That was the problem with the last 2 rounds, is you went 40 deep. Sidhu.
Traore.
Yeah, good job. Mississippi State, tight end.
First NFL draft pick from the NFL Academy. That's cool. It's got the Great Britain flag walking onto the stage. Very cool. I mean, NFL's trying to be an international game now. Cardinals are on the clock according to Book's Journey. Harold Perkins. There's always going to be that player that we all want,
right?
Base once, and then he goes undrafted. All right, best available right now for me. Harold Perkins. That's what about that center that Fran said? No, he's gone.
Struggling.
Yeah. Let me go.
Davian Harris still there.
Yeah. You're not going to take another wideout. Probably not going to take another defensive lineman. Oh, Pat Coogan of Indiana. We talked about him during the draft process a fair amount.
So like a center.
Yep.
He did play a little guard early in his career.
The center would be good.
Caden Curry, remember the short arms we're talking about, but productive at Ohio State.
I think the value is off ball right now. Deontay Lawson out of Alabama.
Isaiah World, tackle from Oregon.
VJ Payne, safety out. Maybe a safety here.
Yeah. Logan Fano from Utah.
Okay.
Is that the brother? He's got to be the brother of?
Yeah.
Or related to Spencer, right?
He is. Damani Jackson, I had him going 7th in my mock the other day. Rangy player that's played all over the field and does a nice job winning 50-50 balls.
Oh, you know who's still available? Navy Eli.
Where'd he go to school?
Navy.
Ryan saying Harold is Jack Sawyer, but Harold Perkins is more like he's an athletic freak, and not productive in college. Where Sawyer was the opposite. He wasn't athletic.
Captain Jack Sawyer.
Yeah.
Where did Jack Sawyer? What did he end up with last year? He made
a play in a primetime game.
He did. He had 1 sack and he had 2 picks. That's pretty nuts.
Oh, got it, Ryan. He's saying the guy we never got. So Sawyer, because you were on the table for Captain Jack last year, ended up going to Pittsburgh in the 5th round. A couple of years ago, it was Ohio State's center What was his name? We were infatuated with him.
Yeah, I know.
It was like a
because Tony Pauline said they were going to take him.
Whippler.
Luke Whippler. And we were like so infatuated with Ohio State lineman because Paris had worked out. Like, just keep building.
Yeah.
Just bring the Ohio State O-line here. Luke Whippler. Is he out of football now? Does anybody want to guess?
He's a backup on the Browns.
He is. Yes. Is that where he was drafted?
Yeah.
So he's still there.
Mm-hmm. But, like, remember they had every offensive lineman available this offseason. They're like, we need to fill every void.
He was pick 190 3 years ago. He was in the Paris draft.
Yeah. Ollie remembers. Were you here? Yeah, Bees.
They all remember. Man.
Luke Whippler.
This little fanboy pod 3+ years ago.
The Bills putting in the final pick of the 5th round. Cardinals are on the clock. Browns are taking Taylon Green, quarterback out of Arkansas. He joins
my goodness.
Shador, Deshaun Watson, and Dylan Gabriel.
Gross.
Do they view Green as a quarterback?
Wait, was that the Bills who took him or the Browns?
The Browns. Yeah.
Classic Browns.
Let's see who the Bills and the Bills. Jordan Schultz doesn't have that, but the pick is in there. Browns made their selection. And
Yeah,
the Cardinals.
wide receiver Taylon Green, as Jacob says in the chat.
It's possible. What do you run? These run a sub 40?
He's not a quarterback. I don't know. I mean, they had success with Joshua Cribbs.
Poppy Cream saying, did you guys see Stafford's wife texted Ty instead of Stafford? Somebody told us that.
Wait a minute.
After the draft party.
What do you mean
night.
she texted Ty instead of Stafford?
I think she slid into his DMs like welcome him.
Oh, I got you. I thought you meant she texted. She meant to text her husband, and she texted Ty Simpson instead.
No.
That'd be weird. That'd be really weird. Hey, honey, what time you coming home later? And it was to Ty Simpson, not Stafford. That's how I read that.
Zane Durant, defensive lineman from Penn State, off the board officially. To wrap up the 5th round, into the 6th round, we go to the Browns. As we've been talking about, they take Taylon Green, quarterback. Cardinals officially on the clock. Let's see what they end up doing here with their 6th selection in this draft.
Zane
top
Durant.
30 pick. The only top 30 pick that we have reported that we know about is the tackle from Notre Dame.
Which does not, I mean, they could take him here. It wouldn't be a problem. Probably he's better suited to be undrafted. But I just read an article recently that Notre Dame, with his departure, they said that was a huge loss for their team. So maybe just a better college player than an NFL prospect, which is totally fine. Mm-hmm. Zane Durant, that's good value for the Bills. He was a productive player at Penn State the last several years. Cardinals, still no pick yet. Is this going to be the green pick here?
Yeah.
182.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the broadcast's a little bit behind. Yeah, I like Zane Durant for a couple different reasons. He's 21. That would have been a good value pick for anybody here in the 6th round. Taylon Green goes. Mel Kiper's best available. Did have the pass rusher from Ohio State there. People are saying Coogan. Are you rooting for Coogan, or do you have
the
that
center from Indiana?
D. West wants Coogan.
He wants Coogan.
He's been very verbal about it.
What are they going to do?
Continuing to refresh here. Trying to see if maybe
refresh.
has it. But yeah, the last pick we have is Green. Cardinals remain on the clock.
Yeah, watch these highlights of Green. Like, I'm sure these would be like the most impressive highlights we've seen today. But then, like, it's not the highlights; it's everything else. 4.36 is so dumb. 6'5", 227.
Jacob wants Isaiah World, tackle from Oregon.
Look at this dude. That's a good throw.
Against Ole Miss, too.
That's dirty.
He's not doing that in the NFL, though.
Probably not.
Maybe at wide receiver.
Cardinals should have taken him and then just run read option with he and Jeremiyah Love.
It's a good throw.
He was worthy of being drafted based on his combine alone. Like, would you rather have him or Nussmeier? I think he he looks like it's like another Dobbs, like another Joshua Dobbs.
I like it. That's a good comp.
Pastronaut 2.0.
Xavier Harris, that room is just packed now.
Do they cut Dylan Gabriel? They get rid of Dylan Gabriel?
What's the deal with Xavier Harris? I got to imagine. So the pick is in for the Cardinals. We're going to hear it shortly. Louis Riddick is talking about Taylon Green.
PK Fitzgerald.
Okay, Karson Sharar, linebacker out of Iowa.
Wow. Off ball?
Looks like it.
So there's your off ball. Not Harold Perkins. Karson Sharar.
6'2", 230. Testing numbers at the combine: 4.56, 40-yard dash, 40-inch vert.
Look at this picture. I'm gonna have to send this. I'm gonna have to send this to Emma.
Got some hops.
Oh my
40-inch
God.
vert. Flows to the ball well. Takes good angles. Proper closing speed. One area of concern: Sharar has the ability to disengage with blockers. His lack of size and length will be a concern to the next level. Displays average ability and coverage overall. Sharar lacks great amount of starting experience. Only started in 2025. He's an instinctive defender.
How about that picture of him? The old Iowa linebacker on day 3. It worked out with Fred Warner once upon a time for San Francisco. Let's see if it works out for. Didn't Fred Warner go to Iowa?
No, he went to BYU.
BYU. No, I'm thinking of George Kittle. George Kittle was a 5th rounder, but he was a tight end.
Not so bold 6th-round move, Cotton. Let's see if it works out.
4 sacks this past year for Iowa. He's from Iowa Falls, Iowa. Let's take a look at some of his game stats here. Against Vanderbilt, 14th ranked. I would imagine this was in their bowl game, Bo.
Mm-hmm.
5 tackles, 2 sacks for the Iowa local product here. So, Iowa had a really good defense this past year. They shut down Indiana. A lot of people thought they could have won that game. They lost 20-15 because their offense stunk.
Shire. That's how you pronounce it. Karson Sharar.
Karson Sharar, 6'2", 235. Remember when people thought this team was going to use a premium resource on an off-ball linebacker? Owen Papo, probably not going to make this team this year.
Yeah, this is a special teamer coming here in Karson Sharar. Athleticism, but undersized a little bit. Some interesting production out of always a solid defense in Iowa.
Mm-hmm. So you think about, you've got Mack Wilson Sr., you've got Cody Simon, you've got Gibbons, and then Sharar probably over Owen Papo at this point. So you're probably keeping 4 off-ball linebackers, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, a little bit older. He's 23, according to the internet. As we pointed out, you can't trust it completely.
Mm-hmm.
But, he had a good year for the Hawkeyes.
6th rounder. I see some people on Twitter saying that this was a reach. Guys, we're in the 6th round here. we're in the 6th round. It's about fit. It's about timing. I mean, it's okay. They can take a non-toolsy, slightly undersized off-ball linebacker from Iowa in the 6th round. They'll survive. Yeah. Owen Papo's had his time. It's funny now, too, that we've gone through this cycle with Monti. And here's the problem is, like, you just feel like Monti hasn't earned it yet because they haven't won anything.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, we're going through another draft where it's like, yeah, I see him replacing him. And who drafted that person?
Yeah.
Oh, my. It's like, hey, John Gaines is going to be a free agent. Well, they're adding a guard. Hey, look at this. Jeremiyah Love's on the team. Oh, they're going to replace this running back that was drafted by Monti. Here's an off-ball linebacker on day 3. Oh, we did that year 1 with Owen Papo. He's probably going to be gone. Look at Dante Stills is a free agent. Proctor's coming in. It's like, okay, that's fine. I like these prospects, but it just underscores, not to get on a soapbox here, that Monti Ossenfort needs to win some games this year.
Yeah. Emma, you beat the Cardinals team account with that draft announcement. Congratulations.
The GOAT.
Karson Sharar. News Cardinal. Reach. 6th round. What are they doing? They blew the draft. They were doing so well. And then they got to the sixth round and they blew it completely.
We love the prospects we love, and we get infatuated with players that we see in rankings that we've never watched play, And it's just like, that's not a good selection. The Cardinals have taken plenty of those guys on day 3. It's a weird draft. This year's a weird draft.
It doesn't move the needle either way for me as far as this draft goes. But interesting, athletic, but a 6th-round pick. We've been seeing now as the roster stands, like they went into this offseason with 51 players on their contract.
Yeah.
Right? That's a ton. Because they've done a lot of heavy lifting as far as bringing in young players in this organization on controllable contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And they're adding to it now.
Yeah.
And you're seeing, like, it started in 2024 when they had 12 picks, and guys in the 6th and 7th round had a really tough time just making the roster. Primarily, those guys were reserved for practice squad spots.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is probably a practice squad player.
Yeah.
Just based on his size and how far he needs to go to maybe make a team. So you're looking at a guy where he's going to have to excel on teams to make the roster, but more than likely he's going to be a practice squad guy.
He's got a great stash, though. Almost feels poetic as one stash leaves. Boom eyes.
Yeah.
Carson Sharar, his stash arrives.
That would be 2.
Yeah.
2 exited. But
Ours is half the stash of his because he's an NFL player. It's like 50% and then plus. You go to him. We are rolling here into the final pick for the Arizona Cardinals. So if you're scoring at home, Arizona Cardinals just pick 183. It's a pretty quick turnaround here. They go to 217. So
no surprise to anybody. RAS score Karson Sharar, 9.71.
Solid.
He would rank 103rd out of 3,480 linebackers that have been ranked since 1987.
Yeah.
And as Dana Ballnor's pointed out, the height, it's middle of the road at 6'1", but then vastly undersized as far as the weight, 230. You have to put on at least 10 to 15 pounds.
This is a special teamer. This is somebody that you want flying down on kickoff return, punt coverage. This is somebody that, with those kind of metrics, they're grooming him to play special teams.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this as far as his explosion grade, his speed grade, his agility grade, all elite to great.
Yeah. And multi-year starter for Kirk Ferentz at a school that played good defense. We'll see. No, man, let's jump into some of these super chats here. Cardinals, by the way, they have the first pick of the 7th round. So they're at pick 187 right now. So not too much longer for 217.
Yeah.
We'll put a bow on this bad boy here. Super chats, my guy.
We don't have any super chats right now, but we did receive an anonymous $20 to
Thank you
Big
so
Brothers,
much.
Big Sisters of America.
You guys are awesome. I thought I saw a super chat creeping, but my eyes were probably going after how many hours of draft coverage here. We've been going for over 4 hours today. Yesterday's show was over 5, and then Thursday's show is just a little quickie
baby show.
Yeah, 3.5. So we're putting in about 13 hours on air.
Yeah.
Here, but through the 3 days.
That's easy work.
Brayton Golden, I'm coming for your ass because we needed you to give your boys a break here. So Brayton Golden, we're gonna make you do a watch along by yourself this fall.
And we're bad friends. We didn't get back to Britton. Did you tell him what you thought about the pick?
Yeah, I did.
You
I
did?
said I liked it.
All right. I'm a bad friend.
He checked in with us Thursday night.
Miss Britton.
We do. We need Britton. Tag in Britton. I need to lay down.
I realized this in our 3 days now of draft coverage. I haven't even left my seat. I haven't used the restroom.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
You haven't used the restroom.
No.
You haven't made a phone call. Yeah, I can't get up enough. I'm probably going to get up here again once or twice more.
I'm about to get up soon.
Keaton's back out here. Let's go. Is he doing the Commanders pick?
Really?
He's out of control. He is out of control. Mr. Mom. It's going to be a sad day when he passes. He's one of the GOATs.
Dude, he's a healthy, probably early 70s, right?
Yeah, he's great.
I'm Batman.
Yeah.
Well, also, the name on the guy the Giants just selected out of Auburn, Bobby Jamison Travis.
That's cool.
It's 3 first names.
Yeah, that's a country singer type name right there.
Andrew saying the Vulture from Spider-Man Homecoming, underrated, no doubt about it. You know, what's his name next to Schrager's going nuts about Michael Keaton.
Yeah, he is. He's dropping. Somehow Jack Frost got in there after Multiplicity.
Not a great film.
No.
Not a great film. Multiplicity's goated. It's a goated 90s comedy. Birdman, yep.
Hey, Steve. Oh, I like pizza. Okay, how about
one of the few people who get that joke.
So yeah, we're looking at the latest pick, Katron Allen, Penn State running back. So both those running backs have gone.
I gotta write up real quick on Carson.
Okay.
From Eric Galko, who is director of player football ops personnel for the Shrine Bowl. So this kid went to the Shrine Bowl.
Okay.
The Cardinals love their day 3 Shriners. He said special teamer with linebacker versatility in the class is Karson Sharar. At Iowa, he played 554 career special team snaps and was an outstanding as a teamer, along with being a key rotational linebacker with slot corner assignment. Please don't play him in the slot in the NFL. As a full-time starter in 2025, he had 12 TFLs. The All-Star state basketball player shined in space at the Shrine Bowl. Great value. Excellent. Let's play some football with this linebacker from Iowa, special teamer.
Oh, Mark Ingram is back to probably talk more trash. Oh, there
What
you
did
go.
he say the first time, Noah?
His kid said Steelers suck the first time, and it looks like this is the exact copy. Unless, oh wait, no, it is. That's from Thursday. Never mind.
That kid's great. Have you guys been to? You probably haven't. The NFL draft experience.
Yeah.
Noah, you've been to it?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
My last year in Michigan was when they had it in Detroit, so I was working it. It was very fun.
It's like what we do, the Super Bowl experience, but it's like bigger and they have more stuff to do because there's more walking around. Yeah, it's the NFL does it right for sure.
What's the Suns score? It does sound like they're winning. If I were to just base how I think the game's going on listening to the watch along a couple studios
they're
over.
down by 6. I don't know.
JEW in the chat donated $5, but he said he couldn't find a chat to send directly. So he says, thoughts on Crownover offensive tackle to team up with Chase was in play maybe in the 7th?
Is that his teammate from Texas A&M? I'm guessing so.
Didn't SC Crownover go? Didn't he just recently get drafted?
Yeah, maybe. Isn't it nuts that like 3 years after Elijah Wilkinson was on this team, people were like, get off this team. He's back, and he's playing a different position, and he got a multi-year contract. That's nuts.
I must have seen Crownover in best available instead of picks off the board.
Lomo's pretty goated with him dancing around. That would have been awesome to have him on the team.
He doesn't
Crownover best
play
available
the
OT.
position.
6'7", 319.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Big boy.
6'7". 6'7".
No, get out of here.
You look like you'd be all over 6'7" with that hat, Johnny.
I would be. How do you do, fellow kids?
Do it. Do the hand motion.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Do it.
Here's what I'll say about this hat. I like it, and I'm not shilling for a sponsor. I'm being genuine. After wearing a Branded Bills hat the last few days and putting this on, my head's in a vice. It's
I agree.
A little bit of a vice.
It's hard for me to wear non-branded Bills hats now.
Yep.
Book's journey. Suns had a 10-point lead early, but lost it in the end of the first.
Sounds about right.
No Jalen Williams for the Thunder today. So weird that a Western Conference playoff game is going on right now.
Yeah. Not ideal. What was the tip-off time? Noon for that?
Yeah.
Go up a little bit on the chats there. Noah, if you could. I want to highlight this one. I think it was, it's Kiz saying the Cardinals going 2-6 of the draft. Really bad draft.
So, like, only 2 out of the 6 picks you like? I'm guessing that he or she doesn't like the picks from 3 through 6.
Okay.
I'm guessing they like the guard and the running back. I would say if I just put biases aside and said, who do I think is going to work out and contribute and make it through the rookie deal, maybe get an extension? Jeremiyah Love, Chase the guard in the second round, Proctor. Those 3 players to me look like they're going to have chances to contribute right away. Then it's going to come down to, for a developmental wide receiver, a developmental quarterback, and a special teamer based on opportunities, health, coaching staff, how fast they can pick up said units. So I think you've got 3 immediate contributors, but I understand what you mean. And this is where you have to understand, and I'm not like preaching here telling people how to think. The Cardinals in like years prior, when they were atop certain rounds, were like, these players are going to come in, they're going to play right away, and they would play their whole draft class. Like, look at 2023. Like, Keitrell Clark, Starling Thomas, these guys all played their whole draft class. The Cardinals think that they have depth and talent now, so these players aren't going to be rushed into anything. So I just take that with a grain of salt, I guess, of thinking that we have to get players right away that are going to play right away. Your first 2 picks for sure are going to play right away.
Let's bring on our NFL draft analyst, Fran Duffy. He joins us probably for the second to last time.
Yeah.
Before we get to talk to him early next week for his full draft recap. Can't wait to hear that. But Cardinals, they go to the Big Ten, and they take a player that was in the Shrine Bowl this year, Karson Sharar. Your initial reaction to him being the latest prospect coming to the Cardinals?
Yeah, this is right around the range where I imagined that he was going to come off the board. Just talking with people over the course of the process, a lot of people were really high on him and kind of viewed him as high floor, was a special teams ace, tested well, so that he checked the box there. That's what made me feel confident in him getting drafted. Because typically when you see guys that have this profile, a lot of it really hinges on the testing, if they're going to be. Are they going to be a late round pick, or are they going to be undrafted, right? And it's like, if you test well enough, you're good. If you run 4.8, you're good. You're not getting selected. And so once he checked the box there from an athleticism standpoint, I thought, all right, this guy's going to go sometime late day 3. Special teams ace, became a starter for the first time this past year. He's got upside to be like a green dot guy. Like my guess is that he's probably in terms of range of outcomes, much more likely to just kind of fall in as a future backup and long-term backup in the NFL.
Why do you believe Harold Perkins Jr. has fallen to the point where these kind of players are taking over him?
Yeah, I think it's a guy without a position. It's one of those things where I think a lot of people got excited early on, with what he did as a freshman with the pass rush production, but at his size was never going to be a full every down edge rusher in the NFL. And so in their thought was, all right, well then we're going to move him immediately off the ball. And I remember listening to an interview with Brian Kelly last summer, and it kind of sent alarm bells off, where he said, we made the move thinking for his long-term future, but it wasn't a good move for our defense because essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, wasn't a good move for our defense as a whole because he was swimming mentally and just couldn't handle it. And so then we ended up having to move him, and then he got hurt. And then this year they're like, oh, we're going to move him out to the slot and just kind of ask him to hey, you cover that guy, or you're going to be a QB spy, you're going to be a blitzer. To me, that's not a translatable skill set to the NFL. So I think he's kind of caught in between, where it's like, all right, not every team is going to be able to see him as a sub-package rusher because of size limitations. He's not an off-ball back. He's a developmental off-ball backer. He's not going to play strong side linebacker for everybody, right? And so if he was completely clean from like an off-field standpoint, and medical was super clean, which it's not, okay, maybe he could be a special teamer and develop behind the scenes. And who knows, he could get drafted in 10 minutes from now, and that's kind of how the team sells it. But it does not shock me that he is still on the board here. This was definitely in the cards for me, on the bingo card for me.
Yeah, the biggest concern as far as Sharar is lack of maybe sturdiness, weight. Right on 230. You've seen him in person at the Shrine Bowl. Does he look like a guy that could pack on 10, 15 pounds potentially and keep that athleticism?
Yeah, I think he's a player that I could see getting a little bit bigger, but I don't think too much. I mean, he was 228 at East West, and then put 3 pounds on, 3 more pounds on for the combine, and tested pretty well at that size. But I think that at the end of the day, you're probably looking at more just 240. Maybe you get up to that big. I don't think he's got to put on too much more weight to stay in that role, right? Like you guys saw, Akeem Davis Gaither, that's kind of the body type, right? It's around the time where Davis Gaither got drafted. I think that's kind of the long-term skill set. If he would have that career, I think that's kind of like potentially a win for him as a 5th-round pick.
Going back to Nussmeier, still not selected. I mean, it's got to be the medical concerns, right, Fran? Because otherwise, I mean, he's worth a pick over like the Cade Klubniks of the world.
Yeah, I think the medical certainly is a big part of it. And we've talked about this in the past with other guys. We saw it last year with Will Johnson, where and it's harder at quarterback. Really, the bigger thing is like it's not all that dissimilar from Shedeur Sanders, where because of quarterback, there are only so many teams that are going to be drafting a quarterback every year. And so for whatever reason, if it's medical, personality, physical skill set, scheme fit, like all these reasons, you are just whittling down the potential landing spots. And with something like medical, where we don't know the degree to which teams are, have him off the board, or if it's like, I always think of medical as like red light, green light, yellow light. I think that, from what I gather, there were plenty of teams that had yellow light. It seems like there are plenty of teams right now that have red light on them. And so if you say, all right, there were 8 teams that were going to draft a quarterback this year, 10 teams were going to draft a quarterback, and half of them were red light, a couple of them were green light, but then they took other players, right? Like the Rams aren't taking them now. The Cardinals aren't taking them now, right? So now you're saying like, all right, like who's left? That's the situation that a player like Garrett Nussmeier faces right now. My guess is he will get drafted, but I guess we're in wait and see mode right now.
One last question about Sharar. There's a story, obviously, about Monti Ossenfort, how he kind of caught the eye of Bill Belichick way back in the day when he asked for intel on Matthew Slater and if he should draft Slater, utilize, I think, a 5th-round pick on him, and Monti gave him the green light. And then that kind of got him in the good graces of Belichick and made his way through the Patriots organization. And that last year they take Keaton Crawford, a special teams ace primarily with Nevada and Texas before that. Ton of collegiate snaps and special teams. Could Sharar be just one of those guys that can make his hay just through special teams, as you mentioned, his previous kind of role with Iowa before becoming a starting linebacker?
Yeah, he definitely could. And honestly, Bo, the way that I've started to look at this the last few years is that it's not necessarily, hey, we are drafting this guy to play special teams. What I do think is that it's like kind of like a marker for this is the type of guy we want. Like this is the selfless, workman-like, like high effort, team first, whatever adjectives you want to throw in there. To me, like this is that is a marker for that type of guy. And it works the other way as well, where you could say, all right, well, this guy didn't play any special team, like literally like he played 7 special team snaps in his career. And with that skill set, so there's that end of it. There's also, I remember Vic Fangio actually said this in training camp this year. I'm trying to remember which linebacker with the Eagles he was talking about it with, but essentially that if you're going to be a linebacker in the NFL, if you're going to be a safety in the NFL, and especially in today's game, like it's about winning in space and being able to hold up on an island, like special teams, people think about, oh yeah, if you're a slow linebacker or a slow safety, like, oh yeah, but he can still chip in on special teams. No, like you got to run. There's a reason why it's a 40-yard dash. Is that it's like, oh, like that's punt coverage, right? That's kickoff coverage. You have to run down and cover these kicks and make a tackle at high speed, right? So you need like athletic traits. So you want guys that have athleticism and did that in college and showed that on special teams. So to me, when I look at like special teams backgrounds and teams that prioritize guys with those long resumes in that phase of the game, it's not necessarily about grabbing those guys to play special teams, but it's a marker for A, athleticism, and B, the kind of culture and the type of player, the type of person you're trying to seek to bring into your building.
Fran, you're the best, my guy. Stick around. The Cardinals, it's a slow death here waiting for their 7th-round pick 217. We'll keep you on speed dial, my guy.
Johnny, this is the best day of the draft. Come on, like enjoy it. Feel the passion.
Get this guy off the screen. Cut the feed.
Wow, you dumped him? You really dumped him? Don't do that to Fran. He's too valuable to this team. If I wish I could dump Johnny. Don't do that, Noah.
See ya.
Stretch out a little bit. He leaves. There we go. Yeah, get out of here. I don't want to see your face any longer.
See, I'm on the sun's beat now.
Man, oh man, the 6th round. All we got is a few more picks. Only about 20 picks, and then we're in the 7th round, and then the Cardinals are picking the top pick of the 7th round. The belle of the ball, Number 1, 7-1. Everybody covets that spot in the NFL draft. They talk about it all the time. If you say who, I don't know, but I know people are talking. The Jedi Cardinal Evans says the Bo Show. Absolutely. There's something going on in the Suns game, but we're all talking draft here. Latest selections going on. Taylon Green, he went to the top. Then Sharar goes second to the Cardinals. Jackie Marshall, defensive lineman from Baylor. Bauer Sharp, tight end from LSU, goes to the Bucks. Bobby Jamison Travis, great country music name. Auburn defensive tackle, goes to the Giants. Katron Allen, the other running back from Penn State, goes to the Washington Commanders. Inez Cooper, Miami guard, goes to the Jets. Brian Parker, the second Duke guard, I think Schaff was bringing him up from Duke. He goes to the Bengals. They've been working on that offensive line throughout this draft. Barion Brown, LSU wide receiver, goes to the Saints. Is that the third wide receiver that the Saints have taken in this draft? Josh Cameron, Baylor wide receiver, goes to the Jags. While you've got back-to-back picks here from the Giants, J.C. Davis, Illinois tackle, and also Jack Kelly, BYU linebacker. Extremely productive for the Cougars. He goes off the board in back-to-back selections for the Giants. Titans, Raiders, Patriots, Eagles, and then Patriots again for the next couple picks. Noah, uninvited, jumping in Johnny's seat as Johnny's going full klepto here. He's got himself.
Oh, he's already stealing the merch.
Some swag from Branded Bills.
He didn't even go to the bathroom. He just went to the closet to go find.
He did
free merch.
That's completely on brand. Somebody better check Johnny before he leaves. Oh, no.
Shut up, nerds. I'm in charge.
Johnny is in Noah's producer chair.
How do I do these buttons here?
Oh, yeah. Please don't touch anything.
Touch anything.
Don't even look at it.
Don't even look at it.
Unbelievable. This is an upgrade, Dave. We do. I finally have a co-host I can work with. It's young Noah. He's going to get on here. He's probably going to get canceled from the things that are coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, well, I mean,
what are you drinking on?
What is Johnny drinking over
I found a signature cola. It's caffeine-free, zero sugar. Got to watch those sugars.
Oh, wow.
I'm guessing it's from our friends at Circle K.
Did you not see the Irish beer in there?
Can people hear Johnny? Does he have his?
Yeah, I got it on here.
You're unmuted? Okay, good.
Johnny, you can't hit the fa button, but you gotta say the fa.
Fa. How do I get my camera on?
I do like that. I do like this dynamic. I think this is a better situation
Bo,
setup for the show.
Shut your mouth. How dare you?
So, Bo, what's your logical take on today's draft so far?
I don't like this dynamic anymore. You asked too many questions.
Who's on mic 2? I'm gonna I muted Bo here.
Think about the Cardinals draft as a Cardinals podcast host. I don't want to have to answer. I don't feel comfortable answering that.
No, Johnny, producer Johnny.
I feel great about it. Just like the Cardinals draft class, I too am versatile. I have many skill sets. I'm back here. I'm running production. And speaking of production, I expect a lot from Jeremiyah Love here in 2026.
That's good. Now that you're in the production chair, you got all of my tasks after the show, by the way.
This it's a little smelly.
Yeah.
It's a little smelly and warm.
A lot of butts sit in that chair. And it smells all the time.
There's we need to upgrade. There's no material left in this chair.
Yeah. PK Fitzgerald wants to know who's the guy talking in the background. It's just a part-time producer. Probably not going to be able to stick around in this company much longer.
Yeah, I've been laid off. I apologize. I'm been laid off and I'm looking for new employment. Thank you guys.
Wow, Aaron Wilson took exception. Says JV said Jack Frost was a bad movie. Get him TF out of here.
Wow. I mean, listen, I don't like Michael Keaton's highlights in that movie. In terms of he went blonde for it. I'm not a huge fan.
It's a movie where a father tragically passes away and returns in the form of a snowman.
Correct. Yeah.
Not the best film.
It's not Shawshank, but if you know what you're getting into, it's fine.
If you could relate this draft to a movie, what movie would it be?
Oh man,
it's been so chaotic.
Man, that's a great question. I might have to think about that for a second.
Well, it's box office at the top.
It is, yeah, for sure. It starts out strong, and then it kind of not putters along, but
then you get a supporting cast. I think you get an Academy Award type supporting cast addition. And Chase Sansis in the second round, and then you get back to well, maybe we might be serious filmmakers, but we're going to give you what you want.
Yeah.
We're going to give you Carson Beck in the third. And then after that, just kind of some throwaway, some
role players.
Probably some bargain bin DVDs.
It's an A24 film for me. This is Marty. This is Marty Supreme.
No.
The marketing heavy off the top. And then you're like, what is just chaotic?
Mm-hmm.
Chaos.
I like Murderers, Super Troopers because of the fun and the stashes. I agree.
See, I still got my stash.
People are saying I'm going to screw up the board 100%.
I'm concerned about that.
I know, and I will forfeit my position.
What's this button end stream mean?
All right. Bye.
Nice job. Nice job. Pat Coogan goes to the Tennessee Titans, the center from Indiana. And then Malik Benson, wide receiver out of Oregon. He's with the Vegas Raiders. We are at pick 15 of 35 picks in the 6th round. Sit down, please. Take your seats.
I'm back. Never been more back. Hello, friends. Just saw an intern walk out of here. He's very handsome. Just kidding. It was me. All right, here. Is it 217? Good Lord, we're not even at 200 yet. I was hoping to come back and we'd be like at 210. All these picks need to be rapid fire. Yeah. Let's go. Rapid fire. As much as I want to watch more players from Illinois. We've learned our lesson with Illinois interior offensive linemen. Stay away.
Emma got some lunch from the sushi place down in the bottom of our building. I'm jealous.
It smells electric.
It does.
Did you get any crab rangoon for me? Did they have any crab rangoon? Okay. Had some tremendous crab rangoon. We were in San Francisco. A little treat for your boy. Emma and I are crab rangoon stands, if you don't know. Hit that like button. People are big on crab rangoon in the chat. Diego Perez saying JV's small bladder strikes again. I just got up to leave for a second.
He had sticky fingers. Ended up stealing some merch. It should go to you. Find people out there.
They want me to have it. They want me to have the merch. That's why. They say, here, take it. I said, I'll pay for it. Suns crew doing a great job with their watch along right now. It is tough. Suns are in a tough spot. You know, they blew that game to that scrub team in the playing game.
Yeah.
And then they had to play Oklahoma City. I do think they would have had a better shot had they not played, the NBA champions.
Yeah, it's a tough draw when you back yourself into it.
Man, that Jets pick for Klubnik, I'm still not over that. What a dumb, wasted pick. Cade Klubnik.
Caden Curry's still on the board, huh? Ohio State pass rusher.
I don't think he's getting drafted. I think he's undrafted. His arms are so small.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure he's an NFL player. I'm sure the majority of his sacks were like scheme sacks.
Mm-hmm.
Not to disrespect the guy.
They call those Sawyer sacks.
Sawyer didn't have short arms necessarily. He was just limited athletically.
I think he did.
What do you think his arms were?
He did have short arms.
Jack Sawyer draft profile. Okay.
Yeah.
His arm length was 31 3/4.
Yeah, it's short.
No, Caden Curry's arms are like 30 inches cut off.
Yeah, if you're a pass rusher, though, you want to be up around 32, 33.
Sure. I mean, he was almost at 32.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Caden Curry's getting drafted. I think he is a... Think about that. What do you play? Oh, I play edge rusher at Ohio State. I'm 6'3", 260, and I had 11 sacks this year, and I went undrafted.
Right.
That stinks. I would like the Cardinals to draft him. I have no issue with the Cardinals drafting him. Of average backup or special teamer, 6'2" and 3/4, but arm length 30 and 1/8. I mean, that's like this.
Is that how it is?
Size of his stature. His RAS score was okay. But yeah, they projected him as a 6th, 7th rounder. His strengths are monster 2025 output. 16.5 tackles for loss.
Yeah.
Plays with a sturdy base and balance through contact, upper body power to yank blockers off the point of attack. Sniffs out screens quickly, hustles. Of course he does. Hits spin counters with good footwork. Press and release to open edges as a run defender. Just take him. Why not? It's fine. Be buddies with Cody Simon. Just take him. The rest of these guys, I'm indifferent on. You want to get to these super chats, Noah?
We have super chats? Yeah,
We
let's
do.
do it.
Just one. To me, Jedi Cardinal Evan, $4.99. Favorite alien species from Star Wars, JV and Bo. Love the pod, guys. I'm going to defer to Bo first. I'm going to let Bo answer that question.
I think this is the only one I can think of. It's Who Gives a Crap? No, I'm kidding. It's
Electric.
Ewok.
Excellent choice. I would probably say, for me, the Hutts, for sure. The sloppy Hutt family with their criminal empire. I love how gross they are. Slug species. I like Trandoshans, too. I like Jawas. I like Tusken Raiders, but give me the Hutts over everything else.
Should maybe we just ask you what your least favorite is? Do you even have an answer? Because it seems like you just run off.
I'll tell you what is a little freaky. I can't remember what their names are. We just got another dislike, by the way.
Yeah, I agree. There's me.
The species that plays in the Cantina Band, those guys would scare me if they were here. But I do like the Cantina Band. Alien species for the Cantina Band are known as Figure and Dan. So,
what are the
Dan?
Figure and Dan.
What's the? It's a trap.
One of the guys' name is just Dan.
Figure and Dan.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Go ahead, Noah. What'd you say?
What species is the? It's a trap.
Oh, he is a Mon Calamari.
Yeah, I'll take the mountain calamari.
Mon Calamari. That was Admiral Akbar. Yeah.
Rocky Mountain Calamari, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Diego Perez asking, am I a Clone Wars guy? Yeah, I like Clone Wars for sure. I haven't finished it all. There are a lot of episodes. But Andrew asking, am I hyped for Doomsday? Yes. I would like to see a trailer, though. I'm upset that they showed a trailer to, like, critics last week, and now put that thing on the internet. Come on.
Right.
Put that flip. I want to see Dr. Doom.
Johnny's going to hold his own panel at Nerdfest 2026.
Fan Fusion.
You can ask all those questions there. This is not the appropriate place for it.
This is the 7th round of day 3 of 13-hour coverage. You can ask your nerd questions. We're not going to let Bo alpha this. We're doing this.
Thank you for admitting I'm the alpha of the crew.
Book's Journey saying Doomsday's in a battle with Dune. No, Doomsday will alpha Dune. Dune will be nothing. I know you're a Dune guy, though.
I mean, it's going to be a more quality film than where we are at this stage in
the MCU.
Yes,
probably.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
But it's not going to make more money than Doomsday.
Demetrius Crownover, the Texas A&M tackle, goes to the Patriots, and then C.J. Daniels, wide receiver from Miami, he will be going to the Rams.
Patriots are trading the pick to Minnesota. Is Minnesota going to take Nussmeier here? That'd be cute for them. That'd be a cute little pick.
Be a nice little landing spot too for Nuss if he, if after all this time gets to go to a good situation.
Get Nuss behind Kyler. They re-signed Wentz though, and they have McCarthy.
Yeah.
I think you're right. You were correct. We didn't see a lot of veteran trades today. Saw a couple. I think we're going to see a lot of these guys that are busts get traded this fall.
Yeah.
And just kind of, nope.
Damon Claiborne, running back from Wake Forest.
I like him. He's small, but
excellent question, Aaron Wilson. Do I like the new Darth Maul series? Yes, 10 out of 10. It's very strong.
Too Slim Shady, but let's hear your interest so we can crap on them. Nope.
Yes, I'm a huge. I think it's one of the best things they've done lately. Excellent storytelling, Richard. 199. My daughter wants to see the new Mortal Kombat. How old is she? That looks pretty violent. The first one that was just straight to streaming was just okay. This one looks better though because it's got Johnny Cage in it. From one Johnny to another.
That wasn't even the first one. There was one when I was young.
Well, yeah, that's the OG one. That one's goated. That one's great.
Is it great?
Yeah, it's a bad 90s movie, but it's great. They had like CGI or stop motion Goro with multiple arms. Come on, Cardinals. 17 more picks.
12. 12?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I mean, I'm not the right person to ask.
Whiplash. I think Diego Pavia goes undrafted. He's He's 5'9".
Do you think the Cardinals set, like you do in fantasy football, you get to later rounds, do you think the Cardinals just set their queue?
Yeah.
And then they just left?
Well, I thought he put the queue on just for top 30 guys early on.
Yeah, I wonder if they just there's no one left in Tempe. They all left. They all went home. We're covering this, but the Cardinals actually went home for the day.
It's your boy with the Xavier Harris question. That's something that's going to have to come out after the draft. I'm not too sure on that. He's been on the board. Obviously, is the best available for how long?
I don't know.
Since this, almost since the start of the day. 6'8", 330. Defensive tackle. Is there something maybe we don't know? Was there a medical flag at the combine?
There's a punter available on Mel Kiper's best available. If we waited this time for the Cardinals to take a punter, we're gonna have words here.
I know who we're waiting for.
Who are we waiting for?
Eli Henderich.
Speaking of undrafted.
Rude.
Ryan saying JV worried about violence and then goes into Target and lets his kids go violent on the toy aisle. Yeah, that's true. It's a different kind of violent, though. Somebody's saying he's got a domestic abuse charge. There you go.
Okay.
Who, Johnny?
Come on, don't joke like that. Come on. This is a family show.
Where do you draw the line? Where do your kids not walk all over you as far as what
during flag football
on the aisle? No, the aisles of Target. Yeah, we know you're a hard ass coach.
I am
on the sidelines of the flag football.
Here's where I embrace it is because those SOBs, and we all know who they are at Target, trying to hawk you a phone plan.
Oh, it's the worst.
And my kids, so instead,
unless you do that for work, we appreciate you. You're out there grinding.
I don't know if we can continue with when we're going down here, but I let my kids rip it up because if I'm with my family, I don't want to talk to you, ma'am or sir. I know you have to do that for a job, but that has got to be a tough living to do that. And then they see you and then you try not to make eye contact. They're like, who have your phone plan? I'm like, I'm on my in-laws plan and I pay nothing. Get away from me. I'm on my in-laws.
They'll start to creep over from the electronics section,
and
I'm standing there and I'll lock in on whatever the toy is, and just so that I don't catch eye contact.
Yeah, smart.
They'll still come into your space.
Where we have a tough time is there's the toy section, and then there's the video game section, which my son likes.
Yeah.
And then there's another collectible section behind the video games, and then it's just like all the stuff that he and I enjoy, we're right in their wheelhouse.
Yeah.
It always happens. So I tell my daughter, I'm like, take this scooter, just start going nuts. Get this bat, start running around. We got some more super chats here. We're almost to 500 likes. Get us to 500.
Yeah.
Richard,
the goal is 1,000 though.
Yeah, the goal is 1,000. Richard, 499. Johnny, just to give you reference, she sat down and watched Jaws with me at age 6. That's fair. I don't know. I'd have to see it before I give a recommendation. Like, I'm not a good parent. Bo and I and Damon saw Deadpool and Wolverine, and then I let my son watch it. But
yeah, me watching Jaws around the same age as your daughter, I still can't swim in a pool without having a fear of sharks.
Wow.
Yeah. Ben Cork, will Love get Rollis fired by the end of training camp?
Like if he's just destroying Nick Rollis, I don't think so. They don't want to fire Nick Rollis. I think Nick's got until the end of the year. But like, could Terrell Austin be the next defensive coordinator of this team? I think there's a chance. I want to see Nick succeed though, and I think he got a big chip on his shoulder, and he's well thought of in around league circles. I don't think he would have been a DC if he'd been fired. I think he would have been with JG in Green Bay, but there's enough evidence to say like he can bounce back.
We'll get back. We'll kind of get into a reset here as we're going to kind of ride momentum into the 7th round pick, the final pick for the Arizona Cardinals. Wanted to get a couple takeaways from our guy Donnie Druin, stealing his content directly off his Twitter account at Donnie Druin. Highly encourage you, if you're a Cardinals fan, follow Donnie. Takeaways from the Cardinals' 6th round pick, Karson Sharar. He said he recently had a Zoom call last week with the Cardinals, so they kept up with him leading up to the draft. He says Iowa's program to tradition prepares guys for the league and is second to none. And if he expected to go earlier, he said, I've been waiting for a little bit now, hanging out with the family back in Iowa. He embraces his special teams role at hundreds of snaps there and believes that he's a versatile linebacker who can blitz and get into the backfield.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, like, fair or not, the Cardinals feel like their roster is deep, despite what the national media would tell you, and so they're drafting special teamers at the end of day 3. I mean, like, none of these guys are going to be projected to be starters on the team. The only one that's projected is Proctor, and then Virgil has a chance to develop into something or not. This kid from Iowa, like, if he becomes just a staple and runs downfield and strips balls on kickoffs and makes nice plays, hard-hitting plays, like, that's enough. Same thing with this 7th rounder. I think they're going to go DB here. I think there's a chance they go safety here. Back-to-back 7th-round safeties for the Arizona Cardinals. I'll shoot my shot and say that now. 2 o'clock. We started
9.
at 9.
Yeah.
So we're almost at 5 hours, and we are still 15 picks away from the Cardinals being on the clock. Interesting. Let's look at, let's see here. Per multiple sources, Benjamin Albright dropping a bomb here.
Yeah. Bo Nix?
Bo Nix met in person with Dr. Waldrop for a scheduled recheck on his ankle last week. Nick continues his recovery. I was hoping it was like something legitimate. I think that's legitimate. I just mean like something significant.
Right. Did he have a setback? Doesn't seem like it. Just
I don't root for setbacks, but
standard checks.
Yep. Let's take a look here on the Twitter streets. What do you think people are saying about the Cardinals draft class right now? But what do you think the reaction is going to be after this weekend's over?
I mean, it's obviously it was polarizing. It was one that was heavily criticized by the taking
nerds.
a running back high and then taking Carson Beck in the 3rd round. So going into today, I think it took a lot of flack. And then there's probably just not a whole lot of moves that have enough like notoriety to where it would have changed the perception of it going into it. So I think it's going to be unfairly criticized because I like what they've done.
I do too. There's the only thing that stands out to me is like they could have done something differently. Is like it. I thought that Isaiah Adams was in their plans this year. I guess not.
Yeah.
I would have gone McDonald, the nose tackle at 34. I think you would have too.
Yeah,
but again, they're high on Proctor, and he plays a little bit of a different role. And obviously this kid out at A&M is going to have an opportunity to play right away. So, and it's an offensive draft, but I probably would have gone McDonald. I would have taken Carson Beck at 65. Would have taken Jeremiyah Love at 3. Proctor was fine in the 4th round. Don't hate that. I mean, I'm not going to nitpick 5th, 7th, 6th, 7th rounders here. So with their meaty picks, I would not have traded down. I don't think the value to trade down has been there at all in this draft. So the only thing is that's 2nd rounder, pick 34. There are a lot of good players available. But I mean, like Chase can come in here and be you're taking him there because you think he's got a chance to be a Pro Bowl level guard.
Yeah, I mean, it was he's been tabbed as a future plus starter in this league.
Yeah,
and Basance's a chance to come in and supplant Isaiah Adams and continue to kind of boost this offensive line, which, I think if you were to talk outside of the defense, if you were to look at where you wanted the Cardinals to improve drastically from last season, would have been the offensive line. Now, of course, quarterback, that's the biggest, talking point narrative that surrounded this organization. Is going to continue to surround this organization until they start to find solutions. But I thought that Monti Ossenfort checked some boxes and was able to improve this team through this area of team building in the NFL draft.
Let's take a look. Reezy Baby with a super chat here, $5. My favorite live draft tradition is after the 3rd, JV just wants to trade the rest of our picks for the next one so he can go home. I despise the 6th and 7th round. It's just it's rough. I want some juice. I think this roster is closer than people think. I would have loved like multiple fours today. You bet your ass, Reezy baby. That would have been my dream. Monty though, I mean, like if it was up to him, he'd have multiple sevens. Then again, I mean, Brock Purdy went in the 7th round. There, you can find contributors, but I was once upon a time a big advocate for let's get as many picks as we can in the top 100. And then 2024 happened, and I just don't feel the same way like I used to. And that's a byproduct of just that class, and I'm sure it works out for the most part. They say you should always trade down if you can, but we got burned so badly by that class. I think that's part of the reason too why I was so on the Love train this year. On top of him being an electrifying prospect, I'm at the point where I'm like, let's not do this.
Yeah,
anymore.
but you didn't have NFL caliber talent on your roster.
Yeah,
like
back
at
then,
any point, you were playing practice squad level players in far too many areas.
Yeah,
and when you were able to kind of diversify your draft assets.
Yep.
And get more, and you're making what 9 selections the first time, and then 12. And then, you get 7 picks last year. That's where you're putting in a spot to where you've got guys you're comfortable with, guys you've scouted, and guys that you want to, develop. It's just now you have the ability to kind of, okay, this didn't work, so we're going to revisit that. We're going to invest a higher pick at the guard position. We couldn't save. We couldn't get a better bargain on that. We're going to take a premium, basically a first-round pick, 34th overall, and take Besantis and couple that with our big-ticket free agent. We've added 2 starting caliber offensive linemen this offseason to a group that people, very critical of because of the poor performance, underperforming. And then the run game where they didn't have one 100-yard rusher the entire season, that's immediately going to be fixed by Jeremiyah Love.
As early as week 1, you would assume. Do us a favor. We are almost to 500 likes. Get us there and then some. If you're one of the 600 people watching right now, hit that like button. More super chats here from our guy Richard. I think you submitted the same one back to back, so we appreciate you for $4 in total. Monti Ossenfort is less than Sonny Weaver. Draft day, we'll have to do something next year for that. We'll have to do, especially if the quarterback situation ends up coming to fruition. Bo and I will watch draft day together as a watch along next year.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll put that on the schedule, on the docket.
Yep.
For our pre-draft prep, sitting down and checking out draft day.
Hit that like button. You guys are crushing it. Just got us about 30 to 40 more likes with that. So appreciate you all. Yeah, it's interesting, Bo, when you think about like the landscape of Monty. Has he done enough to save his job? Is this a saving my job kind of draft, in your opinion?
I mean, if the run game can help fix a lot of their, problem areas last year where they can continue to maybe bump up the time of possession, help in the red zone, and obviously put the offense in more, second, third, and manageable, and they can convert, on third down more often, stay on the field, lessen mistakes. And then the defense, you can start to see some of these defensive players that they've invested in develop. I mean, then, you can start to see the vision, and then we'll see what happens with Carson Beck. I'm not going to lean into like, hey, Carson Beck needs to start this many games or whatever, but how's he going to look, throughout the next couple weeks leading up to preseason, the training camp? Does he look like he's in over his head, or does he look like somebody that you can continue to move forward with and develop? That's going to be so important. Like, can you take these picks? Can you piggyback off, I think, what was a successful draft last season and further that this draft? That's important for Monti Ossenfort to find some wins. Like, if this team does become get back to its feisty nature and its competitive week in and week out, and do squeak out some wins despite not having clarity at the quarterback position in the future, then I think Monti Ossenfort has a case to make for himself to punch his ticket to another year. But if things, fall short, they become another 4 or 5 win team again, and there's big time issues that are on full display week in and week out, then no.
I think a lot of it's based on the optics of how the season goes. And Book's Journey in the chat, I think you make a good point. A lot of it predicated on how Mike LaFleur looks.
Yeah.
And if you're Michael Bidwell and you want to say like, hey, Mike's a rising coaching star, Monty, I have trust in you that you guys are going to continue to work well together, you're trending up, then I think then he does stick around. I don't want to put like a win total that he has to secure. I think a lot of it is based on the optics of how the season ends. I think that if they start out slow, but they can turn the corner, and as Fran said, look like the New Orleans of last year where you've got moxie and momentum, you win a division game or, dare I say, 2 divisional games, and you feel good about the product. It's all about optics of how you feel the team is trending toward January of 2027. And Carson Beck, I do think, can play a role in that. If Carson Beck comes in with Mike and Jeremiyah Love, and they look good at the end of this year, whenever he gets in, I think that bodes well for Monty. I also think, this isn't talked about enough, like Carson Beck gives you an opportunity, regardless of what you think about him, to not look desperate next year. If he comes in, Bo, and handles himself well and puts up some good numbers, kind of like Jalen Hurts did his rookie year, and Jalen had a really good second half of his rookie year statistically, then you're going to these other teams in what will be a bloodbath of a draft next year and saying, no, we like Carson Beck. We can go with Carson Beck, no problem. Even if you have no intention to do so and you want to trade up for Dante Moore or Sam Levitt or Lenora Sellers or whomever, you know, the kid out of USC or the kid now in Miami that was at Duke, like whatever. It'll allow you to play possum a little bit more. Hey, we're comfortable going with Carson Beck. Do you see what he did in November and December? Where the Cardinals wet the bed this offseason was not only that every free agent quarterback felt like there were better options. If you're Jimmy G, you straight up retire. You've made yourself such a vulnerable franchise for other teams taking advantage of your inability to evaluate and get young quarterbacks in your building. And with Carson Beck now, it's like, oh, we love Carson. Carson's been great. Carson's our guy. He's leading off-season team activities. He's leading OTAs, minicamp. Great. And then you can turn around and take a quarterback top 10 to 12.
Right.
But you couldn't, like this year, you had a big red sign with alarms going off for 4 months, and we've lived it every day.
Right.
Since January, since the minute people knew you were, like, you had no leverage with Kyler Murray. You had to cut him, right? And then the guaranteed monies didn't help. Next year, you need to at least appear buttoned up like you have a guy in the fold. And we all know, and this is why I'm a big advocate in playing Carson, nobody is going to look at Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew as viable options. And you will look as vulnerable, if not more so, next year when both of those players are older. But by the way, they're both free agents, so it might be a moot point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sign in with the most important position of sports, a lack of an investment or smart investments or big investments. It's it just feels like the position has deteriorated more so since you got into the position as general manager than when you got here. So you went from having a starting quarterback on the roster to having 2 backup quarterbacks to, you know, do you have 3 backup quarterbacks? Did you just invest in another one?
Yep.
What has Beck become? And then what is your path? What is your plan for finding the future of the position? Because if you don't have one, you remain in a tough case for relevancy in this league where they want to put you on Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. They want some sort of box office with the quarterback position, and you don't get that from Brissett. You don't get that from Minshew. And are you going to get that from Beck?
That's a great point you just made. How do you grow a fan base? Well, winning.
Right.
But you also have to be entertaining and viable on a national stage. And, like, we're numb to nationally televised games because the Cardinals historically have not done well.
Right.
But, like, that's how you grow your audience, with or without wins. And, like, the Jeremiyah Love pick lends itself to that. People nationally are going to want to watch. If he's electric, regardless if this team is winning, if he looks like Adrian Peterson, Marshall Faulk, Bijan, and he's bursting off 70, 80-yard touchdown runs, people will be like, flex the car, get Jeremiyah Love on national TV. And that is worth its weight in gold for Michael Bidwell to then say, look at our stadium, look at our team. Here are our young players. Here's Jeremiyah Love.
We got this facility coming.
Right.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Paris Johnson Jr. is in the national spotlight, so maybe he makes the Pro Bowl over another guy based on national appeal, not based on play, even though it should be. Those things matter. The only way the Cardinals are going to grow their audience is if they get a more national appeal. And there are a couple different ways you can do that.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen it. Like, they've had a couple waves crash down on the beach, and they've gotten some fans to stick around during just these small spurts of success, during the Arians era. And, obviously people followed Fitz, and he was a brand name. And then you got Kyler in the building, and he was exciting, and he brought in fans from outside Arizona. And I think Jeremiyah Love will continue to do that. If Marv can get back on track, I think he has the ability to do that. Trey McBride is doing that. So the Arizona Cardinals, a guy like Jeremiyah Love gives you a boost in that way, but also he's a good football player.
Yeah.
And people that get lost in the analytics and don't want to embrace, just the analytics with Jeremiyah Love and what that provides.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's necessary to have. Look at this, $50. It's me, Babadook.
Babadook!
$50. Yeah. Play that air horn, baby. Back on March 23rd, JV and Bo called Bailey to the Jets at 2 and said to bet it at plus odds.
Woohoo!
Snagged plus 950. I can't take credit for this. I think it was my co-host. Thank you so much for your honest coverage of this team this season. The laughs, the rants, the community is truly the best part of my day.
Hell yeah, Mr.
Agreed.
Babadook. That's unbelievable. I can't take too much credit. We did say that, but then we flip-flopped based on what the national media was saying. But there was that sweet spot where it was Bailey, the first Bailey smoke.
Right.
And then we got on Bet365 and a couple other apps. And Bo and I just started putting money down on that. And then it flipped, and it went back and forth. I was ready to eat it and have it be Reese this past Thursday. I'm so glad that cashed out for you. Plus $950. I hope you put on, what, $20? Probably pay out pretty well, plus $950.
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, good job following that. I mean, it just made too much damn sense. When as we've already found out with how the Giants are going to deploy Arvell Reese in his to start his NFL career, he's going to be a will linebacker. He's going to be an inside linebacker to start his career. You got a premium position player. You only had 2 at the top of the draft that were really worthy of it. It was the quarterback position, Mendoza, and then it was pass rush with David Bailey. Everybody else, you had to kind of make some concessions. Cardinals had stared down that same problem and dilemma, and they opted going with the guy that was going to add box office, going to add some sales to the tickets and to the of course the team shop.
We'll never know if the Cardinals would have taken David Bailey. I think it got to a point where they were so committed to Love, but they might have had a trade down market for Bailey that didn't materialize for Reese. Don't you feel like Robert Saleh would have taken David Bailey, 4th overall?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's crazy he didn't take Arvell Reese.
Well, I think he knows. Well,
yeah.
A lot of people know.
Right.
Arvell Reese, the Dane Bruglers of the world, had him as the best overall player in the draft. I just never subscribed to that, ever.
It's crazy, but the point about Tennessee is you've got this defensive coach, this guy that knows how to take talent and harness it and deploy it. He did it in San Francisco, and even during his Jets tenure, where the defenses were always solid, and they were just no, you know what? We're not going to be the team. We're not going to be the team that thinks, hey, we can do it, to where we'll make that somebody else's experiment, or it might not be an experiment with the Giants. They're just going to put him out there at a comfortable position, and he's just you're going to be hard pressed to find how he's going to make the impact to justify the pick. But Cardinals know how Jeremiyah Love's going to make an impact, and it's already made an impact that all the people that want to lean into, hey, that's bad team building, you probably have to make an exception to this draft. There was no tackle that you could justify to take a 3. There was no trade down that wasn't 60 cents on the dollar.
Can you rip Monty then by saying, well, then you should have gotten your premium players in free agency? Or do you think, it was also not a great free agent class too.
Right. Who was the best pass rusher this free agency?
I don't even remember. I've blacked out.
There were some good tackles, but they were primarily on the left side.
Free agency was a bloodbath this year. I after that Malik Willis disaster.
Yeah.
I just can't. I'll never look back at free agency.
That's
again.
probably where you can really kind of attack them as far as the lack. They'll not going for it.
How do you think this team would be viewed if they had Malik Willis as their quarterback?
Yeah. This coverage, I mean, everything we would be like, not only like we've been tying everything back to Mike LaFleur, we would have been tying it back to Malik Willis. Like, this is how this helps Malik Willis. Mina Kimes told us at the Combine, that if you're going to have a guy like Malik Willis, you got to have a really good running back with him. And that would have been great. That's why people are saying in the chat, can you imagine how this would have been with Kyler, quarterback?
You're talking to somebody last night about that.
About Jeremiyah Love.
Yeah.
It's like you can still get excited about Jeremiyah Love in spite of not having the quarterback position figured out.
This team, though, is young. Trey is young. He's in his prime. Marv has not entered his prime. Michael Wilson, I would argue, is just entering his prime. Paris, Jeremiyah Love into the fold. Some young pieces on the offensive line. I mean, like, whether it's this year or next year, like, this is as soft as a landing spot as you could imagine for a young quarterback. Super chat, Scott. Beck played 2025 just months after elbow surgery. I agree that the criticism of his arm strength is, I think, tempered for me because of the fact that he had just been hurt. And he thought football was going to be taken from him. It was very similar, I think, to the injury that Brock Purdy had in the NFC Championship game, and then it took him a while to get back. And so it's kind of all over the place. So I would imagine the Cardinals would not have considered Carson Beck if they didn't think he could rip it. Like he does not have a huge arm, but it's good enough. Just like Ty Simpson. I think it's good enough for them to do what they want to do in this offense. 6
more picks in the 6th round, and then the Cardinals will lead off the top of the 7th round with their 7th and final pick in 2026. But yeah, that's interesting. Like, is Beck's arm going to be in even better shape as he's further removed from surgery in the rehab?
Mm-hmm.
Can we get Deion Burks? I mean, at this stage, I think
take whatever you want.
Yeah. Cardinals need Caden Curry from Ohio State, says Ryan.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Let's get a fun pick.
I think the Cardinals went into this draft with like 77 players on their roster, and they're going to add 7 more, so they'll be at 84. They'll have 6 spots for undrafted free agents. And then, depending on what you do as far as movement, player movement. Like Trey Benson.
One of the saddest visuals, Julian Minzone on Twitter, the setup at Diego Pavia's draft party where he has all 32 NFL teams' hats laid out. And said, where we'll see where the Vanderbilt quarterback goes. And it's like, I think you're going to be able to pick based on undrafted status, young man, but we'll see. Somebody in the comments, somebody goes, he left a hat out, and it's a hat from the Tractor Supply Company. I'll never quit Twitter. I'll never tweet it. Poor Diego Pavia's got every hat in the NFL on his coffee table, a huge extravaganza draft party, and somebody's saying, get your Tractor Supply Company hat. That's rough. Don't you think if you thought that if your agent told you, hey, you're going to be at best a day 3 pick, that you would want to lay low?
Yeah.
I would lay low. I'd have like my immediate family around. I wouldn't want to be televised. I would, if you want to get like one local news company there to just capture the moment if it happens, but like to go all out and not to be drafted, that would be rough.
Mm-hmm.
I would not want to set myself up for that.
Well, even Shador's like the be legendary, like he's got this big party at his mansion there in Texas, and he has to wait till the 5th round.
Brutal. How about Ty Simpson? Everybody thought he'd be waiting in the green room. Not so fast.
D-backs, baby. Here's with the super chat saying we should go. Burkircher, Texas A&M elite block.
What position does he play? Is he a tackle? what's his name's teammate? Is that the one tackle that an earlier super chat was asking about? Let me take a look here. Or is he an interior guy? I wonder if they get this Notre Dame tackle as an undrafted free agent because he still hasn't taken. No, this is the other guard from Texas A&M. Ermaje Reed Adams, transfer from Kansas. For his final 2 seasons at A&M, he's got a massive body. He lacks the power you would want to see from a player of his build. Yeah, I mean, sounds like a little sloppy of a frame. I think they got enough guards. Got too many guards. I would take a center, James Brockmeyer out of Miami. Maybe they roll the dice and they get Carson Beck's running mate out of Miami. That'd be cute. That'd be fun. Nussmeier, best quarterback available. Man, Nussmeier being undrafted, that sucks. That would suck for him. I mean, Diego Pavia is like on ESPN as the 8th best quarterback remaining. Did he think he was getting drafted?
8th best
remaining.
What's remaining?
Yes.
So he'd be 12th?
No, he would be. There's been more than.
Oh, yeah.
Green, Aller, Beck, Klubnik, Simpson, and of course Mendoza. He would be like 14th, I would think, at least. Diego Pavia is not going to be drafted, but he's a fun college player. It's okay to be a fun college player, and that's it.
Probably made a lot of money.
Yep. Deion Burks is falling, I think, because he's small. Teams are worried about his ability to put weight on. What do you think they go here? I'm going to stick with. I think they go defensive back.
Okay.
I think there's
on the back end
safety. I think they go safety again. I think they go back-to-back safety picks.
They took a punter, huh? Ryan Eckley. Was he the guy that was the one that was on the best available? Or is it a different punter? Okay, so Eckley goes off the board. Our first special teamer.
This Diego Pavia tweet. If you can look at the comments below it. Yes, I just exited out of it. Hang on.
Patriots, Bills, Colts, Falcons, Seahawks, and then the Cardinals will be on the board or on the clock. But we got a punter off the board from Michigan State. Ryan Eckley, 48 yards per punt. The best in Big Ten history. Cardinals should be okay. I think they've got confidence when healthy in Blake Gillikin. Patriots pick is in. So now we're rolling.
You guys laughing at?
Just the chat also picking up on
the Pavia.
Yeah.
I'll put it in an assignment so everybody can enjoy it.
Nnamdi Obizor, TCU linebacker, goes to the Patriots.
I don't like rooting for people that not have a good day, but that tweet's just too funny. Iron Will, $2. Is Emil Wagner, right tackle, still available? Yeah, he is. He's probably more suited to be undrafted. Although, like, you take him in the 7th round, whatever. But, yes, he is still available. Trade alert.
Who's trading?
Cardinals, trade their 3rd next year. Come up at the
Cardinals trade for a couple more 7th rounders. What would you do?
If they traded down.
Would you spike your signature selects cola?
I'm going to lay on the floor, I think.
We'll just position the mic down there for you.
Not to call out our All-City peers, but there are a couple different All-City beats that are doing draft recap shows.
Oh, yeah?
And not live for 5 hours.
You know what I call that? Soft.
Yep, they don't want to work.
Soft. You're soft.
I'm playing with house money today because my family.
You know who can get the day off on Saturday? People who work at Tractor Supply.
That's right. Hit that like button. 470. Let's get to 500 here.
What are you touching me for?
Hey.
I like this tweet from PHNX Cardinals, Emma. The best hype man, Mac Wilson. He fires something off after every pick.
He's committed to the team.
Just gassing up his new teammates.
committed to the squad.
It wasn't everything, but it was important that when Mack Wilson went down with the injury he suffered, the rib, and then obviously that led to I think a lung, and he was lost for the season. The Cardinals defense suffered significantly.
He was balling. Remember when he knocked the shit out of Christian McCaffrey in the game where the Cardinals blew, your pet team blew 16-15?
Yeah, in the red zone, third down, and they target Christian McCaffrey, and he just blows him up.
Yep.
That was could have it was a huge play. I mean,
they should have won that game.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
DeMarcado blew it. He dropped a Kyler touchdown, and then Zay Jones blew it. He dropped a pass that would have converted the game and won the game. Stupid. Courtney Cronin, the Bears traded 239 and 241 to move up to 213. They understand the assignment.
Mm-hmm.
Bears are like, we don't want these extra sevens.
Yeah.
To get up and get a player. Yeah, you think back to those moments, like we only focus on with last year in JG, like the back half of the season. If they just made like a handful of plays in the first half, they would have been. He'd still be here.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's funny to picture Mack Wilson at home just grinding out day 3 of the draft with like a spread of wings in front of him, just getting up. Let's go.
I think when they show Kuiper and these guys, everybody has like a laptop and a tablet in front of him, and Kuiper just has papers. I don't think he uses a computer. I don't think he knows how. We are wrapping up here.
It is actually kind of sick, though.
Thank the football gods. We are almost on the clock with the Arizona Cardinals. We got our Suns crew doing a watch-along, and then they're like, is the studio going to be available? Are you guys just going to go about 10 hours today?
Yeah, we were going to just go through every undrafted rookie free agent signing after this, too.
You joke, but like I'll get home, and then you'll be putting out undrafted notifications on your phone.
Yeah.
I bet you...
I probably won't today.
I have a prediction for one of our undrafted rookies.
Okay.
Michael Heldman, edge out of Central Michigan.
Huh. Why would you say that?
Because he's not slotted to be drafted, but I think he's a sneaky good player, and he had 10 or 11 sacks for us this year. He's good, and he's, Mike LaFleur watches Central ball. Could see it. Or Ndame Tucker out of Western. He still hasn't gotten picked.
What about the tackle from Notre Dame, Wagner?
That's probably going to be our pick at the 7th. Well, look at this guy's name. Jordan Vandenberg, but it's all spaced out weird.
Defensive tackle from Georgia Tech.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So
Cardinals obviously had Kyle Van Bosch, and it was all one last name. It wasn't broken up into 3 different spots.
We shared Vanden Bosch.
Did you see this NFL during their live reaction?
More so than Lion.
I don't know. I remember him very clearly as a Lion as well.
Oh yeah, did he do work for the Lions broadcast?
Their live reaction to Kaleb Proctor, their breakdown, the screen said, explosive first step, killed LSU, and then this is the most interesting aspect. Milton Williams. Like, you can get another Milton Williams?
Milton Williams is bigger than Proctor.
He is.
Significantly bigger.
He went in the 4th round, I think, though. And then they're connecting the dots with Nick. Yeah, Milton Williams is 290. He's 6'3". I mean, Proctor's almost 6'2". I could see the comparisons a little bit. You don't have to reach too far for to be able to see that. Dear God, where's this pick? Thank the football gods. The Monti Ossenfort has not yet moved this pick. Eric Ruby screaming at the television in several steps down the hall.
Also, at this point in the draft, when you're these teams, you're really letting the clock run down to 0.
Cardinals.
It's the guy in your fantasy draft who's wearing out the whole clock.
Or he didn't put his cue on, and then he went to go get a sandwich.
Yeah, he's at the swap meet,
and
you're sitting there suffering through it.
Hit that like. We're almost to 500. Appreciate you guys watching. Man, absolutely electric vibes these last 3 days. I'm being serious. Like, this is going about as good as you can imagine, minus, like, the Ty Simpson situation. Everything else you feel really good about. least I do.
I feel great about the Ty situation.
Okay.
Now
you're just being hurtful.
Fractured
now
a little bit.
Hurtful.
It's fractured one of your division rivals where everything was hunky-dory out there in LA.
Are you confident he'll never become what he needs to justify that pick?
I think so.
Okay.
I think I am. I mean, it's an ideal situation for Ty Simpson. But when does he play? When does he really kind of take the reins there?
2028.
And then what? So what is he by then? Does he become Is it like the Packers have done twice, where it's like Rodgers and Love and he just comes out dealing?
Love had better physical traits, but he played a smaller school.
Same thing with Rodgers, obviously.
Caden Curry off the board.
No.
The Bears taking Caden Curry.
Colts. No, Colts.
Oh, Colts taking Caden Curry.
Bears took Jordan Vanderberg. Here he is against Cade Klubnik. Or is that Syracuse? That's Syracuse. I'm sorry. I look like Clemson. You know who destroyed Syracuse? Jeremiyah Love. All right. Pick is in for Atlanta, so we are now 2 picks away, mercifully, for the Arizona Cardinals at pick 217. Thank God they're picking at the top of the 7th round.
Isn't that great?
Could you imagine if they had a 7th round comp pick? I'd have to go downstairs and get something to eat and come back. We'd have to. We're gonna play last year's draft coverage, just pieced over, see if anybody notices.
We would have just been we would have hooked up a video game system and then be just streamers, playing some Madden.
That would be pretty good. Man, the Bears war room's nice. That's a nice war room. As shitty as their stadium is, their war room's nice. Wonder where their facility is in comparison to their stadium. Is it in the suburbs?
Probably.
Thieneman, Logan Jones, the center, Sam Roush, the tight end, Xavier Thomas, the guy that Cardinals brought in. He's kind of a return man from LSU. Malik Muhammad, Kayshawn Elliott, Jordan Vandenberg for the Bears.
A lot of day 3 defensive flyers. See if any of those guys stick.
Nice. Beck is in for Falcons, so Cardinals are on deck officially.
Bears traded up for that Georgia defensive tackle.
Oh, wow.
Here.
They're on the clock, actually.
He finally goes.
Harold Perkins, right before the Cardinals.
No.
Goes to the Atlanta Falcons.
I'm going to shoot my shot, and I'm going to say the Notre Dame tackle.
Yeah, I agree with you,
I'm going to go Notre Dame tackle. Best available, position of need, 7th round tackle. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
I'm going to say that.
Seahawks trade the pick. Did they trade? Oh, yeah. Green Bay comes up.
Jumping the Cardinals.
Gannon know that Cardinals were going to go with somebody, and then just needed to get up in the final pick of the 6th round.
Nick's an inside agent. Feeding Gannon information. VJ Payne, Deontay Lawson, Nussmeier, Deion Burks.
Yeah. Neil pointing out, 7 likes away from 500. Let's go.
Let's get there. Who do we got here, Packers? No, I don't want to see Matt Miller's face. Who do you want? Who do you want, chat? Pavia? Isaiah World? Jeff Caldwell? What position are they going to go with? What position do you think they'll go with, Bo?
If they didn't have so many DBs, I would have said DB. I don't think they do that. They brought back even Jayden Davis, who was a former 7th round pick. I would say they probably take a flyer on a tack clear.
Okay, I agree.
The Packers traded up for a kicker, Trey Smack.
That's a great name
Florida.
for a kicker.
Smack you around, Noah.
The Lou Groza semifinalist. Wasn't even the best kicker in the nation. It was a semifinalist, one of the 4 finalists.
Maybe the other guy's not eligible
Cardinals
yet.
Were maybe interested in him.
Monty's just throws everything off his desk.
Who let that out? All right, pick is in for the Cardinals.
What are they going to do after Trey Smack is off the board?
How will we survive?
Going 18 for 22. They do have 2 kickers on the roster. Can you imagine if they had added a 3rd?
No trades this year. Would you have ever thought?
Monty was probably listening and was like, "I'm not gonna trade just to spite Johnny."
Well, he never trades up. We know that. He hates trading up. All right, here we go. The last pick for the Arizona Cardinals, 2026 NFL Draft. It started with Jeremiyah Love. Who's it going to be?
Give me Eli.
We got over 500 likes. We appreciate you all. 700 watching here, you sickos. We love you all. As we look toward the future, let's get an electric pick here. Shaft saying VJ Payne. That's what he wants to see. Arizona Cardinals select.
Is that Calais?
Looks like it was.
Jayden Williams, different tackle. Ole Miss. So we were right about the position, wrong about the player.
So Jayden Williams goes off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. Ole Miss offensive tackle. They finally get that tackle on the roster.
A little later than people would have liked, I think.
But there just wasn't the opportunity, I think, like to really kind of get the value.
I don't see him on a lot of big boards here. He's played a lot of right tackle, over 1,000 snaps at right tackle. So there it is, the final pick for the Cardinals.
6'4", 315, senior at Ole Miss.
Is that big enough? Well, they did it. They won every round but one on offense, Bo.
Yeah. So, yeah. No, 2, right?
What'd they take? Oh, yeah, they took a linebacker. Sorry, I forgot about that guy with the stash from Iowa.
Karson Sharar.
Yep. What do you think of this selection? I mean, it's hard to nitpick a 7th rounder here. Does he have an uphill battle to make the roster, or does he go into contention with Christian Jones and Josh Fryer?
I think he's a practice squad guy.
Yeah. Offensive tackle, 6'4", 315, as Bo mentioned.
Former 4-star recruit.
Take a look here. He's from Arkansas.
Started 34 games, split between each tackle spot, so left and right tackle. So he's got experience. 19 at left, 15 at right tackle. That was last season.
He did go to the Senior Bowl.
And this is from Brandon Thorne. So this is a breakdown. Brandon Thorne dialed in as far as offensive line trench warfare and established the run. Says he's wiry tackle, good initial quickness, jolting punch during force. A bunch of, obviously technical terms. Robotic style, kind of upright, wandering eyes, quick losses, limited recovery, lapses timing, exposing his movement. Williams projects as a capable backup who needs to land first and latch. Limited ability to recover once the rep extends.
So that will do it. The final pick, there it is, the Cardinals 2026 NFL draft class. They started with Jeremiyah Love, 3rd overall. They came back. They took the guard out of Texas A&M, 34th. They did not trade down. They didn't trade up either. They stick and pick with every selection. Carson Beck going in round 3. Potential option at starting quarterback. Kaleb Proctor, interior defensive tackle, immediately inserts into that backup role with Dante Stills and company. And then you've got Reggie. Virgil projects as a special teamer and wide receiver 4 for this team. Was a Senior Bowl standout and a top 30 visit. Then you've got Karson Sharar, who's the off-ball linebacker. Sharar. Karson Sharar, who's the off-ball linebacker out of the University of Iowa, was a special team standout and then got to play full-time this year and had 2 sacks in their bowl game against Vanderbilt. And then capping it off, Jayden Williams, pick 217, right tackle out of Ole Miss. So there it is, Bo in the chat.
Yeah.
Grade this draft in the chat. Bo Brack, I'm not going to ask you to grade it. Your initial and final thoughts on this draft for the Cardinals.
Well, I do disagree with Ryan Walker, who's saying we're being nice. It's a terrible draft. There's no reason for us to just sit here and be nice to be nice. No, I do like a lot of what the Cardinals did early. I would say the first 4 rounds of this draft, they needed to complete the off-season assignment that was relatively incomplete, right? Where you had no clarity. You didn't have any kind of starting point to rework in the quarterback room, and they took their first swing, and they took Carson Beck in a poverty quarterback draft. They were able to find a guy with a lot of experience and good measurables in Carson Beck, and we'll see what happens with him once they get them in the building. It adds intrigue, I think, certainly to working your way up to preseason training camp. That gives you something to look for there. But at the top of the draft, I mean, Jeremiyah Love, I think it's going to show it's already paying off from the initial jolt of intrigue as far as from the fan base and the juice that they lacked. They got it from Jeremiyah Love, and then they kind of got the vegetables that they ate as far as Besantis in the second round. I mean, and Proctor, a lot of people around the league like Proctor. So like the first 4 draft picks, I have a hard time arguing with it, and I'm not going to say that they had a terrible time there. Where the rest of the draft, it didn't woo me, it didn't blow me away, but they brought in guys like Virgil from Texas Tech, where he can play teams. Same thing with Sharar, that's fine. Especially when you look around, you're not going to find big time impact makers 5th, 6th, 7th round. I'll take what they did in the first 4 rounds with doing a lot of heavy lifting in this draft, and I don't have an issue with how it went down. I like a lot of the things that they did.
Well said. Those were lottery tickets today, and we'll see how they transpire. I'm not going to sit here and act like I knew who Dante Stills was when they took him in 2023, or did a bunch of work on Denzel Burke this time last year. Here's what I will know: this draft is going to live or die with the first 3 picks. If Jeremiyah Love is a superstar, everything else is moot. If the offensive lineman that they got at A&M can come in and be a consistent starter, it's a home run, and it becomes one of the best drafts in franchise history if those first 2 things happen and they find a potential franchise quarterback in Carson Beck. But I think with your Monti Ossenfort, you've given yourself a chance to have a plus draft based on Jeremiyah Love alone. If Jeremiyah Love becomes what everybody hopes he can, then everything else is moot because of the fact that there was a perception that this draft was not great. Mm-hmm. And we're going to go into next year, and it's going to be loaded. But if you can get those first 3 picks specifically in a position where they are starting games for you, and in Love's opportunity and consideration, if he's the best player on the field at given times, you're set. If Carson Beck can come in and become an Andy Dalton, Kirk Cousins-esque quarterback, it's a home run. If he's a backup, it's really going to be predicated on those first 2 picks and how they do. Everything else is, icing on the cake. But giving Monty some credit here, and I brought this up earlier, his day 3 picks are not throwaway picks.
Right.
These guys they play often. I mean, Denzel Burke was their starting cornerback for half the season last year.
Right.
So I expect all these guys to play in some way, shape, or form. I'm excited to watch them. At the end of the day, Bo, I'm much more excited about watching the Arizona Cardinals in 2026 after this draft than before it. And I think that's the best way you can categorize it and say this was a success.
Yeah, well, and no doubt about that. I mean, that was something that I was skeptical. I was scared that were they be able to leave this draft with that because it wasn't there previous to it. What were we going to go out to State Farm Stadium? What was going to? It's free to get into the venue, but what were you going to go watch? You were going to go watch, this running back room comprised of 31-year-old James Conner and Tyler Algier, who's been primary RB2 in his career, and you had a quarterback room that was just going to be 2 backups. Sure, you go out there and see Trey McBride, and you can see Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson and Budda Baker flying around, but for the most part, you've seen that. Bring something new to this fan base that is craving anything that's going to show that the arrow can be pointed in the right direction. And I think when you look at their biggest flaws from the last season, the defense absolutely was a liability, especially at the end of November and December, where we're going to be the difference makers, where we're going to be the guys that we're going to be able to transform that. Mm-hmm. It didn't exist. But you could find the other biggest issue was your lack of a run game. And they transformed that to a point where it could become a strength again for this team. And they did that with their first 2 picks in this draft. They took Jeremiyah Love, 3rd overall, best running back in the class. You can make the case he's the best prospect in this class. And then they took Chase Besantis at 34th overall. And immediately it transformed with your offensive coach, your ability to maybe reestablish your identity in this division, in this conference, in this league. And I think that was really your only route to do something significant like that when you look at just where this roster is right now.
Yep, 100%. Well said. What do you think of this draft class? I want to plug this one more time. It's our Love Collection. If you're fired up about the 3rd overall pick, get fired up with one of 2 colors. Available at the ALLCITYshop.com. And, of course, if you become a diehard, you get this T-shirt for free. It's on pre-order right now. Grab it. The more we sell of this, the more we can add to the Love Collection. So I can't wait to get it in both colors. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our tremendous team here at PHNX Sports. Emma, head of social, repping out content left and right, doing a phenomenal job. Noah, man, the best producer in the business. Fantastic. Our support team, our sales team, our guy Damon Dog, Kevin. Damon and Kevin were helping churn out content Thursday and Friday. Our guy Saul Bookman was there pushing this podcast. So, of course, our GM, Espo, everybody doing such a phenomenal job. Bo and I are the only 2 schlubs that have been on camera for 3 days.
Yep.
But we have a huge team behind us as #1 Cardinal podcast for a reason. It's because of our team here at PHNX Sports.
Yeah, and then the team outside of this team here, we got to thank them. Of course, our families, your wife stepping up and coaching better than you in the Pee Wee football
Got the
ranks.
dub. Let's
Got
go.
the big dub. Big thank you to, of course, their sacrifices, their commitment, helping us get out and do this crazy thing and have fun while doing it. And big thanks from me to my family, my wife taking care of our kids, our crazy wild kids for the last 3 days. We're appreciative of that, and you're getting to talk to everybody the last couple of days at 2, not 1, but 2 draft parties. Thank you to everybody that came out and spent money and came out to talk with us. It was just unbelievable. Like Steven Jackson and our guy Jeff coming out from South Carolina.
Absolutely.
It's unbelievable. Everybody traveling from all over the valley. Cam coming from Utah. It's been so much fun. And I can't wait to kind of break down this thing come Monday, but excited to kind of go unwind and hang out. Let this draft now marinate for the Arizona Cardinals.
Can I say something without sounding like a fanboy?
Yeah, well, you are. You won't be able to avoid that.
Are the Arizona Cardinals, are they back? I think they might be back.
TBD.
I think the Cardinals might be back and better than ever. Hit that like button. Subscribe to PHNX Sports here on YouTube. That's right. For Bo, Emma, Noah, I'm Johnny. Thanks again. We will see you on Monday as we get ready for preseason football. The road to the Hall of Fame game. Carson, Beck, Larry Fitzgerald, the headliners. We'll see you then.
We all silly like the mayor.